Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Manifest Pain Sync Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All men were not created equal. This is a truth that Midoriya Izuku learned when he was 4 years old. In a world where 80% of the population has some sort of special ability called a quirk, he was declared quirkless. It would, in essence, be the end of the road for his dream of being a hero at just 4 years old. Children generally have displayed their quirks by his age. The doctor was explaining. He should have displayed some variation of your quirk or your husband's, and as you've stated he hasn't. I'm sorry Miss Midoriya, but there's just nothing for it. Again. Inko laughed, despite the fact that her eyes were a little sad. I think you've put 1,000 views on this all by yourself, Izuku. She restarted the video of All Might anyway. He's quirkless. He can't do anything. Bakugo's voice rang out. The class laughed, taking cues from the strongest of them. Izuku sat quietly and willed it not to hurt as they laughed. But from that day, nothing was quite the same. Even those who had been his friends before stopped. Your teacher called today. Oh, did he? Izuku fidgeted under her sharp gaze. He said you got into a fight today. It was one of the first times things had gotten that heated still on school grounds. It was the first time they'd been caught by teachers fighting. Oh yeah, Kaken and I were arguing about something and it got a little heated. He tugged at the edge of his sleeve, uncomfortable. I'm sorry I let it get out of hand, it won't happen again. What happened to your eye? Did you get into a fight at school again, Izuku? It's fine, it's nothing. Automatically, with a flash of a bright smile. We just got a little too rough playing and Bakugo's elbow slipped. Inko didn't look like she bought it, exactly, but she nodded anyway. She knew by now if that was the answer he had decided on, she wasn't going to get another one. You came. Izuku's voice rang out in excitement as he entered the living room fully and saw All Might sitting on the couch. The 8-year-old scrambled across the room as he dropped his book bag on the floor just into the space. All Might chuckled quietly and patted his back. Of course I came, kiddo. I always do. One hand tousled Izuku's hair, to much grumbling from the boy who had yet to let go. It was true. Dad had never missed a birthday, and only missed holidays when he had to. Your lip is bleeding, Izuku, Inko was frowning. It's fine. In the same automatic tone as always, though his smile was less wide, probably because it pulled at the still bleeding injury. I wish you wouldn't lie. I'm not lying. We were just roughhousing. Inko looked down for a second before nodding. If you say so. Izuku's dad had never missed a birthday party, until the next year when Izuku turned 9. That year, everything changed. Is Dad going to visit soon? Izuku asked quietly, green eyes steady on his mother's frame. It had been almost 2 years since the last time All Might had graced them with his presence. Inko didn't answer, merely hugging Izuku tight against her. And that was the first time Izuku really wondered if the reason Dad wasn't home more often was because he really was disappointed in Izuku. Inko knew that he had been severely injured, and that was why he hadn't visited, but she didn't share the truth with Izuku, wanting to avoid him worrying about something he couldn't help. All Might visited 2 or 3 times over the next couple of years, always in his muscle form, always seeming to be on top of his game. Izuku never asked why he wasn't around more. He couldn't bring himself to darken the brief time they had together. But Izuku was 14 now, and he still wondered if his very existence was a mar on the symbol of peace. He knew he'd always been told it was for their protection that they not tell anyone the truth. But was that the whole story? If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a last chance dive off the roof. Izuku flinched at the words as they passed his childhood friend's lips. Bakugo had always been heavy-handed and hard-hearted, but that was beyond a line he'd never crossed before. Izuku said nothing to defend himself, and the few who were still present laughed about it as they followed Bakugo out. He'd never tell anyone that for a moment he had wondered if Bakugo was right. Izuku was alone in the classroom now. The last of the students had gone with Bakugo. Quietly the boy followed in their wake, several minutes after they had gone, to minimize the chances of running into them again. He did want to be a hero. Izuku had always wanted to be a hero, ever since he was a small child. Ever since he could remember, he had looked up to his father, to heroes in general. And he'd always wanted to follow in their footsteps. Izuku was weak. He was quirkless, and while there were no rules against the quirkless joining in hero studies, the reality was, it was likely impossible. That didn't change that it was what Izuku had always wanted. He would do his best because that was all he could do. He had to try at least. Izuku refused to give up before he'd even tried. Since the worst that happened was he failed the tests. It would be somewhat soul-crushing, admittedly, but he'd never know if he didn't at least try to get in. UA was where All Might had gone to school, where his father had gone to school. And, despite his misgivings and quiet wondering if maybe All Might was ashamed of the fact that his son was quirkless, Izuku looked up to his father most of all. He always had. All Might saved people with a smile. He was always confident and always fearless. He was larger than life, perhaps, but still the sort of symbol that Izuku wanted to be. He wanted to make All Might proud of him. Think before you speak, Kaken. Izuku murmured under his breath as he went. If I'd actually jumped, you'd get in trouble for inciting a suicide. Izuku pushed from his mind the thoughts that maybe, just maybe, Bakugo was right about that being the best thing for him to do. It was a dangerous line to get close to, and besides that his parents would both be devastated. He knew that. Izuku did know that, and resolve clicked together in his mind, heightening his drive and determination. He was still going to apply to UA. He was still going to try. Bakugo was wrong. That's not food, stupid. Izuku mumbled as he pulled his journal out of the small pond and dried it off as well as he could before turning and beginning to go on his way towards home. A few moments before, there had been a villain here. He'd almost managed to capture him, but at the last moment he'd lost track of the sludge that his quirk allowed him to turn into. As it was, All Might wasn't actually sure where it had gone. The trouble was he didn't have time to search for it, and also, he couldn't not search for the villain. His enforced time limit was probably the most frustrating part of his injuries. 3 hours, it sounded like a lot, until that was a limit one tried to work within. Getting enough done in 3 hours a day to support his family, and also deal with his medical bills was something he'd managed in the last 5 years steadily, but it was getting harder, not easier, as time wore on. Which was why he was planning to teach at UA this year. Finding a successor was important at this point, because he couldn't keep going with one for all like this, and he didn't dare allow the power to die with him either. Besides that, he could count on one hand the number of times he'd seen Inko and Izuku in the last 5 years, and that was a tragedy. Talking with them on the phone was certainly not enough. He'd wanted Izuku to be free of the knowledge of his injury a little longer, but it was becoming a wedge that drove them apart. All Might had entertained once, very briefly, the idea of making Izuku his successor. But as the weight of being the symbol of peace coalesced with the burden that One for All itself represented, he had turned away from that idea. The idea of dropping what may well be the fate of the world on Izuku's shoulders seemed cruel. And it was in that moment that he understood why Nana had not held onto it to give to her son, and he wondered if any of the previous 7 holders had ever considered granting it to their own bloodline. After nearly dying at the hands of All for One, All Might was certain he couldn't give that burden to Izuku. No, he'd choose someone from the school. Nizu was confident he'd find someone worthy of it. He makes it awfully hard to apologize for not being around. I think if you want to apologize, you're going to have to tell him the truth, Toshinori. Inko's voice was threaded through with sadness. Because I don't think he sees a point in allowing you to apologize or try to make it up to him when it's just going to happen again. And he can't accept that it won't happen again until he knows why it happened in the first place. Unfortunately, Toshinori couldn't promise he wouldn't miss another holiday he usually made it home for, or even Izuku's birthday. And maybe that was the problem. In the end, like Inko said, I just want him to be a kid, a little longer. This isn't something that should weigh on his shoulders. If you think it doesn't already, then you're paying less attention than I thought. The villain has a middle schooler held hostage. The words caught Izuku's attention immediately. He'd been walking home when he'd seen an explosion trigger this way, and against better judgment, he'd gone to see what, exactly, was going on. The boys stood at the edge of the crowd for a moment. The pros were doing their best, but having no luck at rescuing the kid. None of the pros on the scene currently had any quirk that allowed them to actually combat the villain, their best attacks being absorbed by its fluid form. A chill ran through Izuku as he recognized the quirk, and the figure trapped within the sludge villain's grasp. He should have minded his own business. He shouldn't get involved. Izuku knew that. Kaken not only wouldn't want him to get involved, he'd be angry that he did. There would be hell to pay for intervening here. And yet, Izuku found himself bolting forward without any regard for his own safety. Dimly behind him he heard the pro-heroes yelling at him to stop, heard one of them say he must have some kind of a death wish. Why? I don't know, my legs just started moving on their own. But, for a moment you looked like you could use saving. Izuku didn't care that Bakugo was glaring at him, and didn't care that the pros thought he had some kind of death wish. He struck at the villain as best as he could, which was not well, and stood his ground. There was good news and bad news. The probably good news was that he'd found the villain that he'd lost track of, and it had nowhere to run at this point. The certainly bad news was that he had already lost his muscle form, and there was a middle schooler being held hostage by the sludge villain. Even worse was the fact that none of the pros on the scene had anything they could really do against this particular quirk. And then a boy burst forward from the crowd, to the disturbance of the pros on scene. Toshinori's blood ran cold when he saw the figure sprinting for the villain. Dark green hair, a slender frame, and that bright yellow backpack. He knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, who had just broken through the crowd. Pathetic. To himself quietly. Pathetic that he'd thought even for a moment that he was unable to do anything. No, it was still there, the power still flowed through him. It would stress his body, but so what, he was a hero, wasn't he? And heroes had to be willing to put their lives on the line every day. In knowing that there were now 2 middle schoolers in danger, and there was still no one but him on scene who had any chance of doing anything at all, Toshinori found the strength still running deeper inside. He would pay for it, certainly, but he was able to draw on that power to transform and enter the fray. All Might was beyond thinking about what he had to do, with a determined and confident smile on his lips. It's all right now. I am here. In a single motion he grabbed both of the boys with one hand, yanking them towards himself while simultaneously releasing a Detroit smash with his other hand. It had the slightly unfortunate effect of scattering the villain into small pieces which would have to be cleaned up, but it was enough. The other pros could manage clean up, as long as the guy was handled before he was able to reform properly. That? Izuku didn't say it, of course. They were in public, and so the word died on his lips. But there he stood, with the media paying attention to him, of course. It was the first time Izuku had ever been this close to All Might when there were people present. His expression managed to be suitably shocked, if only because he hadn't known All Might was even in town. That was incredibly reckless. Izuku tuned back into reality while being lectured. Bakugo was being praised for his quirk and for his resilience. You could have been killed. Next time let the pros do their job. Death Arms growled. Izuku looked down, shoulders slumped. Yes, sir. Finally he was allowed to collect his scattered belongings, and with a single backward glance at All Might, who was still talking to the media, he walked away from the scene. It was the only option, really. It wasn't as if they could walk home together. And lingering would only draw attention to the situation. No, this was better. If All Might was here, that meant he'd probably come by later, when it was safe to do so. I never asked you to save me, Deku. The words came out a low growl. You couldn't do anything anyway. I could have beaten him myself. Izuku steeled himself tiredly. That was true enough. Bakugo didn't say anything else though, before turning away and walking towards his home. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. That wasn't so bad. Hey Mom. Cheerful and upbeat as always when he came in, smiling vibrantly. You're a little later than usual, she mentioned, hugging him loosely and looking him over, but he seemed to be okay, so she tried not to worry about it. Oh yeah, I was, held up a bit on the way home. He half stumbled over the words. Izuku almost didn't want to tell her anything, and let it be a surprise to her when Dad came home, but on the other hand, if she turned on the news and happened to see something about the sludge villain, and saw him in the background, she'd be upset he didn't tell her. There was a villain and it had gotten a hold of Kaken, and I don't know what I was thinking, but I rushed in to help him even though I couldn't, and Izuku trailed off for a second, watching concern flood his mother's face. Oops. But I'm okay, honestly, and so is Kaken. I got lectured a bit, but of course I did. Sort of a self-depreciating laugh there. But it's fine, really, because apparently Dad was passing by at the right time and he saved us both. No, I didn't say anything that would out us, so it's fine, really. Somehow, Inko didn't look as soothed by the fact that Dad had saved him as Izuku expected her to be. She did breathe out slowly and nod a little. Well, I'm glad you're okay, was what she finally said, hugging him far more tightly than before. Izuku tried not to let her reaction get to him, but it planted a seed of concern. Why wasn't she happier Dad was home? Getting away from the media had been a little more difficult than usual, while it was also more important than usual. He was down a back alley alone when his form dropped again, leaving him in his weakened state. All Might leaned back against the wall there for a moment, struggling to get his coughing under control. Izuku had run right into the middle of that fight. Izuku had, without a single bit of regard for his own safety, bolted forward and tried to save a childhood friend. All Might had always known that Izuku looked up to heroes. On the other hand, that wasn't unusual, kids his age often did. Izuku had been saying for years that he wanted to be a hero. All Might knew that too. He remembered it. Remembered more than once playing games in the apartment because that was exactly what Izuku wanted, all he wanted. All Might had almost forgotten what it was to actually be afraid for someone he was trying to save. It was not the first time he'd struggled to save someone at the edge of his limit, but it was the first time that he had nearly been unable to do anything at all. And also the first time that it had been someone so near to his heart. He'd spent the boy's entire life ensuring no one knew the truth about him save an incredibly small few. He had rivals and enemies who would use his son against him, and this seemed to be the safest course. But in the end the universe reminded him that ultimately Izuku was going to make his own choices, and that he had always wanted to walk All Might's path. While he'd been trying to shield Izuku from reality, Izuku had grown far beyond his own understanding of the situation. That was what happened, Toshinori supposed, when he was gone for such long stretches of time. Do you have any idea how often he watches that video? Inko inclined her head slightly towards the computer screen, stopped on a random frame from an old video of his debut. A lot, I'm guessing? I swear it's on the screen almost every time I come home. These next several, to the next horizontal break, are phone calls. The doctor says the X-ray is conclusive. Inko was talking quietly, but then it was late. All Might knew that. It was hardly the first time they'd stayed up later than they should on the phone. Izuku is quirkless. Guilt washed through All Might for a moment at those words. Is that all? Is what he wanted to say, but the words didn't come. It's so rare these days. I'm worried about how they're going to treat him at school. He'll be fine, Inko. Toshinori had soothed quietly. Who are you? Inko's voice was carefully controlled as a voice she didn't instantly recognize answered Toshinori's cell phone. I could ask the same. It's Night Eye then, is it? Is Toshinori okay? Inko had realized idly that he was the only one who could be answering All Might's phone, if Toshi wasn't. It did nothing to soothe her concern. You're Inko then? So Toshinori had told his sidekick about his family. Yes. The doctors think he'll survive. They think. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't right now. I'll have him call you when he's able. Toshi. Yes, it's me. I'm glad you're okay. After what night I said, I was so worried. He sighed quietly, turning away from the phone slightly as he coughed. Toshi. The concern was back in her voice as she listened. I'm all right, I'll be all right. I'm sorry to have worried you. A pause, and then, what did Sir say exactly? That the doctors thought you'd survive. He wouldn't say more than that. We should probably talk. Lying to her would only make it worse when it came out. Are you sure you should continue being a hero full-time? It was not the first time Inko had asked that question. In fact, it came up often enough. He wondered if his relationship with her was going to deteriorate as his partnership with Sir Night Eye had. It's just something I have to do, Inko. I'm trying to understand, really I am. But isn't being here for me and Izuku important too? Of course it is. But this isn't a choice between you two and heroing. Isn't it? You haven't been home in almost 2 years, All Might. It was strange hearing her call him by his hero name, but it got the point across. Your son misses you. Last night he asked me if you were coming home soon. Do you have any idea how hard it was to have to admit that I don't know the answer to that question? He went to speak, but Inko cut him off. I'm not going to tell him your secrets, Toshi, but I won't lie to him either. One of these days it really is going to be a choice. Izu won't be a kid forever. And I'm worried that one of these days he's not going to forgive you for missing yet another visit. The weight of the last 5 years settled over him, the strain of those years on his relationship with his family, the weight of continuing to be the symbol of peace while his personal life suffered, and his body deteriorated. He was tired in a way that sleep wasn't going to fix. Izuku really was just like him, in some of the most unexpected ways. It was in realizing that Toshinori realized he had been underestimating his own son's resilience for a long time. It was also in that moment that he realized that in trying to shield Izuku from the reality of his dreams, and in not really considering him as an option as a successor after all, that he had done the boy quite the disservice. He, admittedly, still wasn't sure he could stomach putting the weight of it on Izuku's shoulders, but if anyone had the heart to follow in his footsteps as the symbol of peace, perhaps it was one who had come from precisely the same place All Might had, quirkless but determined to make the world a better place. His breathing was finally stable enough he was confident he could walk home without drawing an untoward amount of attention to himself. For All Might it wasn't a place, and it hadn't been for a long time. No, home was 2 people. He just hoped that Izuku walking home without doing more than barely glancing at him wasn't a sign that he'd already crossed the line into unforgivable. Izuku was finishing off the last of his homework when he heard the door to the apartment open. So it was a little less obvious that he'd been waiting for precisely that. Izuku spent a moment putting his books away before exiting his room and moving into the family room. Dad! Excitement bubbled over and then instantly drained away at the sight before him. A small, strangled noise escaped before Izuku cut it off, and green eyes widened a fraction. The other was wearing precisely what he'd been wearing when he had saved the pair of them earlier in the afternoon, but that was almost where the similarities ended. No, Izuku noted, his eyes were the same, though sunken and clearly exhausted. Dad. Toshinori nodded. It's me, kiddo. He patted a space on the couch beside him. We should talk. If anything, Izuku only looked more confused, but he obediently settled into the indicated space. What happened? Toshinori shifted slightly on the couch so he was facing the boy properly. He pulled his shirt up with one hand, revealing the scar there on his side. Izuku's eyes found it immediately, his expression screwing up slightly with concern. 5 years ago, I was injured in a fight. I sustained major damage to both my respiratory and digestive systems. 5 years ago, that was toxic chainsaw then? Izuku sounded far calmer than he should have been, even to his own ears. The twisting coil of shock and fear didn't express themselves as they normally would have, instead an eerie calm took their place. What he was most surprised though, perhaps, was the burning sensation of betrayal at having this kept from him for so long. No. The fight that this happened in wasn't publicized. I asked that it not be. I see. Izuku paused for a heartbeat, and then pressed on. So that's why you haven't been coming home as often? Yes. My time in the other form is limited to around 3 hours a day. Why didn't you tell me? The question came out slightly sharper than Izuku intended for it to, as the sense of betrayal came to a head and escaped his careful control. I should have. Toshinori admitted carefully. You didn't because I was trying to protect you from it. I didn't want you to worry. You didn't want me to worry? So you stopped coming home. Toshinori flinched slightly at the force behind those words. Izuku, I didn't mean for it to turn out like that. But it did. Do you honestly think I wasn't worried when you suddenly didn't come home at all for so long? When you've only been home 2 or 3 times in the last 5 years? You used to be here at least that many times in a year. Did you honestly think that me knowing the truth would have been worse than not knowing what we did so wrong that you never wanted to come home anymore? It can't possibly have been about being worried I wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. It's not like I've done a bad job keeping you a secret already. Whatever it was that the blonde had intended to say died on his lips as Izuku finished his rant. And before he could find the words for what he wanted to express, the boy had risen and stormed back to his bedroom, slamming the door shut behind him. That went about as well as I expected. Inko finished the statement in a low voice, having just come out of the kitchen. Give him some time to calm down, you know he will. Izuku was sitting quietly in his room with his back against the door itself. It hadn't taken very long at all for the twisting rage from the feeling of betrayal to fade away to panic and fear. His father had continued working as All Might for 5 years without saying anything about the truth. And he was still angry about not being told, about being lied to, essentially. But more than that, he was scared, because if it continued this way, if he only had a limited time where he could be a hero anymore, then wouldn't he be in danger? If he hit the edge of that limit while there were still threats then. Izuku couldn't bring himself to focus on that reality for long, his mind skittering around the edge of it. The image of his father in his mind had always been of this unshakable pillar of strength. Reality was so much more fragile than Izuku had ever understood before. It didn't shake Izuku's resolve. This was still the path he wanted to follow, as it always had been. If anything, Izuku thought his resolve was heightened. All Might couldn't possibly act as the symbol of peace forever. Eventually those injuries would force him off the proverbial battlefield. Izuku still didn't understand why his dad hadn't told him, and he was going to be upset about that for a while yet. But he was home now, and Izuku wanted to be able to focus on that. It occurred to him that he'd stormed off without ever actually asking his dad how long he was even going to be here this time. So, did Izuku tell you about what happened? That you appeared from basically nowhere and saved him and Bakugo from a villain? Toshinori made a noise somewhere between a laugh and a snort. Ah, of course he'd put it that way to you. Inko leaned back in her seat. So, what actually happened? He bolted headlong into the scene despite no less than 3 pro heroes yelling at him to stay back. Nearly gave me a heart attack. I was already at my limit. He didn't know I was on the scene at all. Until after. He's never done something that reckless before, but I can't say I'm surprised. Inko answered after a moment, with a sigh. He wants to apply to UA. For the hero course. Toshinori sputtered at that particular admission. I knew he was thinking about it. He admitted. Yes, Izuku had mentioned it to him over the phone more than once. There's nothing technically excluding quirkless individuals from applying, but Toshinori knew the chances of him passing the physical portion of the exam while quirkless were incredibly slim. But you're worried his dreams will be crushed? Or he'll get hurt? Well, both were possibilities. Toshinori decided not to say that to her. At the rate he's going to get hurt. He acknowledged tiredly. And at this point nothing in the world is going to persuade him against trying. There's something else on your mind. Inko acknowledged mildly, obviously expecting him to continue. Do you remember what I told you about my quirk? Something about it being a crystallization of power passed down through the generations. I'm not sure what that has to do with Izuku though, since he didn't get your quirk. Because I haven't given it to him. That doesn't make sense. Apparently when he'd explained it the first time, not everything had been conveyed the way he hoped for it to be. It doesn't pass on like a normal quirk. It passes on from one holder to the next when it's time. It can only have one holder at a time, and after it's been passed on, the last holder slowly loses their ability to wield it at all. One of the reasons I was offered a place at UA was to find someone to pass it on to. But I wonder if I'm making this harder than it should be. Inko was not immediately sure if she was mildly upset on Izuku's behalf that Toshinori had clearly never seriously considered Izuku as an option, or if she was unhappy at the idea of giving him that sort of power after he threw himself headlong into danger with an obvious lack of regard for himself. You want to give Izuku your quirk then? It was not so much a question as a statement. Not really. He admitted then, rather immediately. Inko blinked in surprise, but he continued before she could say anything else. But I think I would be insulting him and his dedication to this dream if I didn't at least ask him if that was what he wants. He paused for a moment, taking a drink and gathering his thoughts. I don't want him to go down the path that I have. I certainly don't want to see him hurt the way I have been. But clipping his wings before he's ever had a chance to stretch them seems cruel. For lack of a better term. I trust you. Inko said it quietly but firmly. I don't necessarily like the idea of him having even more reasons to rush headlong into danger, but this is what he's always wanted. To be like you. Just promise me that until he gets his feet under him, you'll watch over him. Of course I will. Izuku hadn't really forgiven him, not entirely. But he didn't want to hold on to that feeling, and so for the moment he put it aside. It was the default state here anyway, keeping secrets. Probably he hadn't considered the repercussions of doing so, and had done it out of habit. That didn't make it right, but Izuku could begin to understand it. I had a question. He was standing in front of Toshinori, who hadn't entirely finished waking up, it seemed. It hadn't occurred to Izuku that perhaps his schedule might be slightly different now that he was injured. Go on. Toshinori encouraged despite that. Can I become a hero, do you think? I know I told you I want to apply to UA, but I want your opinion on if it might be possible to succeed. The words came out in a rush, half threatening to tumble over one another as he forced them out before he could lose his nerve. Well, that offered a rather perfect opening for this discussion, if anything did. As you are now quirkless with minimal training, I would have to say no, knowing what I know about the way villain activity is ebbing and flowing. You would only be hurt, or worse, trying. There was a slight pause where he caught his breath, but held one hand up to indicate he wasn't finished. But there is something I wanted to talk to you about regarding that. Izuku sat down beside his father, not asking anything else, but clearly waiting for him to continue. I'll admit, I don't know what you may have overheard, so I'm going to start from the beginning. Calmly. I was quirkless when I was your age. Just as you are now. The quirk I wield was passed down to me by someone who was very dear to me. It is not like most quirks, because it can be passed down from one holder to another, not by being born with it, but by being gifted it, something like an Olympic torch being handed down from one generation to the next. It's called One for All, and it is essentially the crystallization of the strength of each of the wielders before you. You will be the 9th holder of this quirk, if you decide that's what you want. Quirkless? He'd been quirkless before? But it was ultimately another secret, another thing that for one reason or another All Might did not want the public to know. I'll do it. Izuku decided after a moment or two of absorbing the new information. It won't be easy. Toshinori cautioned. We've got 10 months to get you ready to manage One for All as a quirk, and also get you ready to pass the entrance exam. Right? 10 months before the exam to get into the hero program. Wait, what? You be here that whole time, or? I mean, I can follow instructions if you give me guidelines. Not trying to make it sound like he was asking him to be here for all of it. All Might was likely to be needed as a hero, if absolutely nothing else. I will be remaining here primarily, yes. I'm not supposed to say it yet, but I'm going to be teaching at UA starting next year. There was little harm in telling Izuku that he thought. And it was likely easier than leaving him in the dark in the longer run. His dad hadn't been kidding when he'd said it wouldn't be easy. Izuku wasn't really surprised by that fact, but he hadn't been entirely prepared for the training regimen either. It was fine, he had to work harder than anyone else to catch up, because he was already so far behind. Even so, it had been a hard 10 months. Sparring and basic combat practice, consistently high levels of exercise, and a side project of cleaning Dagoba Municipal Beach Park of all the trash that had gathered there over time. It had been a long process, but he was stronger today than he'd been all those months ago. The beach was clean, and tomorrow was the entrance exam. It was not as much recovery time as he should have had, but it was better than nothing at all. Izuku sat quietly on the sand at the moment, watching the waves. All Might had had things to take care of that morning, and so hadn't been here yet that day. Izuku thought he'd be pleased when he did finally show. Izuku probably should have been working still, running or swimming or something, but the dull ache in his muscles was a constant, and he was going to enjoy a few minutes of stillness first, apparently. After a few minutes, Izuku shifted positions on the sand and started stretching his sore muscles. There was movement. Izuku's focus snapped around, resulting in him near instantly looking over his shoulder to see Dad approaching in his true form. He relaxed then, content with that information and turning around to face him properly. He could see Toshinori looking around, taking in just how much work Izuku had completed in the few days he hadn't made it down to the beach with him. "Well, my boy, you did it." There was a clear level of pride in the man's tone, which brought a smile to Izuku's face. Izuku rose to his feet but remained where he was, allowing Toshi to close the distance between them. It was strange, even now, to risk being seen in public together. Even with his father in this smaller form that no one recognized. It was nice though, despite working harder than he had in his life, Izuku had spent more time with Toshinori in the last 10 months than he had in the preceding 10 years. "Yeah, I guess I did." Looking sort of surprised with himself, admittedly. "Remember that you earned this power, Izuku." All Might's voice had gone somewhat serious, though it was still quite clearly colored with pride. "Now eat this." He held out a strand of hair between his fingers. Izuku sputtered, clearly not having expected that particular line. Is this the dash?" He shook his head slightly, and stopped talking since the words weren't coming out in a straight line anyway. "You have to take in something with my DNA." Toshinori sounded perhaps a little apologetic. It was the easiest option by far, in his mind. And so Izuku took the hair after a moment or two, and steeled himself to swallow it, trying hard not to think about it too hard. "So how does this work exactly?" Izuku asked slowly. "I don't feel any different. It takes time." Toshinori explained after a moment or so. "Within a few hours you will be able to use it. Before that though, we should probably talk a bit about your new quirk." Probably, given the test was the very next day, and there was no way he would have time to master it before then. Unfortunately, while you are strong enough to manage to contain one for all now, your body may not be strong enough yet to handle its full power. There is a chance there could be some repercussions to using it. I'm not sure how extreme they might be. Toshinori had been able to use it at 100% very quickly, but his teacher had indicated that that was somewhat surprising. They'd see soon enough, he supposed. But for now Toshinori concentrated on explaining what he could and ensuring Izuku would remember how to activate the quirk when it came down to it. Izuku mumbled to himself as he approached the school, his attention unfocused as his nerves got the better of him, so to say. First the written portion and then the physical test. He had a quirk now, but he had yet to activate it. And of course, his dad's warning that he may not be able to handle it was still heavy on his shoulders. What if he couldn't? What was going to happen if he couldn't? Izuku couldn't worry about it now, of course. It would only make things worse. He was confident he'd do fine on the written exam. Still, he couldn't quite shake the feeling of anxiety that already began to twist in his chest. What if he wasn't good enough? What if he couldn't manage to do well enough on the exam to pass after all? Could he even handle one for all? After talking with his dad yesterday, he wasn't so sure, but on the other hand, he'd come too far to give up now. Yeah, he had to remember that. He'd come too far to give up. And then he tripped, but before he could feel the sharp impact of falling onto the concrete, he seemed to freeze mid-fall. "Sorry about using my quirk without asking." A feminine voice came from one side of him. But it would be bad luck to fall before the exam. She gave him a bright smile, and then bowed partially. "Good luck." And then she was walking away before Izuku managed to find the words to thank her. Well, that went swimmingly. Izuku took a second to compose himself and then followed the girl inside. The first part was the easy part, in all honesty. The written exam was honestly nothing he couldn't handle, and he found as he worked his way through the questions some of his nervousness faded away. This was exactly what he'd prepared for, and he was doing just fine. It was going to be fine. The team kept telling himself that, as the test takers were ushered into another room to hear about the practical portion of the exam. Pro Hero Present Mike was telling them about the exam. Izuku couldn't entirely help it when he started murmuring to himself about the Pro Hero, thoughtfully considering the information they were presented with along with considering what the Pro Hero was capable of. "Deku, shut up." Bakugo's voice was a low growl coming from just beside him. Izuku ducked his head slightly but did silence himself through the rest of the pro-hero's explanation of the situation. One of the other students had been called on to ask a question. You mentioned 3 robots in your explanation, but the papers we were handed clearly show 4 different robots. That seems like an extreme oversight for such a prestigious school as UA. There was a brief pause. And furthermore his attention was clearly on Izuku now, have been muttering the entire time and it's distracting. Izuku looked appropriately mortified, and barely heard present Nick's explanation that followed. But he did hear it. 3 robots worth different amounts of points, the goal was to destroy or disable them. And a 4th robot they should try to avoid because it was worth no points at all. They were being assigned to random testing zones, which made sense. Couldn't make plans with someone beforehand if no one knew who was going to be in which location. Izuku was nervous again by the time they reached the testing location he'd been assigned to. There were familiar faces in the crowd, the girl who had saved him from falling, and the boy who'd lectured him about being a distraction in the auditorium. The green-haired boy kept to himself, head down slightly, eyes focused on the cement directly in front of him. He should have gone to thank the girl, but he thought that maybe he didn't want to distract her at the moment. He nearly jumped out of his skin when one of his fellow testers passed too close and brushed against him, causing the dark-haired boy from before to stare at him. Izuku didn't engage, didn't try to explain himself. Besides that, he didn't have time, as the signal for the start of the test rang out and he found himself left in the dust. I'm already behind, Izuku murmured under his breath as he ran into the testing zone, seeking his first target, though he wasn't instantly sure what the best decision was going to be when it came to facing them. It seemed the robot had found him rather than it being the other way around. Izuku froze before it, his mind blanking entirely despite his training. For a moment, just a moment, it was as if he had lost his nerve and as if he had forgotten everything he'd spent the last 10 months learning. Fortunately, before the thing could strike and do him real damage, one of the other testers appeared from nowhere and destroyed it with, was that a laser? A single strike. Unfortunately, it still left Izuku with no points. He continued forward, mentally berating himself for freezing at such a critical moment. Maybe he really couldn't do this. No, now was not the time to consider that. Now wasn't the time to doubt himself, he'd come too far. He'd come too far to give up. But where? Izuku looked around taking stock of the other testers and what enemies there were in the area. There weren't any that weren't already engaged, and he was running out of time to find them, wherever they were hiding amid the buildings. There had to be a better way. Again, Izuku found his train of thought broken, this time by a very large robot rising above the buildings on one side of the square. The zero-pointer, the one they were supposed to be avoiding. The other testers ran the other direction, most passing him. Izuku began to back up, and turned to do the same, but then he saw the girl trapped beneath the rubble. Surely they wouldn't allow one of the test takers to be seriously maimed, would they? And yet, Izuku found he didn't dare take that risk as the robot continued to press forward towards the girl, and the girl failed to free herself from the rubble. It was the fight with the sludge villain all over again, as his mind blanked, and yet he knew exactly what to do. Instead of running away, Izuku sprinted towards the girl and leapt upward as he activated One for All. The force of it sent him soaring upward, and he struck with a right-armed punch directly into the robot's face. It was successful, the thing crumbled now harmless. But it was in that moment that Izuku truly understood the warning his father had given him about not being strong enough yet, as the pain of multiple broken bones set in at once, and he began to fall in a notably uncontrolled manner. Regardless of the outcome of the fall, he still had 0 points, and there was little chance that he would be able to gain any with both legs shattered the way they had been in the jump. But a fall from this high was definitely going to do a lot more damage, and why hadn't he thought this through? Well, if he let off a punch at the right time it would break his fall, also his other arm, but it was probably better than shattering half the bones in his torso on top of his limbs. Yeah. Probably. Okay, but if he timed it wrong he was probably going to die, and he really hoped his dad wasn't watching. Izuku was not expecting a slap across the face, but with it his body ceased its descent into imminent danger and left him hovering several feet up in the air. Re-release. Her voice was breathless, and he fell rather immediately with those words. But it was enough. It hurt when he hit the ground, but it did not cause any additional damage. And then came the sound that indicated the end of the practical exam. He'd earned not a single point. All Might stood quietly in the viewing area with those who were doing the actual grading for the exam, his gaze following the teenagers across the monitor throughout the exercise. Not just Izuku, though he did pay special attention to him, but all of those who sought to become students were worthy of being studied. They each came forward with goals and dreams, they each had a part they wanted to play. Bakugo with his explosions, the boy with the tape quirk, the girl who secreted acid from her skin. Yes, they all had come here with their own goals, and this was the first testing ground for those goals. Still, when the obstacle was released into the testing grounds, All Might found his attention zeroing in on Izuku, who was one of the only students who hadn't run away. And as soon as All Might spotted the girl in the rubble, he knew what the boy was going to do. It was no different than his reaction to seeing his childhood friend in danger, except this time he could do something, but at what cost? It was higher, much higher, than Toshinori liked. 2 broken legs and a shattered arm. Recovery Girl could and would set him right, of course. But that didn't make the cost any less extreme for his first activation of One for All. A quirkless middle schooler? Are you out of your mind? He could almost hear Nitai's all but disgusted reaction, given before All Might had even finished stating that it was his son that he had chosen. Toshinori had stuck to his guns on that, and he didn't regret it, but it certainly did not escape his mind that this was precisely what Nitai had expected to happen. It's almost as if he's a child who just received his quirk. Eraserhead's voice cut through the general murmuring of the room rather easily. Toshinori didn't comment. It was safer not to comment because most of the people in this room did not know about the secret of his quirk, and it was best to keep it that way. Instead, he made a small non-committal noise and turned away from the screen to watch students from one of the other testing zones file out. Izuku had been the most extreme injury during the testing, which overall was to be considered a win. He did hope this wasn't something that was going to be a habit of Izuku's. He had been able to handle 100% of One for All's power almost right from the start. But there were 2 things there: Izuku wasn't as strong as he was, and One for All had certainly grown since Toshinori himself took it on. That was, after all, the way the quirk functioned. No, Izuku's best hope was going to be to learn how not to use so much of it at a time. All Might just wasn't sure exactly what the easiest way of teaching him to do that would be. Izuku had resigned himself to having failed the exam by the time he made it home. It would take some time for the official word to make it to him, but he'd gotten 0 points in the practical portion, which meant that there was no way he could have made it in at all. Don't throw in the towel yet. Toshinori told him that evening over dinner. You want to be a hero, don't you? Try to concentrate on your training for the next few days and see what happens when it comes. Izuku frowned at him, but didn't argue. Even so, the older hero continued. I'm just saying, don't count it a lost cause before you're even sure. I failed the exam. Izuku said flatly. That's not really up for question. It's also not really up for you to decide, now is it? That confused him, but Izuku shrugged it off. Fine, I'll concentrate on training for the next few days. If nothing else, he didn't have much of a choice. He was still the holder of One for All, and would need to learn how to handle it regardless of if he was able to attend UA or not. It wasn't the only hero program, it was just one of the best. When one door was closed, he just had to find another. That was all. His dad was right about that much. He couldn't let something like this be the roadblock in his way. He couldn't give up just because there was a small roadblock in his way. Thanks. I think I needed the reminder. Today had been a setback, but it wasn't the end of the road. That was all. Toshinori smiled at him warmly, and Izuku went ahead and started picking up the dishes to go and wash them. For the next few days, Izuku went on a jog in the mornings and did strength training in the afternoons. More than once, All Might oversaw him working through some basic combat maneuvers, but not once did Izuku actually make any effort to engage One for All. In the evenings, while Izuku worked with small free weights, he found himself watching videos of All Might with far more intensity than he usually afforded them. Instead of just watching for what he did, Izuku tried to focus on the way he used his quirk specifically, wondering if somewhere amid that old footage was the key he was missing. It would take time, of course, but Izuku wondered if the only way to figure it out was going to be to continue to injure himself in the process. He hoped not, but he also wasn't sure what to ask of Toshinori to figure out the key. If he knew the right questions to ask, this would probably be easier. Well, he'd have to figure it out later. Izuku came. Inko handed him the letter and watched him with an expectant gaze. He took the letter from his mother but didn't open it. Oh, thanks. Quietly Izuku withdrew to his room. Toshinori wasn't home just then, something about a few meetings he needed to attend that day. It was fine, really, logically Izuku knew he probably knew the answer. It wasn't like Izuku didn't know, after all. Even so, he closed the door and sat down at his desk, holding the letter between slightly trembling hands. Izuku opened it, and a small flat disk fell out and hit his desk, activating the hologram. A projection of his dad in hero form was projected from the disk, and Izuku sat back, watching the figure and listening. Starting this spring, I'll be teaching at UA. It was an announcement Izuku was already aware of, but given he wasn't supposed to, it made sense that it would be included, even if the recordings were personalized, which Izuku sort of doubted the rejections were. It was odd that they'd bother telling rejected students about faculty changes. Anyway, before we get to the results, I'm going to discuss a little bit about how the practical exam was scored. Each potential student was given the same basic task: to immobilize or destroy members of 3 different varieties of robots worth different numbers of points each. On the surface, that was the test. And if that was indeed the only level of the exam's grading scale, those who received no, or very few, points would indeed have failed the exam. There was a slight pause before All Might continued. But that wasn't the only level to scoring, and the 0-point target was not just an obstacle, but a catalyst to see how each of you would act in a crisis, which gave way to a second level of scoring: rescue points. Rescue points were awarded by a panel of senior staff members who watched the examination in its entirety. The screen changed then from All Might to a list of names and scores, combined scores only. He'd placed within the top 10 in combined scores, from rescue points alone? That girl. Well, he had been the only one who put himself at risk. After all, what kind of hero program doesn't take into account how its students react to a crisis, and how they react to fellow civilians in danger? It would be a dangerous form of lip service to fail to reward those who act the part. This is your story, Midoriya Izuku. Welcome to your hero academia. The words sank in slowly, absorbing into his consciousness and clearing out the resignation he had allowed to fill him already. This was his story. Toshinori still felt strange moving around the school in his smaller form. But it was better not to expend more of his time limit than necessary, and there were no students here yet. There wouldn't be for another few days, and all of the staff was aware of his injury because there was no way to hide it from them entirely. Safely. Speaking of students, there he was. Principal Nizu. He greeted with a shallow dip of his head and shoulders. I was wondering if you had a moment. Of course. We'll talk about whatever is on your mind. The rodent set to making tea while waiting for Toshinori to get on with what he was going to say. You might remember that I mentioned I thought I may have found my successor already. Carefully. Yes, and I presume it must have been the boy with green hair that broke himself during the exam, no? Yeah. I won't say he impressed me. The principal said it flatly. But it was always your choice. What about him? It shouldn't have been hard, really. It shouldn't have been hard to tell this person who knew the truth of his quirk and everything else the truth about the boy. And yet he'd spent all 15 years of Izuku's life protecting him from the reality of being the son of All Might and breaching that even here in private was unsettling. There's something you should probably know in regards to him and my teaching here. Toshinori said, but didn't continue immediately. He was stalling, and this was ridiculous. He knew that. And what is that? Nizu prompted, perhaps slightly impatient as he poured the tea into cups and nudged one across the table at the blonde. He's my son. After saying it, it sounded even sillier than it had before. All that hesitation to say something that should have been as easy as breathing. He loved Izuku, and he was so very proud of the boy. But trusting anyone, even the principal with that knowledge, with his very safety, was harder than it should have been. And yet, if he concealed it, it would be much worse when it came to the surface ultimately. On the other hand, and this was something he had to remind himself of rather insistently, after choosing Izuku as his successor, there was no protecting him from the reality that things were going to get dangerous from here. Still, Toshinori thought he could perhaps buy Izuku a little extra time to train by keeping the majority of people out of the loop of their being related. That was all they needed, a little extra time. Well, I can see the concern. If Nizu was surprised by this, he was good at hiding it. Then again, it always was difficult to get an emotional read off of the principal. But I don't really see a problem with it. Just saying that outright. I'll have to audit occasionally to ensure he's being graded as harshly as the other students, but you and I both know there is no benefit to allowing him to skate by. And while it was unconventional, Nizu did trust All Might to be just as harsh, if not more so, on his own son because this was the man who had stood at the top for years on years. He knew exactly what was at stake if he coddled the boy. Toshinori nodded slightly. I'd also prefer to keep it between those who have to know. Do you really think that's wise? Nizu sat back slightly, not arguing, but obviously wanting Toshinori to consider it. Yes. Izuku isn't ready for the weight of it or the risk. Carefully, thoughtfully. The more people who know, the more likely the knowledge is to slip into the hands of someone who intends to hurt him. I'll let you handle the divulging of that secret then. I appreciate that. Toshinori couldn't quite shake the feeling that the principal thought he was making the wrong choice. One by one, students filed into the room designated for their class. There were 20 of them in all. Get your feet off of the desk. One boy had begun, the one with dark hair and glasses. It's insulting to our upperclassmen and the people who built the desks. Bakugo kept his feet where they were, glaring rather defiantly at the other boy. Oh, it's you. Izuku's attention was drawn away from the exchange as he recognized the girl instantly as the one from the day of the exam. I'm glad you made it. I'm Uraraka Achiko. Oh, thanks. I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you. Her tone was genuine. Thanks. This is not a place for chit-chat. A voice came rather suddenly from behind the pair. Izuku spun immediately and looked down. A man in a bright yellow sleeping bag gazed up at them, his expression bland. If that's what you intend to do, you're wasting everyone's time. Izuku immediately shuffled to his seat and settled down, saying nothing. Is he a pro-hero? He looks so worn down. He did manage to keep those thoughts to himself at least. Off the top of his head, he wasn't able to figure out who, exactly, this hero was. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. You aren't very rational, are you? Said the guy climbing out of a sleeping bag in the middle of the hallway. Izuku wasn't going to be the one to point that out, of course. I am Aizawa and I will be your homeroom teacher. Please change into your gym clothes. We're going to have a test of your quirks. A test? Uraraka spoke up rather immediately. But what about counseling sessions and the syllabus? You are all here to be heroes. The words were flat. We don't have time to waste on such things. Aizawa continued as if he hadn't been interrupted. The test will provide a baseline to compare against as you grow throughout the semester. It will be very similar to the fitness tests you have all taken in middle school. Except you are permitted to use your quirks however you wish to improve your scores. A pause and then, and the one of you that scores the lowest in all of the tests will be expelled. Izuku couldn't help but notice that Aizawa-sensei's gaze had focused on him as he said the last line. The lowest scorer would be expelled. If it followed the pattern of the middle school fitness tests like Aizawa-sensei claimed, then it would be 8 parts, a 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, the ball throw, repeated side steps, a distance run, seated toe touch and sit-ups. He'd never done amazingly well on them in middle school, but he'd been working out a lot in the last 10 months if nothing else. The class changed, still talking amongst themselves about the test being suddenly move upon them, and sounding slightly indignant about the threat of expulsion that hovered over their heads. Izuku didn't engage in the conversations, but he did notice a girl who stood removed from the others as they gathered on the grounds, waiting for the test to begin. She didn't stand out, other than the distance. Her gaze was downturned slightly, and there was a grim, if determined, look on her face. Black hair and lavender eyes. He had no idea who she was. Really. In contrast was the boy with white and red hair, Todoroki Shudo, the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He stood a little apart from the others as well, clearly remaining somewhere in his own mind as they prepared to show off what each of them were capable of. Izuku tuned back into the dark-haired boy with glasses, Ida Tenya, apparently talking to him. You saw a deeper level of the test than I did. Honestly, I can't believe I didn't realize it. Everything here has a higher purpose. He clearly had more to say on the topic. I didn't. Izuku cut across, stopping him from saying anything else. I didn't see anything different about the test. I just didn't want to see anyone get hurt. Izuku didn't allow the other to cut him off and speak over him. Don't give me credit for something I didn't do. Before Ida had a chance to say anything else, Aizawa had joined them, along with the last few of the students. Izuku turned his attention away from the boy and concentrated on their teacher. He had to make a good impression. He couldn't afford to be expelled on the first day. And yet, he wasn't sure what he could do, exactly, with one for all given his control was obviously still extremely shaky. Aizawa set them to the tests in turn, making notes of their scores and times. When he wasn't testing himself, Izuku found himself watching his classmates closely, studying their movements and the way they used their quirks. As he watched, he realized the only one who, like him, wasn't using their quirk was the dark-haired girl with a determined look on her face. It made him wonder what, exactly, her quirk was. He'd done passably well in the 50-meter dash, but his long jump had been fairly abysmal. The girl had gone just after him and hers was only fractionally better. Izuku started to activate one for all for the grip strength test, but changed his mind at the last second, leaving it only his strength. The score was higher than it had been in middle school, but compared to some of his classmates, it wasn't great. The ball throw though, this was his last chance, really, to prove himself with his quirk. All of his classmates, save one, had produced some incredibly high score in one area or another. Izuku took a slow breath as he stood within the circle, and he activated his quirk and threw the ball, only for it to land an extremely short distance away. What? No, he'd let go of it at the right time. What happened? Aizawa-sensei's eyes were red, and in that moment everything fell into place. Eraserhead was his hero name, Izuku realized dimly. His quirk was the ability to stop other quirks from functioning. What? He didn't have to wonder long, as he found himself pulled very close to their teacher. The entrance exam wasn't rational, allowing someone like you to pass. Aizawa's voice didn't carry far, but Izuku had no trouble hearing him. I saw what happened. You can't control it. You'll use it and incapacitate yourself. Were you hoping someone else would step in? The words were cold, cutting, and offered no mercy. It wasn't like that, Izuku began. Whatever you were planning, it would have been troublesome for those around you. Way back when, a certain hero saved over 1,000 people during a single disaster. He made himself a legend. You have the same reckless streak, but you become useless after saving a single person. Midoriya Izuku, you cannot become a hero with that power of yours. The word struck hard, and for a moment Izuku wondered if Aizawa-sensei knew. It was hard to say, and he certainly wasn't going to ask. Izuku hung his head slightly, green eyes dark with thought while he tried to find a way around this. You've got your quirk back. Give it another go. Let's get this over with. It was abundantly clear that he did not expect Izuku to manage anything worthwhile. Aizawa was watching though, quite intensely. What would the boy decide to do? Back away from the challenge, or incapacitate himself? He was wrong. Izuku told himself, firmly, calmly. He was wrong. Izuku could become a hero with this power, he had to. But how? Aizawa-sensei was right about crippling himself, at least. He couldn't afford to do that, and he couldn't keep doing that. And yet if he didn't utilize his quirk at all, it would be a test to see whether he or the quiet girl would score the lowest and be expelled. What could he do now? Izuku stepped back into the ring, pulling his arm back, and he concentrated on keeping his breathing calm and focusing. He couldn't cripple himself, he couldn't afford to because he wouldn't be able to finish the tests. Aizawa was right too, of course, in that he couldn't expect someone else to be able to save him. Izuku threw the ball, concentrating on controlling his strength until the very last second, activating one for all just in one finger, the last point of contact he would have with the ball. It was enough, it went sailing off into the distance. His finger hurt, sending pulses of pain up through his hand, but it was nothing compared to the pain of breaking his arm and both legs. He could work through it. I can still move. Aizawa's expression was not quite what Izuku would have called sane. But then, Izuku supposed his own may not have been either. They were lining up to begin the distance run, the next portion of the test, when it happened. The girl who had been silent the entire time had deliberately placed herself beside him at the starting line, and one hand brushed against his injury. Izuku braced himself for the pain of that contact, but green eyes met lavender, and Izuku realized her eyes were glowing now. The pain in his hand had stopped entirely rather than intensifying. It was still broken, he could tell that much. Don't let the painlessness fool you. You'll pay for it later if you aren't careful. Her voice was pitched low, and she looked away from him, straight down the path they were going to follow as they ran. But why dash? She didn't answer, and the sound for them to begin the endurance run came. Izuku rushed forward, unwilling to be left in the dust. She was rather quick, and seemingly tireless, he noted. The girl whose name he did not know ran along at a steady pace, sometimes just before him, sometimes dropping behind, but never being left behind. Some had rushed ahead, those with quirks that allowed them to do so, but it wasn't really until about halfway through that the group began to break up fully. Ashido Mina managed to remain ahead of most of them without quirks allowing them to rush ahead. Bakugo and Shudo were leading the pack by far. Somewhere behind was the boy with the laser that shot out of a belt he wore, Aoyama? And also the girl whose quirk was that she was invisible, Hagakure? He'd get the hang of names at some point. The rest of the tests passed in something of a blur, and there at the end they stood gathered to receive the results. Izuku had placed second to last, likely thanks to his ball throw score. With their names displayed in order, he could, of course, see her name now. Maboroshi Asila. The surname tugged at a memory, but he wasn't able to place it immediately. He sought her out with his gaze. Her expression was unreadable. Explaining the process of getting the results would be a waste of time, so I'm not going to. Aizawa said flatly. Also, I was lying about expelling someone. The words came easily, as if they had been planned the entire time. It was a rational deception, to see how each of you would act under pressure. Well, of course it was a lie. It didn't take much to figure that out. One of the other students, Yaoyorozu Momo, spoke up. We're done here. Documents explaining the curriculum are back in the classroom. Midoriya. His gaze focused on Izuku. Go to the nurse and get yourself patched up. He handed Izuku a note. It won't get any easier from here. Izuku wasn't sure if that was a threat or a warning. Either way, he nodded and went on his way as instructed. As he turned to walk away, the pain returned full force. Maboroshi, I'd like a word. As the other students began to walk back towards the classroom, the girl remained in place, falling into step silently beside their teacher as they went on their way. About what, Aizawa-sensei? You used your quirk to assist him. It wasn't a question, but a statement. I was going to place last either way. She responded evenly. It seemed right to let him use the most of his strength when it wouldn't make a difference in how I placed. Asila was quiet for a moment, thoughtful. It's like, sometimes you aren't the right person for the job. Your quirk isn't the right type to be useful against a specific villain, maybe. That doesn't mean you should walk away. It just means you should support those who can. Yes, Aizawa thought to himself, he'd made the right choice rescinding his decision to expel her. That was a lesson that was hard-earned normally, and it took a level of self-awareness that most did not have at her age to realize that sometimes supporting others was more important than being in the spotlight. Midoriya. How's your finger? It's all right now, thanks to recovery girl. Izuku responded, offering Ida a smile. Still, he had a lot to think about. He couldn't go on getting injured like this constantly. No, Izuku had to figure out how to regulate one for all better and fast. Aizawa-sensei really had us going. Ida was saying. He had me thinking this is what it's like at the top. But for our own instructor to deceive us like that. Izuku shrugged sort of. I think it's like he said. He wanted to see us work under pressure with the best threat he could think of to throw at us. Maybe. Ito was a really intense sort, but Izuku found that he was actually rather nice. Hey, are you two going to the station? Uraraka had appeared beside them rather suddenly. Izuku nodded. I'll walk with you then. Izuku wasn't entirely sure what to do with the idea of friends. But he found being near them was encouraging, and he hoped that they could support each other along the road the three of them had chosen to follow. But they had a long, long road ahead of them. You've gotten the feel of one for all when it's active, right? I think so. Izuku murmured. But mostly it feels like it's all going to overflow. Or explode like an egg in the microwave. It was not the comparison Toshinori had expected. Well, if that's the way you see it. The older hero sounded thoughtful for a moment, considering the best way to approach this and coming up somewhat blank. You should try and focus on making the egg not explode. Right. Izuku thought about that for a moment, considering it carefully. If the egg wasn't supposed to explode, then he'd turn down the power level or reduce the time, but the time didn't seem to matter. He'd only ever used one for all for a second or two at a time. It made sense. His dad had warned him that he might not be able to handle it at full strength yet. But how did he use it at not full strength? Thanks. His tone was genuine and he smiled brightly. I think I'll have to think on it for a while though. And try it a few times. Which was mildly unsettling a thought since every time he used it he injured himself. But he couldn't learn not to if he didn't get the hang of doing it. Sort of a rock and a hard place there. He couldn't learn if he didn't use it, but he couldn't use it without winding up in Recovery Girl's office again. Focus on making the egg not explode. Izuku held on to that thought as he went to school that day, considering it as he spent free moments studying over the section of his notebook dedicated to his analysis of All Might over the years. Honestly, Izuku had only the barest idea of how to go about this. He was going to figure it out. He had to figure it out. He'd only had one for all for a little over a week though. He had to remind himself. Sure, he was far behind his classmates, but he couldn't expect himself to catch up in such a short time either. He'd just have to keep working. You should have stopped the fight before it got this far. The older woman's voice was sharp, and her expression was serious. You can't allow him to injure himself this way, Toshinori. He's still getting the hang of dash. Then you're not teaching him properly. Firmly. And putting too much pressure on him at the same time. He's been on this campus 3 total days including the test. And he has seen me every one of those days. This has to stop before he does himself permanent damage. Recovery Girl folded her arms over her chest and peered up at him steadily. Toshinori nodded a fraction, looking embarrassed as he did so. She was right, of course. He should have stopped the fight before it got that far, before Izuku let off that final attack that had ultimately been the source of his real injuries. Still, there had been something about that fight, about how personal it was. He'd wanted to let them get through it, to allow them to begin to move past it. He was also relatively certain that that had backfired. Kaken. Izuku rushed after the retreating back of the boy. That he'd known since they were both practically babies. I didn't lie, and I wasn't trying to make a fool of you. The words bubbled out. He knew he shouldn't, he knew it wasn't his secret to share, and yet it felt wrong, keeping secrets from him. My power, it was something given to me by someone else. Bakugo had turned to face him, and was glowering at him viciously. But I will learn to control it, and I'll make it mine. And I'll beat you with my own power. Don't patronize me. Bakugo growled back, eyes flashing. I lost to you today. And if that weren't bad enough, you're going to come up to me and tell me it wasn't your power. There was something else that was under his skin, Izuku was sure of it. But Bakugo didn't seem willing to share. But that's fine. Enjoy your win while you can. It won't happen again. Bakugo had continued walking away with that. Izuku remained very still, watching him walk away, and wondering just how things had gotten so messed up. Izuku got home a little before his dad, despite having taken the time to change into his normal clothes before he left the school. What happened, Izuku? Her concern was evident. Izuku wasn't surprised. He had, after all, been left with bandages because Recovery Girl had been unable to heal him entirely, thanks to the fact that she'd had to do so several times already. It was unfortunate, but there wasn't much for it. Oh, just a fight during training. It got a little out of hand. He laughed, and managed to make it sound genuine. You know how Kaken is. It came easily, making it sound like this was normal, and Kaken hadn't threatened to beat him within an inch of his life. I don't like this. Inko said it quietly. I don't like you coming home hurt like this. I'm fine, Mom, really. He smiled at her, warmly. We're just training, that's all. Please be more careful. I will be. Or, Izuku would try to be, but there was no way he could be completely certain of it. Not yet, when he still hadn't gotten the feel for pulling it back to a level he could manage without breaking. A little later that evening, Toshinori poked his head into Izuku's room. Izuku smiled at him over the edge of the notebook he was working in. What did you say to Bakugo, anyway? Toshinori hadn't had a chance to ask before Izuku had vanished, but it did seem important. You've lost way too much weight. Inko's voice was just slightly reproving. And you still haven't really started putting it back on. She was concerned about that, of course, given he'd been home for 10 months now. It wasn't healthy for him to be so underweight. And it might be a bad sign for his healing, but she wanted to talk to him about it before she jumped to that conclusion, because sometimes Toshinori was just terrible at taking care of himself. Toshinori had the sense to look a little embarrassed. It's hard to maintain it these days. The whole not having a stomach made it more complicated but not impossible. And it seemed to Inko he hadn't been trying very hard to maintain anything resembling a healthy figure. You've always been terrible about eating regularly. Well, that was true enough. He nodded slightly, accepting that criticism without argument. He also didn't try to deny that that was likely at least half of the problem with his weight at the moment. He got busy, he missed a scheduled meal and didn't make it up until hours after. Which, of course, because he had to eat much smaller portions, didn't work very well. It has to stop, Toshi. You can't model treating yourself like this to 40-some-odd people trying to follow in your footsteps. More than that, really, but 40 that he was interacting with as a teacher at UA. It doesn't surprise him when she says that. Toshinori even had to admit that she had a point. I'll work on it, he said finally. Between Inko and Recovery Girl, he wasn't likely to have much of a choice. That was probably for the best. What is it like to have All Might as a teacher? Oh, he's a great mentor and we're honored to have the chance to learn from the #1 hero. His sense of humor is really fun. Tell us what the symbol of peace looks like in front of the class. He looks super muscly and strong. You're disrupting our students. You need to leave. We'd just like to talk to All Might for a moment. He's not in today. You need to leave. The woman with the microphone stepped just a little too close, despite the protest of the other reporters gathered with her. The action caused the security system of the school to react, walling the media out and shielding the students within. I guess I'm just a little worried about if I really can handle being class president. Midoriya murmured, as he and his friends chatted over lunch. You can. Achiko responded immediately, and Ida nodded. Midoriya, your grit and decisiveness in a pinch make you perfectly suited to lead us all. That's why I voted for you. Izuku looked a little embarrassed. So one of the votes had been Ida. Didn't you want to be president too, though? You've got glasses and everything. Achiko pressed. Ambition and suitability are two different things. I humbly made the choice that was best for the class. Izuku frowned a little, to himself. Somewhat uncertain despite Ida's praise. He hadn't even been able to manage speaking in front of the class afterward. Humbly, Achiko repeated thoughtfully. Ida, are you a rich kid? It was Ida's turn to look embarrassed. Well, I didn't really want people to know, so I didn't say anything. Finally. But yes, I'm from a well-known hero family. I'm the second son. Ida explained. Do you know of the turbo hero Ingenium? Oh, of course. Izuku perked up as the conversation shifted into his territory. He employs 65 sidekicks at his agency in Toiko. He prevented himself from derailing the conversation with further rambling about the hero by shifting the conversation back to Ida. So, he's your brother? You're very well informed. Ida murmured. Yes, he is my brother. The boy sounded proud of that fact, and continued speaking for several moments about how ingenium inspired him. Ida was smiling by the end of it. Before Izuku could say anything else, alarms began to sound. His attention snapped up as the alert continued to sound, informing the students that there were intruders and that they should proceed to evacuate. It caused a panic as students from all of the different years and education tracks rose and attempted to force their way out of the cafeteria at once. There was no order, no direction. It created a horrible crushing mass of students as they neared the exit. It was chaos. Izuku had to wonder why there was no one to guide them in something of an orderly manner. Then again, he could hear some trying to do just that. But the panic was such that few seemed to be listening. He'd been forced away from his friends by the crowd. But the next thing he knew, Ida was floating above the crowd, which caught Izuku's attention instantly. The other hit the wall above the door with some force, and Izuku winced, but Ida continued on. The media. Izuku laid twisted around the comforter he slept with, half on top of it. Dark hair was splayed across his pillow, and he shifted in bed as if he wasn't quite comfortable, but he was clearly deeply asleep. Izuku stood in a strange dark space that seemed too small and completely limitless at the same time. There were 8 shadowy figures in the space. One of them was familiar, but it was also the faintest of them. Still, the shape of the figure was familiar and comforting. The comforting feeling faded as the oppressive weight of terror dropped over him and the scene changed around him. Flashes of a war seemed to splay out before him. Different figures fought the same enemy. He didn't really understand what he was seeing, he could only sense the desperation of the battle that unfolded before him. Finally the images solidified a little, and before him was a woman who was fighting the same shadowy ominous figure he had seen in all the other flickers of the dream. He didn't know who she was, but he got the sense she was an older hero. The fight was hard to follow, things happened too fast, and he wondered if she was against multiple opponents because there were so many quirks in play in the battle that he wasn't really sure. But the woman, she was using one for all, he knew that with a deep certainty. The scene flashed and twisted. Flames blazed around him despite the fact that he couldn't feel them. The woman lay on the ground, blood splattered across the cement beneath her. And he knew in that moment that she must have died of these wounds. The boy turned away from her broken form, feeling a buzz of power just beneath his skin, and feeling a sort of twisting rage that he couldn't entirely explain but could only attribute to watching one of the previous holders die in battle to an enemy that was probably long gone. She was standing in front of him. Her form was hazy at the edges, and her expression was calm, with a determined smile on her face. It reminded her of his dad sort of. The woman seemed to be trying to tell him something, but he didn't hear anything. Finally the image splintered entirely and the images of it faded rapidly as the boy awoke laying in the dark, struggling to calm himself. If only Izuku could remember what he was so upset by. You know, your quirk is a lot like All Might's. Izuku sputters instantly. Is it? It never noticed. It was probably the worst way to have put it, given how obsessively he went over quirks, and he was sure some of them knew he'd analyzed All Might's as thoroughly as he could manage. All Might's isn't so self-destructive though. Izuku willed the tension in his shoulders to fade and prayed the topic of discussion would change quickly. As I stated back in the classroom, today's training is rescue exercises. This training ground is known as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, and it has areas set up for most types of natural disaster. 13 continued speaking for several moments talking about what the goal of the training was, and how they hoped that the students would learn how to use their quirks to save lives rather than to cause harm. It was a good sentiment, really, given that was the primary job of heroes in this day and age. Izuku was concerned, having seen Aizawa-sensei speaking with 13 and 13 had gestured with 3 fingers. Since All Might was supposed to have met them here, it made him worry. Especially combined with the string of news reports about things that had happened that morning. It was probably fine though in reality. He knew that, and reminded himself of that repeatedly. And then the purple mist formed in the central area below. Is this like the entrance exams where it already started? A few students began to move forward at that suggestion. Don't. Aizawa-sensei's voice cut through the chatter immediately, and they mostly stilled. Those are villains. 13 stay here and protect the students. Try to alert the school to what's going on. Aizawa began to descend and ultimately engaged a group of them at the base of the stairs. Villains? But the alarms. Something must be blocking the signal. Kaminari, try using your quirk. It was probably blocked as well, but 13 thought it best to try while they tried their cell phone again. 13 began to herd them back towards the entrance they'd originally passed through. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Suddenly the figure that generated the purple mist that had brought the villains there was between the students and the door. An exchange between Kurogiri and the students resulted in Kirishima and Bakugo throwing themselves at the villain, and then, as if for good measure, the villain opened multiple gates and pulled most of the collected students through them. Izuku's mind raced even as he fell towards the water. Some part of him concentrated on making sure his entry point was as small as possible, hoping to minimize the damage to himself as a proper dive. It worked, but his mind was still elsewhere. The League of Villains, and they wanted to kill All Might. He didn't have time to consider it further before something shot at him through the water. And then it was stopped, and Izuku was pulled free from the water by one of his classmates, Ajusen. She disappeared for a moment before pulling Maboroshi-san up onto the boat with them. "Thank you for saving us, Tsuchan," Midoriya murmured, watching the villains below. "I wonder why they're trying to kill All Might. I'm sure he has a lot of enemies." Maboroshi spoke up mildly, her gaze on the water below them. If they thought they could overwhelm him with brute strength, well, they must have some sort of plan. Izuku nodded a little, still frowning. "We have to do something." Maboroshi shifted her weight slightly. "There's not a lot we can do. You're extremely powerful but shatterbone when you attack. I have to get in way too close to be effective against this many people, and Tsuchan, well, I'll admit I don't know much about what you're capable of. We do have an advantage though." Izuku responded. "What's that?" "They don't know our quirks." "That's true," Tsuyu admitted. "If they knew I had a frog quirk, they wouldn't have sent me here." "Exactly. That only buys us so much, Midoriya-san." The girl seemed to continue to be the voice of reason here. "Our only choice is to fight and win," Izuku declared. "I'm not really sure dash. They're getting impatient." Below, the gathered villains had begun an assault on the ship. "I have an idea," Izuku said finally. Putting it into motion was easy. Izuku jumped and dove for the water, preparing to release a Delaware smash, not at a villain but on the water itself. This had the effect he wanted, the water pulling inward at the force, pulling the villains together and trapping them in a vortex. It wouldn't be perfect, but it was enough. Tsuyu used her tongue to pull him out of the sky, grabbing Asila as well. And then they were on the solid ground at the other side of the water area. "We've overcome our first obstacle," Tsuyu murmured. Asila nodded quietly. "Our first priority should be to call for help. So we should go along the edge of the shoreline and circle around. It looks like Aizawa-sensei is drawing a lot of them to the center plaza." The boys' gaze had shifted to watching their teacher fight there. Asila's gaze followed, frowning. There are too many of them for him though. He knew that when he jumped in, but you can't possibly think it's a good idea dash. "I'm not saying we should jump into the middle of the fight," Midoriya pushed back. "Just remain around the edges and watch for an opening to see if we can do anything to lighten Sensei's load." Asila glanced back over her shoulder between the two. "You're going to go anyway, aren't you?" Izuku nodded, once. Asila ran the fingers of one hand through her hair, obviously a nervous habit. "Then I'll come with you." As much as she didn't believe it was a good idea, she wasn't going to leave him to face who knew what alone. Tsuyu seemed to agree with her, and so they slipped closer to the plaza. The battle continued in front of them, the combatants unaware of the children who crouched at the edge of the battlefield, observing. "What is that thing?" Asila asked in a hissing whisper, her voice filled with something close to fear. Izuku wasn't sure how to answer. It was by far the most advanced mutation quirk he had ever seen, and there was something deeply unsettling about the fact that its brain was visible at the top of its head. He didn't have much more time to think about the beast, as it was sent against Aizawa-sensei. The fight was over almost before Izuku was aware it had been started. There was so much blood, and Aizawa's goggles lay broken in front of him. One arm had been shattered in the beast's grip and twisted behind him. Izuku felt sick to his stomach and he heard one of the girls gasp in horror. This is bad. The Sela, he realized immediately, was speaking. Change of plans. It was in that moment that the one with the warp quirk reappeared beside the other, with hands covering his face. The exchange between the two was mildly relieving, but also confusing. They were going to leave? Just like that? Because other pro-heroes were on their way? But first, let's leave a few dead kids to wound the pride of the symbol of peace. Tamura lunged towards the three of them then with no further warning. There was no time to react before his hand closed around Aizawa's face. And yet, nothing happened, despite Izuku's vivid memory of watching Aizawa's skin disintegrate under that same touch. He realized then that it was because Aizawa's quirk was active. Izuku took the opening and activated One for All, swinging at the villain. And then the beast was there between them. His attack did nothing to the other, but neither did it break his arm. Before the Nomu could strike him, Tsuyu's tongue wrapped around his middle and pulled him to one side. And then everything seemed to freeze in place as the doors to blew open to reveal none other than All Might. Relief settled into Izuku's bones for a heartbeat, before the buzz of fear flared back to life. Could All Might face the Nomu? How much time did he have left in that form? And yet he knew it didn't matter because All Might would whether he could or not. And for the second time in his life, Izuku was reminded of how mortal his father was, no matter how he and thousands of others looked up to him. It was a terrifying reminder that burned under his skin as the boy remained half-frozen where he was. The feeling of fear rolled through him as he watched as the symbol of peace made short work of the cluster of villains and pulled Aizawa-sensei into a safer position. They were next, All Might sweeping all three of them up and landing some distance away, setting them down near Aizawa. Everyone to the entrance. Take Aizawa with you. He's unconscious, so hurry. All Might. Izuku's voice held a measure of calm that he had no idea where he'd managed to call up from. The brain villain, my attack didn't do anything up against that dash. Midoriya Shonen. Izuku cut himself off as All Might spoke. Fear not. The pro-hero turned then and centered on attacking the remaining cluster of villains. I've got him. Asila said confidently before Izuku could move to pick their teacher up. Her hand pressed first to the back of his neck, and her eyes began to glow steadily before she lifted him off the ground. Can you, adjust his arm so it's across his chest? I don't want to cause it more damage. Izuku did as he was asked, before glancing back over his shoulder at All Might fighting with the Nomu. He'll be okay, Midoriya-san. Maboroshi stated firmly. We need to go. She and Tsuyu began to move, but Izuku kept looking over his shoulder. Eventually the dark-haired girl paused and looked back too. A warp gate had opened beneath the Nomu and now it was arched strangely through the cement with its hands firmly wrapped around All Might's torso. Izuku knew the fingers of one hand were digging into the scar that had left him in this state. Midoriya-san dash, it was too late, the boy was already sprinting towards the villains, leaving Asila and Tsuyu to take care of Aizawa. Before Izuku actually reached the pair fighting, Bakugo appeared out of nowhere and attacked the warp gate wielder with a flawless precision, slamming into that of him which was still solid. And then ice swept across the ground, coating the Nomu entirely and stopping. Just short of touching All Might. Todoroki is here too. Izuku realized, feeling a flicker of relief. It might not be enough, he knew that, but it was a start. So I heard you people are here to kill All Might. Todoroki had begun. But scum like you could never kill the symbol of peace. You're not all that you misty mook. Bakugo growled low in his throat. Don't move. If I decide you're doing anything fishy I will blow you to kingdom come. All Might managed to free himself from the Nomu's grip while it was frozen. Nomu, take out that explosive brat. We need our way out back. Tamura's voice came. The beast rose, portions that were frozen shattering apart and then reforming. And then it lunged for Bakugo. You dodged that? Wow dash. I didn't. Shut up. And then the dust cleared to reveal All Might standing near where Bakugo had been originally. All Might and the one that seemed to be calling the shots exchanged words. Izuku had to wonder if it was a time-buying tactic. It's 3 on 5. Todoroki mentioned. And Kaken showed us the mist man's weak point. These are some brutal dudes, but with us supporting All Might, we can beat him back. Kirishima's voice was confident. No. All Might apparently had been listening. Get out of here. Things wouldn't have gone so well if I hadn't stepped in. Todoroki pointed out calmly. Izuku had to stop himself before he blurted something he would regret. All Might, you're bleeding, was what he said instead of what had come to mind first. Right you are, Todoroki, and thanks for that. All Might was speaking over him. But fear not. Sit back and watch a pro get serious. Izuku couldn't help the concern flooding through him. Tamura again began to move towards the gathered students, but paused when All Might challenged Nomu head-on. It happened so fast. Every hit that All Might threw had so much force in it, and he was moving far quicker than anyone could really track. Eventually one final strike sent the Nomu flying upward until it slammed into the wall near the ceiling of the building, and then through it. Yeah, I'm slowing down. In my heyday 5 of those punches would have been enough, but that was over 300 just now. A pause, and then All Might continued. Well, villain? How about we hurry up and finish this? Izuku's heart had crawled into his throat at some point. There was no way All Might wasn't at or over his limit. He could see the smoke of his transformation mixing with the dust stirred up from the attack. He knew what it meant by now. There was no way this could go on. Tamura spoke for several moments, obviously more to himself than anything. He scratched at his own neck as he spoke, seeming to grow more and more agitated. Well, coming to get me? All Might continued to taunt. What happened to clearing the game? If you can take me, bring it on. Right, we're not ready for this level yet. Todoroki said, drawing a corner of Midoriya's mind into paying attention. He had begun to move forward. Midoriya, we oughta just hang back for now. Rush in and they might take you hostage or something. Izuku knew Kirishima had a point, but no, that's... His voice trailed off. He couldn't explain. He knew All Might's weakness, and they didn't. He knew that All Might couldn't take another hit, they didn't. Well, what's keeping you? All Might challenged again. All Might will take care of the big bads. Let's go see if we can help the others. Kirishima was speaking again. Midoriya? Todoroki said, but Izuku didn't acknowledge him. The warp gate and the one calling the shots had come to a decision, Izuku realized. They were moving in for the attack. He didn't think. Izuku's mind didn't entirely blank this time, like it had before, but with a sudden clarity he did rush forward and leap as he activated One for All. He was aiming for the mist form's solid portion, but with the same time-slowing clarity, he saw Tamura reaching out for him. Izuku mentally braced himself for what was to come. The pain never came. A bullet seemed to materialize from nowhere and pass through the villain's hand. Reinforcements had arrived. I couldn't do anything. Izuku said it quietly, to himself more than anything. That isn't true. All Might responded, his tone softer than it had been. You saved me. If you hadn't bought those last few seconds, the rest of the statement went unsaid. Izuku dissolved into quiet sobs, and for once, All Might made no effort to get him to stop. In the aftermath, the warp gate user and the one who had orchestrated the attack escaped. But none of the students had been permanently injured, and the teachers who were injured would recover. It was not an overwhelming victory, but it was a victory nonetheless. The detective had come and gone already, leaving them with knowledge of how the others were doing. Eizao-sensei had been injured, badly, as had 13, but both would likely recover. It was better than expected. And Izuku himself had been the only student to receive more than a few bruises. It would be a little bit longer, but then he and All Might would be allowed to go home. He ached, and there was a tiredness that settled into his bones. That wasn't unusual after Recovery Girl had used her quirk, and it was a bad thing that he was so used to it already. Izuku was trying to get better at stopping himself from being crippled, but as the day had shown, he wasn't quite there yet. It was frustrating, but he was making progress. That thing. Multiple quirks? Izuku was mumbling to himself, still chewing on the puzzle that had been the Nomu. Try not to think on it too hard. Toshinori suggested quietly. The police will do their analysis and then we'll know more. I guess you're right. His mind drifted back to the fight, to the fear he'd felt swirling under his skin as he realized how close it really had been. If that attack had landed, Izuku shivered slightly, and then shook his head sharply trying to clear it. I wasn't over-exaggerating what I said to Detective Tsukachi-san. Toshinori seemed to have picked up on the turn in Izuku's mind, and decided to try and keep the boy away from it, at least for the moment. You all faced a lot more today than most your age, and you came through it very well. There was a slight pause. I'm very proud of you. I just don't feel like it was enough. There are always going to be times that it feels like that. His tone was mildly apologetic. But you did the best you could, and you bought time by standing up against them despite not being sure of what you could do. You made the right calls with the information you had. As a teacher and a father, he certainly would have preferred the students and his son had stayed out of danger, but ultimately there had been no way for them to do that. And in them fighting they had bought enough time for the pros to do their jobs. But as a pro hero, and someone who was meant to help shape the next generation of heroes, All Might was proud. They had stood up to circumstances that some pro heroes may have frozen under. And they had prevailed, perhaps not without help, but given they were first years it was still quite impressive. Thanks, Dad. Quietly, and with a small smile on his lips. Izuku knew he was trying to make him feel better, and it was nice. Toshinori made a startled noise in the back of his throat. Be careful calling me that, Izuku. It was said gently, but the words settled in deep, rather immediately. Recovery Girl was back and checking on them to see if they were all right to be released home. And for once, Izuku was thankful for the interruption, because it covered the fact that he was stinging inside. They didn't know. That was the only reason Izuku could think of for his dad to say that. The other teachers, the people he had trusted with at least the knowledge that he was far weaker and thus potentially in a great deal of danger, the people he'd trusted with the secret he kept from the world for 6 years so far, from his own family for 5 years, those same people didn't know he had a family at all. That realization left Izuku feeling strangely cold. And the doubts that he had mostly silenced in the months since Toshinori had come home came roaring back. Midoriya-san, are you with me? Oh, yeah, I'm okay. Just thinking about a lot of things. The nurse finished checking over his injuries one last time before nodding to herself. Take it easy, both of you, she said sternly. But you can go. Izuku rose and clumsily shouldered his bag before walking out of the room without actually looking at his dad. Izuku was halfway to the station before Toshinori rejoined him, with a rather troubled expression. The boy didn't ask and didn't offer any attempt at breaking the silence between them, instead letting it hang heavily in the air. When they got on the train, Izuku remained silently neutral outwardly while his mind continued to race. They didn't know. The teachers, the people Toshinori relied on to keep himself safe, didn't know that he also had a family. Dad was proud of him, but not enough so to claim him in front of his peers and co-workers. Finally they'd reached their stop. From here it was just a short walk. Izuku dash. Of course. He took a deep breath and flashed his dad a bright smile. It's okay, I'm fine. I'm just tired. It was true enough, of course. He was exhausted, and he'd probably eat and then go straight to bed. It was fine. Izuku told himself firmly. He'd just have to do better. When he was stronger, then maybe All Might wouldn't mind telling the others the truth. I'm a little concerned. Inko spoke up as the two of them prepared for bed later that evening. Izuku had gone to bed straight after dinner, but Toshi had ended up sitting up with his wife for a while longer watching a movie. Toshinori indicated he was listening, but didn't actually know what to say there. Even so, he'd felt her nerves throughout the evening. It meant that her words didn't really catch him off guard. He just didn't want to start in on answering without actually knowing what the conversation was about. Though, of course, he had his guesses. Izuku, he seems to be taking an awful lot of damage from this quirk. She continued after a moment, breathing slowly. And I'm worried about what that might mean for him. He's still working on getting the hang of not using too much power. Toshinori explained carefully. Of course I understand. He didn't like seeing Izuku injuring himself so often either. He's getting close though. They'd spoken about the attack against the Nomu, which had done him no harm. That's not good enough. Inko responded quietly. He's broken so many bones this year. I'm used to him coming home with scraps and bruises, but this is insane. And today was unexpected. Quietly. Unexpected. Inko's voice was slightly strangled sounding. Either one of you could have died. Toshinori shifted around to wrap the woman in a hug, and Inko allowed herself to be pulled against him where he sat against the headboard. I can't imagine losing either of you. She whispered. I don't know if I can bear this. Toshinori wished he knew what to say to that. Wished he could soothe away that particular fear, but he couldn't. He'd be lying if he tried to. And the man didn't know what was worse, that he could no longer confidently state that she wasn't going to lose him, or that he was completely at a loss for words in general. It's all right. He finally said quietly. We're all right. The unspoken, this time, hung in the air. Inko rested there quietly for several moments, seeming to have regained some of her composure. The conversation wasn't over, and yet it was. Her husband was a pro-hero, and he would risk his life any time the situation called for it. She had always known that. It didn't mean she liked it. Did you and Izuku argue? She finally asked instead, letting the topic slip from her grasp. He was strangely quiet at dinner. If we did, I wasn't invited to the argument. Inko raised an eyebrow slightly. I see. He said he was just tired. Toshinori didn't exactly believe it, but until he could get the kid to explain what exactly was going on in his mind, it was the best he had. Izuku dreamed of the woman again, that night. Around her the other figures still stood, shadowed and hazy. She stood out against them, strangely clear, and obviously focused on him. This time the dark space they stood within didn't break apart to reveal the awful battle. You're really something, kid. Her voice was unfamiliar, but friendly. Told all your life that your dream is unrealistic, and yet you kept chasing after it with the same fierce determination that Toshi always showed. You two are so much alike, it's kind of funny actually. She must have been the holder directly preceding his dad then, since she was familiar enough with him to call him by a nickname. Izuku wasn't sure what to say to her, and instead just watched. He was wrong though, you aren't just like him. It was a declaration more than anything. You're like the first holder too, with a quirk that runs so deeply under the surface no one knew it was there at all. I was quirkless. Firmly. First holder? Quirk that ran under the surface? What did she even mean? Maybe it didn't matter. So they said. She agreed patiently. But that doesn't mean it was true. There was a stable confidence in her tone. Already it's changing one for all, at least a little. If it wasn't, you wouldn't hear me now. Izuku took a step back. That's not possible. He rejected firmly. In time I think you'll be able to communicate with us all, and our experiences will be able to guide you at least a little, instead of just what's left of our strength. The woman continued onward without hesitation, as if Izuku hadn't spoken at all. But it is strange, plenty of us have had quirks that had no effect on one for all, it's hard to say why yours is different. There's no quirk. Izuku was starting to wonder if maybe the woman just had no idea what she was talking about. Or if she perhaps had him confused with a different holder. Maybe she wasn't the most recent before his dad after all? Stubborn, aren't you? She sighed. No matter. You'll understand when you need to, I suppose. As if on some sort of cue the dark space splintered and gave way to a bloody fight. First the woman and then his father. Again the scenes changed too rapidly for Izuku to follow them. And in the morning he would have fragments of the conversation left, but nothing more. The day after the U.S.J attack they hadn't had classes. It gave them a little extra time to recover and rest. Izuku put the dream fragments about the woman away mentally, and resolved to deal with them later. When they returned to school the next day they were told about the sports festival coming up in 2 weeks. The whole class was pretty fired up about it, which wasn't surprising. It was very ordinary, compared to a lot of what they'd been through already that year. Still, watching them all get excited for the chance to show off reminded Izuku that he'd never actually asked Uraraka why she wanted to be a hero. As they were walking towards the lunchroom, the opportunity presented itself. So I never asked, but why do you want to be a hero, Uraraka-san? Izuku liked to understand his classmates' motives, and they were close enough he didn't feel strange asking her such a personal question. The money mostly, Uraraka admitted, looking a little embarrassed. You want to be a hero for the money? Izuku repeated thoughtfully. Ultimately, yeah, she flushed a little. I know it must seem really base, and it's pretty embarrassing considering Ida-kun's noble motivations. But why? Ida began. There's really nothing wrong with seeking a more comfortable lifestyle. Ida's hands moved a great deal when he spoke, in somewhat exaggerated ways. Yeah, it's just a little unexpected. Izuku added to Ida's statement. Well, my family runs a construction company, but business is really bad. So we've always been really poor. She fidgeted slightly. But you can't tell anyone that. If you got permission to use it, wouldn't your quirk help cut costs, Uraraka? Right? That's what I said to Dad when I was a little girl. But he didn't want me to do that. He'd wanted her to follow her dreams and carve out a life that way, instead. So I'm going to be a hero so I can make enough money to give my parents easier lives. Before Izuku could say anything more, he heard All Might speaking from not far, calling out to him. His gaze turned towards the larger man in time to hear his next words. Wanna eat lunch with me? Actually, not really. Izuku would have preferred to spend his lunch hour with his friends and talked about whatever it was this time at home, since he was still a little upset about what had happened after U.S.J. On the other hand, he'd spent the last day pretending that it had just been him being tired and that there was nothing wrong at all. So saying no would definitely raise a red flag, both with his dad and with his friends. Sure. He answered after a heartbeat of thought. I'll catch up later. He promised with a look over his shoulder at both of his friends, before Izuku followed All Might. They ended up in one of the teachers' lounges, out of sight and hearing of everyone else. Privacy. Secrecy. That was their entire relationship, wasn't it? Izuku thought bitterly. It always had been their relationship, ever since he was a small child. No one could know the truth, and so birthday parties, and anything else to do with the holidays his dad was around for, were a private affair, family only. And that was okay, he'd always just been glad to have his father home. It wasn't as if he'd had friends to invite over, thanks to Kaken. Sometimes it felt like secrets bubbled under his skin, like his entire life was a delicate balance of lies and half-truths. Izuku was starting to hate the bitter taste of a lie on his tongue. It was nice knowing that his friends liked him for, well, him, and not for his bloodlines or whatever. But he had to wonder how they'd react to being lied to all this time. I'm down to a little less than an hour, in my other form. The admission hung in the air, drawing Izuku's attention from his internal thoughts. My time limit is getting shorter by the day. Izuku looked unhappy with the knowledge, the weight of that fight still bearing down on his mind, but he nodded. That's worse than I thought. Quietly. I'm sorry Don't apologize. The other responded, gently. What I really wanted to talk about is the sports festival. That explained it. You still can't regulate one for all very well, right? So what do we do? Not really. But against that, there was no kickback when I hit it. You did mention that. Toshinori responded, thoughtful now. Do you know what was different? Izuku thought about that for a moment, murmuring to himself. The only thing I can think of is that I used it against a person for the first time. It sounds like you managed to put on the brakes without realizing it. Mildly. It's progress in any case. That's a good thing. He was quiet for a second. My time as the symbol of peace is quickly running out. That was something Izuku had already guessed, but it still caused a twisting feeling in his stomach to hear it acknowledged openly between them. And among those with villainous intent, there are some who have started to realize that. Right, the ones at U.S.J had been so sure they could kill All Might. And they nearly had. What this means for the sports festival is that it would be a very good time for you to declare to the world that you are here. Izuku looked overwhelmed for a second. He had no idea how his dad expected him to be able to do that when he still had yet to properly regulate one for all on a consistent basis. If I can do that, will it mean I'm good enough for you to finally tell the world the truth? The question tumbled out before Izuku thought it through all the way. Toshinori sputtered and then took a second to wipe away a streak of blood before attempting to formulate an answer. Good enough, my boy? It seemed safer to ask instead of assuming. I'm not sure what you mean. Izuku made a sound in the back of his throat that was somewhere between exasperation and rage as a large number of emotions flooded through him at once. It was, as it turned out, the wrong thing for Toshinori to have said. Or, perhaps it was precisely the right thing, depending on one's outlook. Oh, you know exactly what I mean. The floodgates seemed to burst open there. First it was, we can't tell the truth because I want you to live a normal life. And because you'll become a target for villains and I'm not necessarily going to be around to protect you. I didn't like it, I really didn't understand why I had to lie, but I did. I kept the secret because you asked. There was a fractional pause while Izuku drew breath. And now you're here and you're home all the time, but I still can't tell anyone because, well, the media would have a field day and it's better to leave well enough alone. And because I'd still become a target, and you don't want anyone to realize you have weaknesses because you aren't what you once were. And I accepted that. I didn't argue about it or question it or anything. At least partially because he got that, he did, or at least he tried. And he sort of understood not wanting everyone to know when there was a high chance he would be a target and he still hadn't mastered one for all. But you didn't tell the other teachers either. The same people who know your weaknesses and know your time limit and know that you tread an incredibly thin line between being able to do this and not. They don't know the truth either. I always took what you said at face value. I always wanted to believe that you really were just trying to protect me, but I can't believe that's the only reason when you won't tell them either. Izuku's voice broke somewhere towards the end, and he was crying. Toshinori looked rather at a loss for words, but Izuku wasn't finished yet, and so the boy continued on before the pro had a chance to speak. And the only thing I can think of is what I've always been told. That it was because I turned out to be weak and quirkless. That I'm not good enough to be the son of the symbol of peace. He stopped there, swiping roughly at his eyes with one hand, but sobbing quietly anyway, unable to control the flow of tears. Izuku, my boy, no, that's not dash. Toshinori did have to wonder who had always told him that. Did have to wonder where the weight of that particular belief had come from. There was time to find out. Isn't it? Izuku batted away Toshinori's hand, rising and putting space between them again, leaving his dad to stare after him as he put his back against the wall closest to where they were sitting. What was I supposed to think when I realized that the same faculty that know about your weakness, if nothing else, doesn't know about me? You trust them with your life, but not the simple truth of who I am. It was clear in his expression that Toshinori hadn't considered this angle. Izuku wasn't sure if that was better or worse. Had he ever even considered not lying? The older man took a slow breath, running one hand through his hair. Izuku, no. He began quietly. That was never my intention, and I'm sorry if I've made you think that. It seemed Toshinori had done a far worse job of handling the situation than he had ever imagined. But the worst part was to realize that all of this had probably been bubbling beneath the surface for the last several months, at minimum, and Izuku hadn't felt okay talking to him about it. That was an incredible failing on his part. Shoyuta stilled outside of the lounge, his hand wrapped around the door handle. Inside, he could hear arguing and a raised voice. Midoriya's, he realized rather immediately. He felt a bit like he was intruding, listening in, and so he remained only for a moment. But it was long enough to get the gist of the trouble, and he had to wonder if All Might was always so terrible at interpersonal interactions. The underground hero had to wonder how the other's media presence was always so positive if this was how badly his mishandled his own family, apparently. Perhaps the difference was how much it mattered. At any rate, he turned on his heel and left, opting to go to his office for lunch instead of interrupting their discussion. It was clearly one they needed to have. I wouldn't normally put my nose in this, Shoyuta began calmly, gaze focused on Toshinori's smaller form. But I do have to wonder what you were thinking, keeping Izuku a secret. Toshinori looked almost instantly chastised. You heard that then? Only part of it. Enough though. Shoyuta crossed his arms over his chest, and seemed to be waiting. It seemed like the safer option. Protect him from my enemies, allow him to rise and fall by his own actions. The former more than the latter. Shoyuta was quiet for a moment, considering that, and shaking his head all the while. If I may, the biggest things standing in his way are his lack of self-esteem and the fact that he has yet to gain any mastery over his own quirk. One of those is in the school's dominion to train, the other is not. It's not particularly rational to waste so much time trying to protect him instead of preparing him to protect himself. Nizu knows. It's not as if I'm going easy on him. This isn't about if you're going to let him skate by or not. This is about what effect lying constantly may be having on him. They'd leave the discussion about his teaching methods for another time. I'm dealing with it. Was he? Shoyuta didn't say that. And I'd prefer you kept this information to yourself in the meantime. Shoyuta gave a single nod. It wasn't his concern, and he wasn't going to spread it around. He'd said his part, and he'd wash his hands of it now. But the erasure hero hoped that All Might really was dealing with this and taking it seriously. The buzzing under his skin had finally gone away. The bubbling constant of upset that had settled into him after the incident at U.S.J was gone as well, leaving Izuku calmer than he'd been since the start of the school year. It wasn't perfect, and the discussion wasn't really over either, but for now, he had to concentrate on being ready for the sports festival in 2 weeks. He was going to focus on that task directly ahead of them, and they'd sort it out from there. The sports festival was a surprisingly normal event, but after the U.S.J incident, Izuku couldn't help but be concerned, at least a little. It had been deemed too important to cancel, but if something went wrong the results could be detrimental. There would, after all, be a lot more people gathered in one place. Granted, many of them would be heroes or further along in their training than Class 1A was, but it was still an unsettling thought, wondering what would happen next. It was one of the most important events of their school careers at UA, and somehow it wasn't the event itself that hung the heaviest over Izuku's head. No, it was the fact that something like the sports festival would be a great target for someone hoping to make a big splash to strike fear into the hearts of the masses. 2 weeks of training passed faster than Izuku expected. Almost all of his spare moments outside of the time he was in school or working on classwork were spent training one way or another. A lot of what his dad had said weighed on his mind, as he considered their continued discussions about making a splash at the sports festival. It wasn't going to be easy, Izuku knew, but he also didn't have many choices in the matter. They had agreed, no matter what, that after the sports festival the truth would come out, at least somewhat. He would tell his friends, the staff would be brought entirely into the loop. They'd agreed to wait until then to avoid making waves before the festival started and disrupting the careful balance that was the school preparing for the biggest event of the year. The class was sitting in one of the preparation rooms in their gym outfits. They remained in small clusters at various tables in the space. Midoriya kept his focus on the table in front of him. They'd been chattering a little before, but at some point he'd partially withdrawn. Midoriya. The green-haired boy turned towards the other nearly the instant his voice was called. Todoroki, what is it? He asked. Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you. More capable. Midoriya's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. Sure. It was true enough. The other boy had a stronger quirk with much more control over it. All Might's got his eye on you, doesn't he? Confusion was instantly replaced by nervousness, fear even, his eyes blown wide, and Izuku was unable to formulate a response before Todoroki continued. Now, I'm not about to pry into why that is, but I will beat you. Oh, a declaration of war from the strongest in the class? Kaminari's voice came from somewhere behind Izuku. Hey man, why pick a fight now? We're about to go on, Kirishima interrupted. I really don't care. Todoroki's words were cool. I'm not pretending to be anyone's friend here. Todoroki, I'm not sure why you felt the need to tell me you'll beat me. Midoriya was speaking now, making sure to stay away from anything incriminating, but not thinking much beyond that. You're clearly stronger. And I can't measure up to most of the others in skill. Objectively speaking even. Don't be so negative, Midoriya. No need, Kirishima began, but Izuku continued anyway. But everyone, even the kids from the other courses, are aiming for the top. I'm not going to fall behind. He was already behind, that was true, but Izuku wasn't going to stay that way. I'm going for it too, with everything I've got. His dad was counting on him. It was time. The buzz of nerves rushed under his skin, but that wasn't really surprising. Izuku kept his head held high as they moved as a group out onto the field where the event was taking place. Distinctly he could hear Present Mike declaring their arrival and the crowd's reaction to their appearance. His expression wavered, nervousness peaking. Izuku could feel his hands shaking slightly, but he tried to ignore that and continued concentrating on keeping his breathing relatively calm as they assembled in place. Present Mike continued to declare the entrances of the other groups of students, and before long the first years, except for the business course, were all gathered in the grassy space. It's time for the athlete's oath. This time the words came from in front of them. Midnight was apparently going to be the main referee for the first years. Izuku focused his attention on her, mentally calling up what he could remember about the R-rated hero while murmurs started around him wondering if she should really be in a school. Be quiet. Her voice carried easily over the murmurs. Your student representative is Bakugo Katsuki from Class 1A. Izuku could think of a few dozen ways that this could go wrong. And from the murmurs of his classmates, so could they. It must be because he placed first in the entrance exam. Shiro offered. Izuku nodded slightly. That was the most likely answer, but, well, it didn't matter. The athlete's oath, Bakugo began. Make no mistake about it, I'm going to take first place. This had a predictably negative effect on the gathered students. Don't get cocky, Class A. Why must you show contempt for the dignity of this event? U.S.J. You'll all make great stepping stones, I'd say. Bakugo continued coolly, completely unbothered by the contempt of the gathered students. Overconfident JRK. I'll be the one to crush him. Izuku heard the words from behind him, and he didn't say anything, but it didn't make him think about it. Was it confidence? Most would say so, but, on the other hand, there was a time when Kaken would have been grinning throughout such a declaration, and if someone had asked him to describe Bakugo's expression, it would have been closer to grim. No, Izuku didn't think it was confidence this time. To him it seemed like Kaken was pushing himself, as the other had decided that failure wasn't an option. On the other hand, taking the rest of one down with him was just like Kaken. It seemed they were going to move forward to the events, instead of getting someone to actually recite the oath, which Izuku found to be a little strange. So this first round is an elimination round. And it's this round that sends many home each year. Midnight began her explanation. This year the fateful first event is an obstacle course race. It will be a race between every member of all 11 classes. The course is a 4-kilometer lap around the stadium itself. Our school preaches freedom in all things, and to that aim, as long as you do not go off course, anything is fair game. Now, racers to your positions. Movement to their starting points was smooth enough, with most of the grumbling of the competitors quieted as they settled into the right mindset for the race. Tell the world, I am here. Izuku breathed slowly as he shifted into position for the start of the race. He still couldn't consistently regulate one for all, though he'd had some success training with it over the last 2 weeks. Moving with it active without breaking anything. Still, Izuku had only managed it a handful of times and he was more than a little concerned that when things got intense he might fail to rein it in. And then the buzzer went off for the race to begin, and the competitors all rushed forward together, only to be greeted with the realization that the gate itself was the first obstacle. It was too narrow, and immediately created a crushing situation. Still, as they began to get loose of it, a streak of ice shot back across the ground, clearly intended to slow them down. Most of Class A was able to avoid it, having seen Shudo do it more than once before, but a lot of the other students weren't so lucky. So the race began in earnest. At least, for a short while. And then the course widened again, revealing their next obstacle, the robots from the entrance exam. Specifically, Izuku noted, the large 0-point robots that they'd been told not to interfere with. He'd beaten one by himself. He knew it could be done, but that didn't make it any more enticing an idea. Todoroki, still at the lead, froze the robots even as they began to move for the attack. He stopped them. We can get through that gap. Bad idea. I froze them in pretty unstable positions. Even as he spoke, Todoroki darted through the gap in question, fully confident he would make it through before they began to fall. Izuku took a moment to consider his options carefully. He'd defeated one of these before, but had been so badly injured in the attempt that there was no way he could repeat the method he'd used. That would only end in his inability to continue the competition at all. The robots had fallen as predicted. "There are kids pinned under there," someone from behind said. "They've gotta be dead. I didn't know we could be killed during this thing." Someone else's voice rang out. "Dead?" As if. The voice was Kirishima's as he burst out from under the robot that had fallen, his quirk active, but he was unharmed. Izuku noticed. A moment later one of the students from Class B burst through the remnants of the robot as well. "Steel?" It was interesting how similar their quirks were and yet they presented very differently. Izuku considered it for a moment, but pushed it away. Later, he could analyze them later. Right now he had to figure out a way to the next stage. The two that had come up through the metal both rushed ahead, quickly followed by those students who were capable of going up over the commotion. The fight started around him in earnest, and Izuku joined in, though he did not use his quirk. It wasn't terribly hard to get one robot to strike another, damaging both and clearly a space for him. He did pick up a piece of discarded metal casing, deciding it looked like it would be useful for him further on. Ultimately, he used the piece of casing as a weapon against one of the smaller robots before rushing forward and continuing. Izuku could hear the commentary that continued on, making notes about their performance and pointing out who was in the lead. The boy sort of tuned it out, concentrating on just continuing onward. If he got distracted, he'd never finish. Or he'd make a mistake. Izuku couldn't afford to make a mistake here, he had to make it forward. Dad was counting on him. Izuku had broken through the robots though, and he continued his rush forward while somewhere ahead the pack leaders had reached the next obstacle. Steady, he reminded himself. If he was steady enough he could catch up still. The obstacles wouldn't be easy for everyone, and he would gain ground. As long as he made it into the next round, it would be okay. Eventually he reached that second obstacle himself and set to making his way across the ropes in the same steady manner, after securing the metal casing to his back in case it became useful again. After all, he didn't know what they would face next. It was easier than expected to make his way across the ropes in a crawl of sorts, and the months of training had given him the physical strength to manage it without overly straining himself. It was tiring, sure, but not exhausting. And maybe he wasn't the fastest to make it across, but he wasn't that far behind either. Unfortunately, he could hear that the front-runners had made it to the third obstacle already, which was slightly disheartening. But he couldn't give up yet. From the sounds of the commentary overhead, Todoroki and Kaken were wrestling for first place. He approached the edge of the minefield with a look of grim determination. There was no way he could catch up if all he did was run. Not as he was in that moment. He set to work then, digging a small pit and then unburying a number of the mines to set them in it. He was careful as he did so, and because he was behind so many others, Present Mike didn't comment on what he was doing and draw attention to it. That was for the best, Izuku figured, since this would work best if it caught everyone by surprise. Eventually he had built up a large pile of those mines and without missing a beat, Izuku slammed the metal casing on top of them as he jumped onto it, holding onto the makeshift strap. It worked. The force of the explosion propelled Izuku and the piece of metal up into the air and across, sending him launching through the air towards the frontrunners. That got attention, of course, and Izuku wondered just how many eyes were on him. It didn't matter, he had to concentrate, because he hadn't exactly thought through landing in this strategy. The piece of metal descended rapidly, narrowly passing over the pair who had formerly been leading the pack. "Deku, get the hell back here." Izuku could hear Kaken. He shrugged it off mentally, concentrating on what he would have to do. Lose time on this landing, passing them again will be impossible. If passing them again will be impossible, then I just can't fall behind. That was, of course, easier said than done, but Izuku's mind was shockingly clear as he fell, the metal piece separating from him partially. He didn't let it go, instead concentrating on using his momentum to rotate him through the air, and slamming it back into the ground right onto another mine, which acted just as the first had, propelling him forward again. It was enough to temporarily slow down both Kaken and Todoroki, allowing Izuku to regain his feet and make it back to the stadium in first place. Present Mike sounded quite surprised by the turn of events. Izuku concentrated on catching his breath. But he'd done it. Undoubtedly he'd gotten some attention, and he would certainly progress to the next round. Deku, that was awesome. Uraraka called out as she approached. To lose a race of all things with my quirk. It's clear I still have progress to make. Ida seemed to be mostly talking to himself. First place though, I'm jealous. She continued. Izuku blushed and looked away, uncomfortable with the attention suddenly being focused on him. I got lucky, was what he said. It was true, it was lucky that his strategies had worked against the obstacles without managing to injure him in the process. Uraraka looked like there was more she wanted to say, but midnight called their attention back to her, as it was time to go over the results, and so Izuku was spared. The top 42 from this qualifying round will move on. Midnight explained once she had their attention. But for those of you who placed lower, don't worry. We have another way for you to show your stuff. But first, on to the second event, the Cavalry battle. Midnight continued on for a few moments after that, explaining the rules of the battle and how their points would be determined. The setup meant Izuku was by himself worth the most points, and of course painted a target on his back. He was worth enough points by himself that his headband essentially would guarantee a win. It had been luck that he'd made it this far in first place. It was a lot of pressure, knowing they were looking at him, knowing they were strategizing the best way to deal with him. None of the team would be out during the match, even if they lost all their points. There would be 10 to 12 teams on the field the entire time. That was going to make things hard to manage. Forming teams turned out to be difficult. A fact that didn't surprise Izuku, really, after the revelation of how many points he was worth. Uraraka agreed to team up with him quickly, with the plan, possibly that they would try to evade for most of the match. It made sense, really. Ida refused to team up with him, having already partnered with Todoroki's team. That was a blow. More to the point, it was a blow hearing him declare war against Izuku himself. But that was how it was going to be, wasn't it? They all had their own goals, and they all wanted to do their best. They couldn't just play at friends, like Aizawa-sensei had said in the beginning. Izuku wasn't sure what to make of Hatum Mei from the support course. But he agreed to work with her. Her support items would be helpful, and if she was doing it for the exposure, then he couldn't exactly blame her, could he? Tokoyami was a less obvious choice, and the other expressed some surprise when Izuku asked to work together. Ultimately he had told Izuku to try and use him. Izuku looked forward to the chance, honestly. It was time. Let's do this. Izuku sounded, perhaps, more confident than he felt. The rush began almost the moment the buzzer rang out to begin the battle. Two teams began to close in on them from different sides. Izuku considered them for a moment. Make your choice, Midoriya. Evade, of course. Grimly. We're sinking. That must be his quirk. Izuku didn't have time to really analyze it. Uraraka, Hatsum, look away. He activated the jetpack Hatsum had given him, and it worked as intended, pulling them off the ground and away from the majority of those closing in on their formation. Jiru made a pass with her earphone jacks, but Dark Shadow managed to knock them away before any damage was done. That's awesome. Izuku took a moment to be in awe. That's just the defensive power we were missing. Good going, Tokoyami. You're the one who chose me. It was true enough, but still. We're landing. Uraraka cut in. The landing was a little rocky, but they managed well enough. Izuku found himself praising Hatum's work half distractedly while he concentrated on figuring out how things were going on the field around them. 2 minutes. They were only 2 minutes into their 15 minutes of war. Shoji rushed at them alone, which confused Izuku, but he didn't really think about it for long, and their formation began to evade again, but before they managed to, a long tongue struck out, aiming for the headband. Izuku dodged it. Siu, then, was the one hiding in those shadows. They managed to pull away and rise, however narrowly. There wasn't time to celebrate their temporary freedom though, as Bakugo appeared out of nowhere. Dark Shadow narrowly managed to block the strike, and Bakugo was pulled back to his unit by Siro. It bought them some breathing room. They'd made it through 7 of their 15 minutes. And in the Chaos Class B was doing very well, having taken points from a great number of classes' teams. With Class B causing such a disturbance, I think it won't be so difficult to keep evading. Midoriya offered, looking at his teammates. He had spoken too soon, it seemed, with Shudo's team suddenly bearing down on them. The field had begun to move. Shudo said something to his team, and suddenly electricity sparked out around them, stunning a large portion of the field closest to them before Todoroki created an ice wall. It was impressive, actually, using the electricity to ensure that fewer students would be able to get around than had managed to do so in the original race. It left an awful lot of teams just sitting there, unable to do anything. As long as they don't know your weakness, we can keep faking them out. Izuku's tone was calm as he continued to analyze their options. They still had their points, and most of the field was frozen. Their biggest concern was Todoroki's team and Kaminari's electricity. Dark Shadow wouldn't handle a full-on attack well, and yet, they just needed to buy a little more time. They were successful, up to a point. Izuku had to say that much. They had evaded all the way down to a minute left. But now their maneuverability was seriously hindered by the smaller ring that Todoroki had frozen around them. Still, Izuku was proud of the way they were working through it. They'd been in this smaller ring for 5 minutes, and Todoroki still hadn't managed to get his headband. Izuku longed for some space to work with, but it seemed that was not to be. Stay to Todoroki's left, that had been the plan that he had imparted to his team. It was effective so far, as it ensured Todoroki couldn't pin them down the way he liked to do. It happened in an instant, Ida managing to launch the entire formation forward and close the distance in time for Todoroki to take the headband from Izuku. They had no choice. Charge! Izuku declared. Tokoyami sounded uncertain, but in the end it didn't matter. They were without their points anyway, and given they were trapped in this smaller arena, there was no chance to get anyone else's points, especially not with how little time they had left. They were still under a minute. We're getting it back, Deku. He was carrying their hopes on his shoulders. Their chance at continuing in the next round. They'd put their trust in him. He couldn't let that slip away. Izuku couldn't fail them. He couldn't fail. Purity. Izuku focused on Todoroki's left, activating One for All in his left arm as he did so. He had no intention of directly hitting the half-and-half wielder with it, but it gave him an extra burst of speed and strength. He sliced the air between himself and Todoroki, knocking the other's left hand away even as it glowed with flames. He should have grabbed more than one headband, but he only managed to wrap his fingers around the top one, the one that should have been the most recently placed one. It wasn't. They'd switched them around already. Their team made a second rush, but as far as Izuku could tell, time was called before it was successful. Except, it wasn't. Dark Shadow was holding another headband in its beak. That last-ditch effort of yours left Todoroki open. He explained. It was enough points to put them in 4th place. It was enough, just enough, to advance to the final round. We'll proceed to the next event after an hour break for lunch. So, Todoroki-kun, what did you want to talk about? Izuku asked, now that they were standing alone in one of the side tunnels that the classes had come through. The dining hall will be packed if we don't hurry. Izuku trailed off as he noticed the glare that the boy was fixing him with. This guy isn't like Kaken. It's a much different sort of intimidation. You overwhelmed me. So much so that I broke my own pledge. Pledge? Right, his left side. It would have been to his advantage to use it, and yet, he hadn't. None of the others felt it. In that last instant I was the only one feeling that pressure. I experienced All Might's true power up close, remember? Todoroki had continued forward, still watching him with a cold gaze. So, what are you saying? Izuku stumbled over the words, trying to control his nerves. I felt the same pressure coming from you. Izuku felt his stomach drop. Todoroki didn't seem to notice his discomfort. Are you All Might's illegitimate child or something? Is that what it looks like? The mangled remnants of the fight mixed together with the tension that hadn't quite left over the conflict with his dad to begin with. Anger bubbled up in his chest. Todoroki had no idea what he was talking about. And to imply that his father had been so callous as to abandon him, to not care for their family, even if he kept them a secret. One hand tightened into a fist, and one for all activated on its own in his right hand. He didn't move, the urge to strike out was incredibly strong, but he didn't. It wouldn't help matters, it would only make things worse. That hand remained tucked between the wall and his body, as he felt the bones grind together and threaten to shatter. It's not like that. Izuku managed to sound somewhat less upset than he was, and Izuku hoped that Todoroki hadn't noticed him activate his quirk practically on accident. I mean, of course, if it was a secret, I guess. You know, of course I'd be denying it, so it's not very convincing. He had considered for a heartbeat telling him the truth and correcting the illegitimate part, but not here, not yet. The corner of his mind that was ingrained in keeping this a secret told him. Could you tell me why you think that? There's definitely something you're hiding. Izuku flinched, but made no effort to say anything more than he already had. You know, my father is Endeavor, the number 2 hero. So if you're somehow connected to the number 1 hero, then all the more reason for me to crush you. That was not terribly encouraging. Izuku still said nothing, listening instead. Todoroki spoke for a moment or two about how his father had spent a lot of time chasing the number 1 place before realizing that he couldn't do it on his own. What's this about? Izuku finally asked quietly. Why are you telling me this? Quirk marriages. It was a statement on its own. You've heard of them, right? Izuku nodded a little, and Todoroki continued speaking. They started becoming a problem during the 2nd or 3rd generation after quirks appeared. Strong individuals would choose a partner and force them in a marriage for the sole purpose of passing on an enhanced version of their own quirk. Izuku still wasn't sure what the point of this was, but he didn't interrupt again, as an unsettled feeling twisted in his guts. With his wealth and fame, my father forced my mother's family to agree to a marriage so that he could get his hands on her quirk. Izuku felt a little sick as the words washed over him. He raised me as a hero who could surpass all might to fulfill his own ambitions. I hate it. I hate being no more than a tool for that human garbage. Some corner of Izuku's mind made a note to destroy the few pieces of Endeavor merchandise that he'd collected over time. In my memories, my mother was always crying. Izuku wondered in that moment if Todoroki had intended to continue, but the boy made no move to interrupt. I can't stand to see that left side of yours, she said before she threw scalding water in my face. Izuku trembled slightly, whether from the weight of what he'd been told or the intensity of Todoroki's gaze, he would never be able to tell. In short, in not using my left side against you was my revenge against. Never using my father's quirk. No, by rising to the top without using it, I'll have denied him everything. They had lived in totally different worlds. They were both aiming for the top, but everything about the basis that got them there was so very different. Everything about their families, about the pressures that drove them. Your connection with All Might, keep it to yourself if you want. Either way, I'll rise above you with just my right side. Sorry for wasting your time. Todoroki Izuku wasn't sure what to say. Wasn't sure, what could he say to that? Endeavor, the number 2 hero, but this. The other was still walking away, hadn't turned at the sound of his voice. Emotions rushed under the surface, revulsion and horror at what he'd been told about one of the heroes he'd spent a long time looking up to, plus the rage that he hadn't managed to let go of before everything else Todoroki had shared had piled on top of it. And his own nerves vibrating like wires pulled far too tight, threatening to snap. Izuku turned and slammed his fist into the cement behind him, one for all reactivating suddenly as he did so. The cement indented at the point of impact and sent cracks spidering away from where his fist rested. His hand had broken that time. What happened? Tashinori had caught up with him as he was walking to find Recovery Girl. You weren't injured coming out of the cavalry battle. It didn't surprise Izuku that he knew that. He looked away. Thought I had better control than I did. Tashinori was frowning at him. Izuku, I just want to get it healed so I can get something down before the next part of the tournament starts. Izuku said quietly. If there's something on your mind, we should talk about it. Tashinori's voice was encouraging. Izuku was quiet for a moment while they continued walking. If someone told you something and you knew they wouldn't want you to share it, But you felt like it was important, what would you do? That sounded like a very specific question. Who told you what? Izuku shook his head, refusing to offer an answer. Toshinori rubbed the back of his neck with one hand as they paused outside of Recovery Girl's temporary office. I would do what I could to mitigate the danger in the short term, if there was danger, and figure out if whatever it was could be mitigated on the longer term by my own actions. If it couldn't be, I would seek external help, even at the potential cost of them being upset. I shared the information. Izuku considered that for a moment, nodding slightly, before opening the door with his offhand and stepping inside. I see you're breaking bones again. Recovery Girl scowled. I'm sorry. Izuku dipped his head slightly in a shallow bow. He didn't know if he could help. But Izuku also wasn't sure that All Might stepping in was the best course of action. For the moment, Izuku would bide his time and see if he could come up with a plan. There. It hadn't taken long for her to finish. Now go eat something and try not to see me again today. After Izuku had eaten, it was time to return to the main arena for the next event's explanation. So, first, we're going to have a series of recreational games to play, and then we will move on to our final event, which is going to be a formal tournament between the 16 members of our top 4 teams from the last event. There was a pause, and then, the matchups for the tournament will be decided by drawing lots. Once that is settled, we'll move on to the recreational games and then the tournament after. Those participating in the tournament may choose to participate in the games or not as they prefer. Midnight explained. So let's start with the first place team. Excuse me. All attention turned to Ojiro as he spoke. I'd like to withdraw. But why? This is your chance to get noticed by the pros. The cavalry battle. I have no memories of anything that happened up until the tail end. It's probably because of his quirk. The boy glanced towards an exhausted-looking kid with purple hair. I know this is a great opportunity and I know how stupid it must seem to throw it away. But this final tournament, everyone else made it here by their own strength. Yet, I'm standing here and I don't even know how or why. I just can't take it. You're thinking about it too hard. Just show what you're made of in the tournament. Hagakure encouraged. By that logic, I shouldn't really be here either. Mina added. No. I'm talking about my pride here. Ojiro repeated. I don't think it's right. I can't remember anything either. Another voice added to the conversation. Nairenjiki Shoda from Class B. I want to withdraw too. This is a contest of skill. Letting someone who didn't do anything advance. Doesn't it defeat the whole point of the sports festival? Isn't it even against the rules? How naive and green, Midnight murmured, her tone thoughtful. I'll allow it. Shoda and Ojiro have officially withdrawn. Her tone carried. Replacing them will be members of Team Kendo, who took 5th place. If it's going to be like that, shouldn't it be them instead? I mean, we were immobilized practically the whole time. But they were giving their all to keep what they had until the very end. Team Tetsu I mean. Kendo's rationale was calm. This just feels right. So be it. Midnight responded. Tetsu and Shiozaki bring us back up to 16 competitors. And here are the matchups. The mentioned matchups were displayed on the screen behind her. If I win my first match, my second will be against Todoroki. Izuku said quietly to himself. But before that, Shinso, that's got to be. Midoriya Izuku, that's you, yeah? The purple-haired boy was speaking from behind him. Izuku opened his mouth to answer only to find Ojiro's tail covering it. Don't answer that guy. He looked confused. Finally they broke off. The students participating in the games moved to do that. Izuku allowed Ojiro to lead him off to one of the preparation rooms so they could speak. A mind control quirk? Izuku repeated slowly, gaze focusing on Ojiro. How can I hope to win? To his credit, his mind really was rushing to come up with an answer. My loss might be your gain. Ojiro interrupted his thought train. My memories cut from the instant I replied to him. That's the trick, I think. So it's all over if I slip up and say something to him. Izuku considered carefully. Not necessarily. It doesn't seem like such an almighty ability. Remember how I said I didn't remember anything until the end? Izuku nodded. When Shinso had us run past to nab Tetsutetsu's headband, I think I must have bumped into their formation. That's when I snapped out of it. I was suddenly aware of what was happening. Izuku considered this for a moment, expression thoughtful while his mind ran off as it tended to do. So it was undone by physical contact. It seems very likely. Ojiro agreed. That said, I have no idea how strong the contact needs to be, and in a one-on-one match you can't expect any outside help. Of course he couldn't. Anyway, that's all I can tell you. It was really helpful. Thank you. Izuku said in a genuine tone, smiling at his classmate. Forgive me if I'm out of line, but win this one for me. I will. And then Izuku was alone. He stayed that way for a bit, breathing slowly and settling himself as best as he could. It was almost time. Izuku walked through the tunnel quietly, returning to the place where the tournament was to be held before the eyes of half the world. When it was hard, that was when it was most important to smile, his dad had told him. Izuku tried to remember that as he stepped onto the field at present Mick's introduction. He managed to keep that expression steady, somehow, as the rules were announced. They were simple enough, really, win by immobilizing them, knocking them out of the ring, or getting them to admit defeat. If the fight was too rough the referees would stop them from continuing, but knowing too rough was in the eye of the beholder. I give up, huh? Get it, Midoriya? This battle's going to test your strength of will. If you've got any kind of vision for your future, there's no sense in worrying how you got there. Shinso was speaking, and Izuku was paying more attention to him than anything else. Still he heard the command for the fight to begin, distantly. Like that monkey, babbling about his stupid pride. What kind of dumbass throws away a chance like this? Something splintered in Izuku's mind, and all his careful considerations before the match seemed to vanish. What did you say? Izuku snarled as he launched forward. But of course, he'd already snapped the trap closed around himself the moment he'd opened his mouth. Fog instantly filled his mind, obscuring his thoughts in a thick haze. Izuku had no idea what his body was doing, couldn't hear the crowd or react to anything. It felt wrong. It must be nice to have everything handed to you, Midoriya Izuku. Dimly he could hear his opponents speaking from everywhere and nowhere at all. Now, turn around and walk out of the ring. It was different than Ojiro had described. He was distantly aware of what he was doing. Aware of the fact that he had turned on his heel and had begun to do exactly as Shinso instructed. My body won't listen. My head is so fuzzy. So, I said stop. Even after Ojiro warned me about this. Not like this. I can't lose like this. Everyone's done so much for me. I can't lose here. The words floated through the haze of his mind, ineffective at assisting in his regaining any semblance of control. The haze cleared suddenly, as the shadows of the figures from his dreams solidified in his mind. They were shadows and shapes. He could recognize the woman he kept dreaming about, and his dad among them. He could still hear Shinso talking, but Izuku had stopped walking forward, his step faltering. One for all buzzed under his skin as if by instinct, and Izuku flicked his fingers. It hurt. But they didn't break, Izuku didn't think they had, and the last of the fog lifted from his mind with the throbbing pain it left behind. Izuku took several deep, heaving breaths while he struggled to clear his mind. How? You shouldn't have control, what did you do? Izuku clamped one hand over his mouth, stopping himself from replying while he still had a clear head. Had those figures done something? No, now wasn't the time to think about it. Afterward he could. When the fight was over. Nothing to say for yourself? Shinso continued. I'm jealous though. Just moving that finger must mean you're the real deal. Thanks to my quirk's nature I couldn't enter the golden gates. You wouldn't get that. You're naturally blessed. It was almost funny really. Shinso was right, he was blessed, but not the way the other boy believed. Izuku had lowered his hand, but he kept his mouth shut and his mind clear. He couldn't answer. He couldn't let the boy get another rise out of him. He'd already made that mistake once. People like you, born with your awesome quirks. Getting to follow all your dreams. Izuku moved forward, darting towards Shinso and ultimately slamming into him with the intent of pushing him out of the ring. Say something already. Shinso snarled as he punched him. Izuku kept pushing, and the pair of them exchanged several blows before Izuku managed to throw Shinso over his shoulder and out of the ring. Shinso is out of the ring. Midoriya moves on to the second round. Midnight declared. They stood facing one another. Why do you want to be a hero? It was such a reflexive question, wanting to understand his fellow students. We don't get to choose the things we naturally admire. Shinso's response was quiet. Izuku frowned a little, to himself. It was a good fight, Shinso. Izuku found himself saying, and it was true. Though the purple-haired boy looked like he didn't really believe Izuku, and he walked away. The crowd certainly seemed to agree with Izuku though, if the cheers were anything to go by. Maybe I failed this time, but I'm not giving up. I'll show them I've got what it takes to make it in the hero course, and I'll be a better hero than all of you. You will. Izuku sounded encouraging, not challenging. His muscles tensed slightly as he realized what he'd done. People tend to be more careful responding to me than that. Shinso sounded almost amused. Almost. It'd be easy to mess everything up for you now. Just promise me you won't lose in a sorry way out there. It had taken a bit to find his dad, in a spot he could pause to talk to him without being seen, but Izuku felt like he had to, after the last fight. Is this about what you asked before, my boy? No, Izuku worried at the sleeve of his uniform for a moment before continuing. I had some kind of vision during the fight, and I've seen the figures before, in dreams, but this was different, somehow. 8 shadowy figures clustered together. You stand among them. They just appeared while my mind was all foggy, and for a second I could think and act. Izuku paused for a moment, considering what he was saying. Are they the souls of those who've carried one for all before me? It made the most sense. The souls I was sure you'd know. I did see them when I was younger. Toshinori admitted. It's a sign that you're getting used to one for all. They're traces of the Quirk's past bearers, yes, but they can't interfere with you or influence you in any way, and neither can you interact with them. They're just shadows, imprints of those who came before. Nothing more than that. But then, the dreams? Izuku considered mentioning them in more detail, but decided against it. Later, maybe. In other words, the vision isn't what undid the brainwashing. Instead, your strong will allowed you to see the vision, and you overcame the brainwashing on your own. I'm not really convinced. Izuku admitted quietly, lowering his gaze. Don't dwell on it. Toshinori advised mildly. Shouldn't you be getting ready for your next opponent? You're right. Thanks. Izuku smiled, and after a quick glance to ensure they were still alone, he hugged All Might around the waist before walking away. Izuku sat down in the stands with the rest of 1A, sitting beside Ida and Achiko. They had his analysis notebook in his lap, with a pen he'd tucked inside of it. His attention focused on the grounds below them where the next match was about to begin. Todoroki and Shiro. He had a feeling Todoroki was going to win this match with no trouble, but it was possible he'd be surprised. As the fight began, Shiro reacted first, managing to wrap Todoroki up in tape. Maybe he had been wrong after all, and then yanked him across the field. Izuku was not quite prepared for the sheer size of the burst of ice that exploded forward and covered a portion of the stadium, a very large portion. Todoroki-kun stronger than I thought he was. The boy murmured to himself and made a few notes about this particular discovery on the page dedicated to Todoroki Shudo and his quirk. His range and power were still unknowns, but every time he did something like this, Izuku got a slightly clearer picture. Was that about Todoroki's limit without harming himself with his own ice? Izuku wasn't sure, but he thought it almost had to be. Ice had formed on Todoroki during that attack, covering a large portion of his right side. The half-and-half wielder was using his left side to defrost himself and Shiro, now that the match had been declared. There was something sad in that expression. Izuku wasn't exactly surprised, after what he'd heard under the stadium. His stomach squirmed slightly, but he still didn't really know how to handle that. Betraying the trust Shudo had put in him by telling him that seemed wrong. But so did doing nothing. Could he do anything? Maybe at some point asking Shudo what he wanted was a good idea, But on the other hand, he might try to downplay it or insist nothing needed to be done, and while that was all well and good, it wasn't. Right. Below, Kaminari and Shiozaki were stepping into the arena, and Izuku forced his attention back onto the match. It was over very, very quickly. Kaminari released a shock strong enough to short-circuit himself, but it didn't touch Shiozaki at all. The vines attracted the strike, and then she detached them from herself, while also growing them out to a length that had allowed her to capture Kaminari in the same strike. Izuku wrote her name down on a blank sheet and jotted down notes about her quirk, pen moving rapidly across the page. Vines, extremely fast growth, manipulable, also detachable. Against certain types of opponents that would be incredibly useful, and it was a built-in binding, no problem. Fire quirks would likely be troublesome, but he'd thought Kaminari's quirk would be stronger, but then again Shiozaki had gotten 4th in the entrance exam. Now that he thought about it, it was similar to Kamui Wood's binding attacks, and those were always strong assuming the user could get their opponent under control fast enough. Your match just ended, but you're already thinking ahead strategy-wise? Achiko's voice interrupted his train of thought. Izuku fidgeted slightly. I'm just, you could call it a hobby of mine, really, analyzing quirks. We finally have a chance to see the quirks of people outside of our own class in action. I've also got everything you'd need to know about our class in here. Even your quirk, Uraraka. He'd flipped the page open to hers to show her what he meant. Deku, I thought you were amazing since we met, but this sports festival has brought you to a whole new level. Izuku blushed uncomfortably and ducked his head before turning his attention back to where Ida and Hatsum had made their appearance. Both were wearing support items? Ida wouldn't lie, but Izuku had to wonder why she'd wanted Ida to be decked out in support items too. And then the match started, and it made sense. She was showing off. There wasn't much to learn from this match, in all honesty, but Izuku watched curiously anyway. Eventually it was over, and Hatsum stepped out of the ring herself, allowing Ida to have the win. I'd better get to the prep room, Uraraka mentioned as the match ended, and she moved past him to leave Izuku alone where he was sitting. The matches continued. Aoyama and Mina were next, but Izuku didn't focus on them. For starters, of course, he'd seen both of their quirks in action plenty of times. But beyond that, his mind had turned elsewhere, to Bakugo and Uraraka's match. He wasn't really sure. There wasn't much time to formulate a plan, but he was going to try. It didn't take long for Mina to win, and then Tokoyami and Momo took the field. He continued to focus on the plan that was forming. It wasn't much, but it was something she could use, maybe. Tokoyami won in no time at all, which left Kirishima and Tetsu duking it out. That match looked like it was going to take a while. Izuku rose and made his way to the preparation room, intending to share what he had with Uraraka. Maybe it would be enough to give her something to work with. He hoped it would. Deku, shouldn't you be watching the other matches? Uraraka seemed surprised to see him there. Izuku explained the outcomes of the last 2 matches briefly. So, I'm up soon, Uraraka murmured. I can't imagine Bakugo would give it his explosive all against a female opponent, Ida said in a low tone. Izuku arched an eyebrow very slightly. They were all here to become heroes, right? Didn't Ida know that there were plenty of female pros? No. He will. Izuku's voice was firm. Everyone's competing here with the dream of becoming number 1. No one's holding back. Kaken least of all. It was not the most comforting thing he could have said, but it was truthful, which was important. But you've helped me out so much already, Uraraka. So I thought I might return the favor. He drew out the notebook then. You need a counter-strategy for Kaken that uses your quirk. I came up with this on the fly, but it might work. Oh, how fortunate for you, Uraraka. Thanks, Deku, she began quietly. But that's okay. You're amazing, Deku. You do amazing things all the time. During the cavalry battle, I thought the easiest strategy would be to team up with friends. But when I think about it, I was actually just putting my faith in you. That's why when Ida said that he challenged you, it left me feeling a little embarrassed about myself. Uraraka. That's why. Thanks, but no thanks. She smiled. Everyone here is fighting for their futures. Doesn't that make us all rivals? I'll see you in the finals. And she walked away. She wasn't wrong, Izuku knew that. It was as they'd been told before, they weren't here to play at being friends. Izuku retook his place to watch the match. Ida asked what his counter-strategy to Bakugo was, and Izuku explained it. Like I said, it's nothing special. Izuku hoped she had something better up her sleeve. His attention turned to the match below, curious but almost afraid to watch. Izuku was surprised by the crowd's reaction to the fight. Genuinely surprised, really. A lot of them were pros, weren't they? Did they really expect them to be holding back against one another? Admittedly, yes, Kaken was hitting hard, but who would hold back in such a match? It was just that Kaken's quirk was violent, and he was taking her seriously as an opponent, not. Izuku frowned. His classmates held sentiments similar to the crowd. Izuku looked uncomfortable, admittedly, watching Uraraka charge in the same way, over and over again. Aizawa-sensei's voice finally cut across present mixed commentary, and across the crowd that had started to get increasingly loud about how the match should be stopped and about how Bakugo's behavior wasn't appropriate for someone who wanted to be a hero. Aizawa confirmed what Izuku had been thinking, that Bakugo was taking her seriously. And so was Ochako, honestly. Not carelessness or needless cruelty. Caution and keeping her away from him. And she was forcing him to work at that. Izuku just had to wonder if she had anything else in mind. Debris in the air. Izuku realized around the same time everyone else did. She'd had a plan all along. It was risky, her holding so much in the air at a time. There was no way it had left her with much energy, but it was an impressive plan, much better than his own had been. It wasn't enough, Izuku realized as Bakugo unleashed the explosion that destroyed the entirety of the cloud of debris that she had collected. Bakugo won the match, but Uraraka had put on an impressive display. We'll move on to the second round after a quick break. Probably to repair the fighting arena. Still, Izuku rose, it would be time very soon. Whoa, Kaken! He hadn't expected to run into Bakugo here. In hindsight, that was kind of silly. Yeah. What do you want? Looking to die, scum? Came the growled response. No. I mean I'm up next, so I'm heading to the prep room. Izuku stumbled over his words slightly. Congratulations on your win. See you. You suggested that, didn't you? Bakugo asked. That FNG self-sacrificing scheme of hers. You caused me a lot of trouble out there, Dash. I didn't actually. Izuku cut across with a stronger sounding voice than expected. All of it? Uraraka came up with it on her own to beat you. So if it really was a lot of trouble for you, that was Uraraka's doing. Izuku continued to the prep room, where he was surprised to find Uraraka sitting. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Well, I'm healing bit by bit so my stamina doesn't get drained. But it's just these little scrapes left. But darn it, Bakugo's just too strong. I couldn't put a scratch on him. Guess I just have to try harder next time. Izuku frowned quietly. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I am. I mean, you're always looking ahead to the next challenge, Deku. I lost, but I don't want to lose again. Before Izuku could properly respond to that, the announcement came that it was time to begin the next round. I'm sorry you wasted your prep time talking to me. Good luck out there. I'm rooting for you. Thanks. Quietly. Of course she was broken up about it. Why wouldn't she be? He'd wanted to return the favor, but he wasn't actually able to help at all. Izuku was lost in his own thoughts when he nearly ran into Endeavor. A mixture of shock and a flash of fear, those were what expressed themselves as he jerked backwards slightly to stare up at the man who towered over him. Anger coiled in his stomach, still lingering from his conversation with Todoroki. There you are. Which made it sound like the flame hero had been looking for him. He's so intimidating up close. Endeavor, why were you back here? It was for students only. I saw what you did out there. That's an amazing quirk. Creating such force with just a flick of your finger. In terms of power, it seems on par with All Might's quirk. He'd been able to tell that from the stands? Izuku swallowed almost convulsively, trying to keep a neutral expression, but really only succeeding in looking more frightened. I have to get going. My boy, Shudo, Endeavor continued, unperturbed. He has a duty to surpass All Might. His match against you will prove a valuable test. So give it your all. Put up good fight against him. That's all I have to say. Izuku had stopped, fear fading in that moment to leave only the cold rage from before. I'm not All Might. His voice was cool and calm. Obviously. That's obvious, right? Despite the tone, it was clearly a statement. Todoroki-kun isn't you either. With his head still held high, Izuku continued walking without waiting to see how Endeavor would react. So it was the two of them to fight next. Izuku still didn't know how to handle what he'd been told about Todoroki's home life. But he knew what he had to do in this match. The two of them, both carrying the hopes and dreams and will of one of the top heroes of their generation, possibly ever. It was a lot for two 15-year-olds to shoulder. Izuku's expression was calm as he stepped onto the field across from his opponent, and his gaze met Todoroki's. You ready? He heard the other boy ask. Izuku nodded once, even as the commentary began above them. Shudo would likely start the fight with ice, he always did. As predicted, that was exactly what Shudo did. Izuku braced his arm and flicked one finger, making no effort to restrain the blast. It broke his finger and probably his thumb. But the ice shattered, never touching Izuku. Todoroki's fights always ended too fast. Izuku hadn't really learned enough from watching him to do much more than counter the ice and hope he could get in close enough to do something. He'd have to learn while fighting, and so he set himself to watching for an opening while he released another blast to fend off another strike of ice. Izuku noticed that Shudo had put up a wall of ice behind himself. It was smart, Izuku figured, because it meant that he couldn't just blow him away from where he stood. Of course, he hadn't expected it to be that easy. You're trying to stretch the match out? Todoroki's voice came from across the arena. Actually, that was the plan, because then he could see more of his classmates' Quirk in action, and also he hoped that part of why Shudo finished things so quickly was the fact that he actually had a short limit. Not happening. This will be over quickly. Confident as always. Izuku destroyed another shot of ice and braced himself for Todoroki launching towards him. Izuku sprang away, but there wasn't enough room, and his foot got caught in the next attack. He released a much stronger blast, this one fracturing his arm. That's a lot stronger than your previous attacks. Are you trying to tell me to stay back? Izuku did have to wonder why Todoroki was asking, since he had no intention of explaining. Still, the conversation with the other boy was at the forefront of Izuku's mind. Only defending and dodging? It's taking a toll on you. Todoroki pointed out. He wasn't wrong, Izuku knew that. The other boy was shivering, Izuku realized thoughtfully. Sorry for all this. I appreciate it though, Midoriya. Thanks to you, he doesn't look too happy. Izuku didn't have to look to know that Todoroki meant Endeavor, somewhere above them. With both hands destroyed, you can't fight anymore. Let's end this. Who says I'm done? Izuku finally spoke. And he released another attack, blowing Todoroki back against the ice wall he'd created at the beginning. Why go that far? Todoroki murmured, almost more to himself than anything. You're shivering, Todoroki. Quirks are still just physical abilities. There's a limit to how much you can bear. Izuku wasn't precisely sure he could push Todoroki past that limit, as he was now, but he was going to try. But then, you could always use your left side to thaw yourself out. Everyone's giving their all. To win, to achieve their goals, to make it to the top. And you want to win with half your power? You haven't put a scratch on me. Logically, he wasn't going to be able to fight even if he moved on at this point. He'd already taken too much damage thanks to his reckless plan, or lack thereof. Izuku knew that. What are you planning, Todoroki? It seemed, wasn't sure. Perfect. Izuku thought. Did my BSTRD of a father pay OU off or something? You're pissing me off. Todoroki lunged towards him again. Don't explode, don't explode, don't explode. Izuku dodged out of the way of Todoroki's attack and punched him squarely in the stomach. It was not the bone-crushing strength he'd used before, but it was enough to throw the other off and to the ground. So now you're on the offensive? Todoroki mused. It's not just you that's slowing down. Your ice is weaker too. Izuku pointed out grimly. He couldn't close his hand entirely anymore. That was problematic. Izuku stuck one finger in his mouth and used the side of his cheek to create the tension required to generate the wind pressure required to blow apart the next ice attack. Why are you going this far? Shudo repeated as the strike tossed him backwards. Just trying to meet expectations. A smiling, dependable, cool hero, that's what I want to be. That's why I'm giving everything, for everyone. Your experiences, your determination. I can't even begin to imagine what that's like, but if you want to become number one without giving your all, then I don't really think you're serious about denying him everything. Shut up. It was a low snarl between them. Some part of Izuku was glad most of the crowd wouldn't hear their conversation. Only the referees right at the edge of the stadium. That's why I have to win. I have to surpass you. His next attack threw Shudo back again. I'll show my father dash. It's your quirk, isn't it? Izuku cut across him, something almost like desperation in his tone. Flames exploded into life on Todoroki's left side. I thought you wanted to win, damn it. So why are you trying to inspire me? Which of us isn't taking this seriously now? There was a pause. But I want to be a hero too. Somewhere in the crowd Endeavor began to yell Todoroki's name. Neither combatant looked towards him. Izuku smiled. Incredible. What are you smiling about? Todoroki growled. With those wounds, in this situation. You must be crazy. It's not my problem what happens to you now. Todoroki began his attack, and Izuku darted forward as well. Cementos chose that moment to interfere, creating several cement barriers between them. It didn't matter. The sudden collision of hot and cold air exploded, and Izuku knew nothing more. Izuku was slowly returning to consciousness. He could hear Recovery Girl and his dad talking. His right arm shattered. Her voice was exasperated. This won't be easy to set back to normal. First I'll have to remove the bone splitters from his joints. Healing comes after. This boy admires you so much he's willing to destroy himself. You lit that fire. You moved him to this. And I don't like it, not one bit. You're overdoing it. Both you and this boy. So you'd better not praise him for it. She didn't know yet either, Izuku realized in that half-awake state. It didn't bother him like it might have before. But he did have to wonder how she'd react when she found out. Toshinori hadn't replied when suddenly the voices of his friends were loud and right inside of the door. Guys. But the next match, he mumbled, eyes only half open. They didn't recognize All Might in his small form, that was for the best. We came because we're worried. Uraraka began. The arena was mostly destroyed, so there's a break while it's being repaired. Ida added. Reckless as always. Asila was standing a little to one side, frowning to herself. If you aren't careful dash, she shook her head a little, lavender eyes looking concerned. But she said no more. Hush, all of you. Recovery Girl had risen and began to herd them out. It's fine to worry, but he's about to have surgery. And with some protest, they were alone again. I'm sorry. Izuku said quietly. I couldn't do it. Maybe if I'd just shut up, his voice trailed off. But I had to say what I did to Todoroki. It wasn't enough, but maybe it was a start. You were trying to bring it out of him? Todoroki was. He didn't want to share, exactly, and it was frustrating because it was hard to explain without sharing. But Izuku still was convinced that All Might stepping in was probably not the best choice. I thought maybe I should mind my own business. Even though that had felt wrong. But then, I had to say something. It was so frustrating. I sort of forgot why I was there. I'm sorry. An unfortunate outcome indeed. And calling you a fool won't change what happened. However, giving help that's not asked for is part of what makes a hero. He had finished in the top. It wasn't as well as Izuku had wanted to do, but it was not bad, considering what had become of his fight with Todoroki. The surgery didn't take as long as he'd been afraid it might. You should be healed enough to walk now. Thank you. As for that, that's what you get for overusing your ability. Izuku glanced down at the indicated hand. It was slightly twisted, the fingers no longer quite straight, and there were a number of scars marking up the skin. Let that damaged right hand of yours serve as a reminder. And I refuse to heal this sort of injury from now on. She continued. Enough with this self-destruction. Then she turned her gaze to Toshinori. You'd better find another way for the boy to manage. Another way? Toshinori seemed to be thinking about it as they walked together. Dad. Quietly, Izuku spoke up, looking up at him. You originally became a teacher at UA to find a successor, right? Izuku continued in the same quiet voice. Everyone's fighting with all they've got here. They're unrelenting spirits. I can feel how strong they all are. So, I'm thinking that maybe I should find someone else to replace me? Is that it? Right. His shoulders slumped, and he looked down, no longer meeting his dad's gaze. It's true that the students here are all exemplary heroes in the making. Well then dash. But, you'll remember I told you that I was like you once. Toshinori delicately used one finger to turn Izuku's face up so that their gazes met properly. You remind me of myself when I was your age, Izuku. You've already exceeded my expectations, my hopes, even more times than I can count. You are also an exemplary hero in the making. I believe in you, Izuku. I believe in my heart of hearts that there's something special about you inheriting one for all. Izuku couldn't help the start of tears, which he rubbed away quickly. I'm sorry, he whispered. Loosely, All Might draped an arm around his shoulders, offering support for a heartbeat. The tournament isn't over. Don't you want to get back and watch the rest? Right. Izuku agreed, and he left to do just that. Kirishima and Kaken. That meant he'd already missed Ida and Shizuki fighting as well as Shido and Tokoyami. Midoriya. Glad to see your surgery was a success. Thanks. He responded with smile at Ida. How'd you win against Shiozaki's vines? Genuinely curious. Well, I knew my mobility wouldn't count for much. So I threw her from the ring with my reciproburst as soon as the match began. You can view the matches on video later. Which was true, of course. Izuku nodded a little. So now I'm in the final four. Ida continued. Your match against Todoroki was quite informative for me. Right? A little more subdued than before. Do you know if your brother Ingenium has been watching this whole time? He called me earlier. Oh, okay. But he was busy with work. I'm actually glad though, even coming this far I can't say I'm number one yet. Below them the fight raged on, and it seemed that Bakugo had finally found an opening in Kirishima's armor. And so he won the match. Izuku moved to his seat while Ida went down to the arena floor. The fight between Todoroki and Ida was fast, enough so that it was genuinely difficult to follow. But Izuku did follow it at least mostly. In the end, Shido won by plugging up Ida's engines with a very small ice move, and then freezing his body entirely. Bakugo against Tokoyami was likely to be similar. Izuku had little doubt that it would be Bakugo winning there, if only because he knew Tokoyami's weakness, though few others did. As he'd predicted, Tokoyami was kept on the defensive the entire match. He tried to keep bluffing through it, but Bakugo figured it out, and in the end, Tokoyami accepted defeat. Which meant Bakugo versus Todoroki would be their final match. Izuku wasn't sure what to make of it really. I've got to take this. Ida murmured before walking off with his still buzzing phone. Izuku frowned but let him go. Below, the match began. Izuku's focus remained locked on it, considering the exchanges between them. But Todoroki was back to using only his ice. That was likely to infuriate Kaken. Todoroki barely avoided being thrown out of the ring by creating a wall of ice to skate across. The match never really heated up, and Todoroki wasn't even showing his usual viciousness with his ice attacks. The match went to Bakugo in the end, with Todoroki being knocked unconscious and out of bounds. Midnight had to stop Bakugo from hurting him further. Izuku couldn't help but wonder who decided Bakugo had to participate in the medal ceremony, even at the cost of chaining him to the podium. Izuku looked on from where the rest of 1A was collected, his expression unreadable to those around him. Todoroki looked upset. Tokoyami stood on his podium alone. And Bakugo? Bakugo stood in chains and what appeared to be a muzzle, thrashing against them like he was trying his hardest to get free. It was uncalled for, Izuku thought. Would it have been so bad to make up some excuse as to why Bakugo couldn't participate? Was this really the way the school wanted the number one placing first year to be seen by the world? Izuku thought back to Ida coming to him to explain that Igenium had been injured by a villain and that he had to leave. I hope he's okay. They would have 2 days off of school after the festival to recover and prepare themselves to continue their work. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Izuku was worrying everyone looking after him. He had to find another way to use his power, a way to keep moving forward as a hero without causing so much harm to himself. He was starting to get the feel for not exploding with power, but it wasn't enough yet. He'd just have to keep training when he healed. One for all was his burden to bear now. He just had to figure out how. It was the first morning the students would be on the grounds since the sports festival. Today he would begin the process of cluing the rest of the staff into the fact that Izuku was actually his son, fulfilling the promise he had made to Izuku. The boy would probably begin telling his friends too. Toshinori didn't intend to make a big deal of it, and some part of him still hoped that it would remain something of an open secret, if he was being honest. Not because he didn't want the world to know, but because things were still getting dangerous and because that danger would only heighten when his enemies realized that a half-trained student was a quick way to wound him. But All Might trusted his colleagues. And Izuku was right, ultimately. The longer it was a secret, the worse it would be when it inevitably came out. And it wasn't fair for him to ask the boy to keep lying. It certainly wasn't fair to Izuku that he'd left his son thinking that he wasn't proud of him when he really was. Toshi still wasn't sure when he'd lost sight of that important fact. You'd better not be here to tell me that boy hurt himself again. Chiyo's voice was only somewhat sharp. I know. Go on then. The much older woman sat back slightly, looking up at him calmly. Something's on your mind. Midoriya is my son. It came out somewhat more bluntly than he had expected. Recovery Girl hit him, albeit lightly on his uninjured side. And you're only just now telling me? There was a brief pause. No wonder the boy is as reckless as they come, he's had you for a role model all his life. Granted, she'd suspected that part, the looking up to All Might all his life part. But she smacked him again, across the arm this time. And to keep such a thing a secret, honestly, Toshinori dash. It was going to be a long process if they all lectured him like this. On the other hand, he likely deserved it. It was raining as Izuku made his way to the school. He'd gotten a surprising amount of attention on the street and on the train. It probably shouldn't have been surprising in hindsight. After all, he'd made quite an impression fighting with Todoroki, even if he hadn't won. The damage he'd done to himself, the fact that he was the most seriously injured again, those things stood out in people's minds. It was hard to forget the kid who'd half killed himself in what was supposed to be reasonably good fun. Izuku had spent the last 2 days weighted down with what Todoroki had told him. He still didn't think he'd done enough. Didn't think he'd done the right thing even. But he hadn't shared with his parents. Maybe he should have. Izuku had a feeling he was going to wrestle with that for a while yet. In the meantime, he thought maybe he'd talk to Todoroki, a little. Maybe try to make friends with him. If the fire and ice wielder wasn't angry with him. They'd been told about internships. They'd chosen their possibly temporary, possibly permanent hero names. Izuku had decided to go with Deku much to the uncertainty of midnight. She'd allowed it, ultimately, and that was okay. It was what he wanted. That was, ultimately, what the day had brought. The important part. Izuku thought he might pull Ida and Uraraka aside once they got their food so he could explain the truth. Or at least, that had been the plan. As he found himself staring down Bakugo, Izuku felt an all-too-familiar discomfort begin to swirl deep inside. There was something not quite sane about those eyes. Was he still angry about the sports festival? But that didn't make sense. Izuku hadn't done better than him. Hadn't even caught the eye of any pros who might want him to intern with them. They were still in the classroom, the last two present. Their teachers didn't actually care what they did with this hour provided they didn't break the rules. Izuku hoped to be able to diffuse the situation. But there was an intensity in the air that got under his skin. Kaken. Izuku's voice was quiet, pitched towards calming, even though that never worked with his childhood friend. Had they ever really been friends? He'd always looked up to Kaken, had always wanted to be strong like him, but the more he tried to be friends with Bakugo, the more the other had pushed him away. You and that stupid nickname. The other growled, and Izuku instantly knew that he'd misstepped already. It was the closest Kaken had ever come to telling him not to call him that. It stung more than Izuku expected. Kaken I dash. The other took a swing at him without waiting for him to finish the sentence. Izuku evaded, ending up vaulting across the desk he backed into to avoid the blow. We shouldn't dash, Bakugo struck again. Physis. You're still as weak as you've always been. Came the low growl. Your father left you and Auntie Inko because you're so weak and useless. The words were barbed, intentionally trying to goad Izuku into a real fight. It'd be the first real fight outside of training since Izuku got his quirk. There was something of a roaring in Izuku's ears as the words struck far too close to home, too close to the doubts he'd carried. Doubts that his dad had corrected, of course, but they were still there, weights in his chest. They mingled with the anger in his heart from the secret he'd walked away from the sports festival with, and something snapped. Izuku twisted slightly and punched out at Bakugo, feeling the surge of power as one for all activated. It was restrained, carefully so, at the very last second. Nothing broke, and the blow didn't connect properly in way, instead glancing off of Kaken's arm as the other guarded. You don't know anything about my father. Izuku snarled, striking out again and again despite the fact that Kaken was easily knocking them aside. How dare you insult him? Yeah, and what are you going to do about it, Deku? The nickname that had become somewhat reclaimed by Uraraka's usage of it, and his choice to use it as a hero name, came as easily as it always had. Corrosive, wounding, just as it always had been. Maybe it was the tone Kaken used, the cutting way he spat the word precisely because he knew it hurt. He'd always looked up to Kaken. He'd always admired him. Kaken only wanted to kick him down, it seemed. You're still distracted. Bakugo snarled as Izuku narrowly slipped out of the path of the explosion, though it left his ears ringing. Why are you even here if you won't take this seriously? The verbal attack continued right along with the physical ones. We shouldn't even be fighting here. Izuku snapped back, landing a surprisingly solid hit and following it with a sweep that Bakugo managed to avoid. Neither one saw Ida in the doorway before he disappeared again. Another explosion, and it singed the shoulder of his uniform. He managed to yank his arm free of Bakugo's still sparking grasp. What kind of hero can't even defend themselves? Bakugo sneered as Izuku reeled back from the onslaught. I don't know, Kaken, Izuku began, taking another small explosion, this time to the arm as he blocked. What kind of hero tells someone who looks up to him to kill themselves? Enough! Aizawa was suddenly in the doorway, hair floating around him as he activated his quirk. Bakugo's explosion died, but he followed through with the swing, and Izuku countered almost as if Aizawa-sensei hadn't spoken at all. Suddenly both of them were encased in his binding cloth. I said enough. Coldly as his hair dropped back down in front of his face. And if either one of you takes another swing, I'll expel you both. Both froze instantly. The phrasing seemed to indicate that he hadn't decided he was going to expel them yet. Somewhere between the classroom and Aizawa-sensei's office All Might had joined them. And now here they were sitting side by side with two of their teachers watching them intently. Izuku looked down, refusing to meet Aizawa-sensei's gaze, or his father's. Neither of you are leaving my office until I am satisfied with the explanations you give. Aizawa's tone was flat, and maybe a little disappointed. Izuku looked away, somewhat towards the window, though his gaze focused on the floor there. Bakugo turned slightly in his seat, though he met the adult's gaze. Now, explain yourselves. Neither one of them moved or spoke, instead continuing to glare away from each other. Izuku maintained his focus on the floor, counting the tiles he could see without moving his head. The silence stretched on. Aizawa seemingly had found a pool of infinite patience from somewhere. It was almost oppressive, the sensation of Eraserhead and All Might gazing between them. Still, Izuku said nothing. Aizawa-sensei breathed out slowly, almost sighing. Neither of you have anything to say for yourselves? You two have been friends since childhood, right? We can talk through this. Izuku snorted slightly, but said nothing, and didn't look at his dad despite his attempt at pulling him into the conversation. As if I'd ever be friends with that weakling. Bakugo spat without commenting on how All Might would even know that. It was for the best probably, Izuku thought. He'd thought of them as friends once, And he still did, he still wanted to be, and maybe that was the worst part. He still wanted to be friends with Kaken because he knew that he was a good person and knew that those sharp edges were just part of him and there was so much more. Anyone from the outside wouldn't understand, would only see the way Kaken treated him and would insist they weren't friends. They were probably right. Kaken was probably right. They weren't friends. But dimmen if Izuku hadn't always wished they were. The anger had drained away by now, finally. And Izuku, he still didn't want to talk about this. He didn't want to think about what Aizawa-sensei had heard him say, didn't want to wonder if they were both going to be expelled for their actions. But here they were, and he didn't have much of a choice in the matter. There's nothing to talk about. Izuku finally said, straightening properly in his seat and finally looking at the two adults in the room. I heard what you said before I erased your quirks. Aizawa-sensei prompted, still drawing from what patience he'd found for these two. That sounds like something to talk about. Nope. Doesn't matter. Izuku looked away again, unable to meet the intensity of those stares. What did he say? All Might asked, having missed that particular portion of the scene. Why don't you tell him, Midoriya? Aizawa's voice was cool. Izuku shrank into himself, and was silent for several moments. Midoriya? All Might prompted, gently. Izuku sighed. It's really nothing. Izuku, please. He flinched just a hair. Apparently he was not going to get out of telling this, but it also really wasn't a conversation he wanted to have. What I said at the end was, what kind of hero tells someone who looks up to him to kill themselves? Izuku's gaze did not return to the adults in the room. And Izuku didn't say anything else. Young Bakugo dash. Yeah, I said it. Kaken's voice was surprisingly clipped, tense, almost like a wire pulled too tight. Back in middle school, I told him if he wanted to be a hero so bad he should jump off the roof. Some of the tension seemed to slide out of his shoulders, just a little. He didn't really dash, Izuku began, fully intending to defend him. Stop talking. Bakugo snapped. I didn't mean it. And I knew he wouldn't do it. But I still shouldn't have said it, I'll admit it. That was a stupid thing to say in the heat of the moment. It wasn't an apology, but it was closer to one than Izuku had expected. In the end, Izuku had gotten off with detention, somehow. He didn't know what Bakugo's punishment had ultimately been, except that the other boy hadn't been expelled. It was something of a relief to know that neither of them would be expelled for what had happened there. There was something else I wanted to talk to you about, but it got lost earlier. Toshinori started. They were at home, Izuku was tidying the kitchen after dinner, and his dad stood in the doorway, staying out of the way. Oh. Yeah, Izuku imagined the aftermath of the fight had been a little distracting. He didn't want to talk about that anymore, so he hoped this didn't manage to feed back into it somehow. Yeah. It came through a little late, but there is a pro hero who would like to take you on as an intern. Toshinori looked uncomfortable, Izuku noted. Bordering on scared, even. How strange. His name is Gran Torino. Do you think it's a good idea? Was what Izuku asked after a moment of consideration. The name wasn't familiar, and his dad's reaction was unsettling to say the least. It must have been some hero. He knows about the situation with One for All. Was what Toshinori started with instead. I wonder if he saw how much damage you did to yourself during the sports festival and decided I wasn't doing a good enough job of training you. In all fairness, it was possible. And Toshinori didn't really want to admit that he was failing as a teacher, but that didn't make it less true. This might have been his problem, but he wasn't doing a great job of handling it. At any rate, he's a good friend from last generation. And given he knew about One for All, perhaps he could offer some insight to what, exactly, Izuku had been missing in his control. Those were good enough reasons for Izuku to agree to go to this hero, though perhaps he would do a little research on his own before he did so. Still, additional insight to One for All may be extremely helpful at this point, so regardless of what he found, that would probably be the choice he made. It was like Recovery Girl had said, he had to find another way to manage. Izuku just hoped that this Gran Torino might have some hint as to what that other way might be. You wanted to tell us something? Achiko prompted easily. I'm not sure now's a great time. Izuku murmured. Come on, she nudged his arm. Whatever it is, you can tell us. Right, Ida? Of course. There was something in Ida's expression that still left Izuku a little unsettled despite the overall tone of his voice. It's nothing big, really. Izuku downplayed carefully. I just wanted to tell you two personally, before rumors start floating around or anything. Which was true. He wasn't sure they would start, but if anyone overheard his dad telling one of the staff members or he slipped and managed to casually say the wrong thing where someone else heard him, he wanted them to find out from him. Because if they found out any other way, it was going to look almost like they were hiding it directly from them. On the other hand, he was wondering if it was a bad time, with Ida's brother still in the hospital. Ida insisted that Tensei was going to be alright, had insisted on things being very normal yesterday. Maybe Izuku worried too much. Maybe not. So, Izuku fidgeted uncomfortably. All Might is my father. That felt strange to say out loud. He'd have to get used to it eventually. That's why people keep mentioning how similar our quirks are. Because they are. Actually, no, that wasn't exactly the answer, but it was the safest and easiest one to give since he was telling half of the story anyway. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone because he didn't really want it getting out. You know, top hero, lots of enemies. Izuku faltered slightly before continuing. It kind of became habit to just not say anything. To anyone. But I decided, and he agreed, that keeping the secret wasn't worth it anymore. That conversation had been a lot more complicated than that too, but simplification was fine. For the best, even. It was definitely for the best that his friends didn't know how rocky things had gotten over such a seemingly simple topic. Wow, Deku, that's so cool, Uraraka bubbled. No, it's Izuku squirmed slightly. Really, nothing changes. Of course not. Ida reinforced. The others still sounded a little distracted, but, well, it made sense that he had other things on his mind. Izuku would just keep telling himself that, and be relieved that they weren't upset with him for waiting until now to tell them. There was the sound of a snapping twig nearby. Izuku turned his head towards the sound, but saw nothing. He frowned, and shook his head, turning his attention back to his friends. So, I see you've started informing the staff finally. Nizu observed from across the table, pouring tea as he did so. It's good that you've finally decided to be open about the truth. Toshinori took one of the cups into his hand and sat back a little. Perhaps keeping it a secret in the first place was a poor decision. Perhaps. Nizu agreed mildly. After all, for all that you had reasons that felt good enough to you, the reality is that you likely left your son wondering if he had to live up to some unknown expectation before you could claim him. Altogether not what you wanted. They both knew that much. Never mind that it's hard to use information against you when everyone knows it. When everyone knows what? Present Mick's entrance to the staff lounge had gone mostly unnoticed up until that moment. Toshinori sputtered sharply. There was a heartbeat of silence, during which he managed to wrestle with his breathing and win. That I have a son. You mean Midoriya? The blonde with the voice Quirk responded immediately. Wait, that was supposed to be a secret? Well, yes, wait, you knew? Have you ever seen the way you interact with him directly? Present Mick's expression was nothing short of incredulous. You can't seriously tell me no one else noticed. So, I was right then? Todoroki observed Izuku with a surprisingly calm expression after the revelation. Well, not exactly. Izuku corrected. Yes, he is my dad, like I said. But he's actually married to my mom. I'm not illegitimate, he just didn't want mom and me to become targets because he was gone doing hero stuff all the time when I was little. It was an easy admission. I just thought I should tell you because I felt guilty for lying. To the half-and-half wielder, it explained his reaction to his question under the stands, at least a little. It didn't change anything, exactly. Still, despite the pressure and drive that being All Might's son must put on his shoulders, Izuku had sought to push him, and that was an interesting choice. It wasn't a choice Shudo understood exactly. Another puzzle for him to work at. I understand if you don't feel the same way. Izuku began quietly. I'd like to be friends, if we can be. I know in the end we're sort of competing, but it doesn't always have to be like that. And I know I said that I don't understand what you've been through, and I don't. Maybe I can't. But I'd like to. And if you ever dash. Midoriya. Right. Izuku fell silent, realizing he'd been rambling. I'm still not really here to make friends. Todoroki said it calmly, this time. Alright. The green-haired boy looked down, expression rather subdued. But I do appreciate the gesture. Todoroki was coming to understand that Izuku reaching out and being friendly was the best. That the other believed he could offer. It was sort of touching in a confusing way. He wasn't sure what to make of it all, exactly. It was time for them to leave for their internships. Izuku had rushed after Ida and told him, as best as he could, that if Ida needed to talk about anything he could come to them. The other had assured him that everything was okay, and he had continued onward. Izuku faltered for a heartbeat. Ida's brother's attack had been the hero killer, Stain. They'd heard on the news that he would be permanently crippled. Ida had said nothing to them about the attacker or the real damage. Izuku worried a lot about what was going on in his friend's head. But he couldn't force him to tell the truth either. 17 dead, another 23 permanently out of commission, including Ingenium. Izuku shivered slightly as he turned and began to walk towards the place to catch his own train. Ida had chosen to go to Hosu. Did he expect Stain to attack there again? Then again, Ingenium had been the first there to be attacked, and Stain hinted to attack in groups of 3. Izuku just hoped that Ida didn't do anything rash. Most of all, he hoped his friend wouldn't get hurt while they were separated. It was that thought that carried him through the terminal and into his seat, that thought that kept Izuku wrapped up in his own head as he folded in on himself and gazed out of the window beside him. There wasn't much to see, but turning his attention onto something meant he looked like he was busy, or deep enough in thought that he likely wouldn't be bothered. Izuku had looked up Gran Torino, and had found nothing. Nothing at all. The boy still wasn't sure what to make of that. But he would see soon enough, he supposed, just what kind of hero he had been drafted to intern with, however briefly. He had 7 days with this hero who knew about One for All. And Izuku had to make them count, every last one of them. But he had hoped that maybe by the end of the week he would have a stronger basis for not injuring himself when he used his quirk. That alone would be worth it. Meeting Gran Torino was something akin to underwhelming, though Izuku wouldn't have admitted it out loud. Still somewhere between being asked his own name no less than 4 times and then being called Toshinori, Izuku did begin to wonder if maybe this had been the wrong choice after all. What he couldn't figure out was if the guy was trying to screw with his head or if he was genuinely that far off his rocker. He'd considered more than once calling his dad and telling him that there was something amiss. Eventually, though, the small former pro finally got down to business and told him to dress in his costume so they could see just how badly he was faring with his quirk. Fire off an attack. Show me your One for All. Izuku wasn't sure about unleashing an attack in the small living space. Never mind his control was shaky enough, he was concerned about hurting the pro hero if he managed to land an actual hit on him. I need to get this power under control as soon as possible. Izuku began quietly. My D-. Reflexively, Izuku cut himself off and changed his phrasing. All Might doesn't have much time left. That's why I don't have time to play games. You're right. You don't. So I'll tell you just one more time. Attack me. The smaller pro hero darted around the room with an incredible amount of speed. Izuku couldn't really keep up with him. It wasn't long before Izuku was knocked down, sputtering as the old-timer decided that he was taking too long to get to the point. Izuku got back up only for the small figure to slam into him again a moment later. Too fast. What kind of quirk dash? No, forget that. There isn't anywhere to take cover and no time to analyze his ability. I've got to stop his movement somehow. He's hit me in the back twice now, so? Trying to analyze and predict? The voice was behind him. Izuku reacted, but Gran Torino was faster, avoiding the strike as Izuku unleashed it. Nothing broke, but neither had he successfully hit the other. Your awareness is a mess. And so you end up like this. He had his hand on Izuku's face, pinning him to the ground. But I was sure I had you. No, because I saw the way you fought in the cavalry battle and in the tournament. I was sure you'd figured it out based on that. The pro shook his head. Your admiration for All Might, and that sense of responsibility, they are shackles holding you back. Shackles? I have to get stronger quickly, you say? It's true, time is not on your side, nor on your enemies. And they won't wait for you to get stronger. You're thinking of One for All as something more unique and special than it is. So what should I do? Izuku asked, rising to his feet. You have to answer that for yourself. Gran Torino responded in a cool tone. I'm going out for food. Clean up the mess for me. And Izuku was left alone as far as he knew. The boy began to move around the space, righting some of the knocked-over furniture, deep in thought. My admiration for my father is shackling me. I should understand how to use it already. Which he did, sort of. He was figuring out how to stop breaking himself, but Gran Torino almost seemed to mean something else entirely. And I've been thinking of One for All as more unique than it really is. But what is that supposed to mean? Is that why my movements are so stiff? But what did he mean by that exactly? I guess the opposite would be loose. He continued chewing on that thought for a moment as he cleaned up some of the pieces from the broken microwave. And then it struck him. That's it. I was thinking of it as some special trump card, but quirks are just abilities. They're extensions of our bodies, so I have to use One for All more evenly. All that time analyzing the way he used his quirk and I never noticed. A pause as he started making notes in one of his journals. That's what Gran Torino meant by shackles. I was blindly accepting everything and trying to learn it by memory, but I never considered it as part of myself, just as something he gave me. But of course he wasn't going to achieve full mastery of it as a quirk as long as Izuku thought of it as something separate from himself. As long as his quirk was something else, he'd never wrap his head around it. But it was his quirk now. He had to treat it as such. That night saw Izuku sneaking out of Gran Torino's home while the pro hero was asleep. After dinner the old-timer had gone to bed almost immediately, but it left Izuku feeling restless. It wasn't going to get into trouble, he just wanted to work on his quirk a little more. That was what drove him into an alleyway. I have to think about it more evenly. To himself, mostly. For Kakin and the others, quirks are as natural as breathing. But I'm still thinking in terms of using and not using it. Getting used to his quirk, of course, was easier said than done. 5% should have been enough for the gap between the buildings. Izuku was sure of it. His attempts didn't end well. He'd get through the jump, but slam into the wall and fail to move into the next movement. I need to brace my legs and I need cushioning for my arms. Starting with the second jump I need to power up both my arms and legs. But with that instant boost there's danger of my breaking my limbs. There really isn't time for the whole visualization thing. Okay, one more time. It did not go as planned. Izuku wasn't sure how long, exactly, he kept training, and he lost count of how many times he threw himself into the wall. But not once did he manage to successfully scale the wall as planned. What's wrong with you? Gran Torino asked critically. Oh, nothing's wrong. I was doing some training last night and lost track of time is all. Which was the truth, ultimately. And of course throwing himself at a wall multiple times did leave more than a few bruises. But nothing was broken. And Izuku would call that progress. After figuring out what you said, I decided to try to put it into practice. But I've got a long way to go. Ultimately that shouldn't have been surprising, Izuku knew that. Every real challenge begins that way. Gran Torino responded, almost encouragingly. That's just how it is. You'd be hard-pressed to get that kind of thinking out of your father. He was able to manage One for All just fine right from the start. So I had to handle his training a different way. But Gran Torino was finding at least half of Izuku's major roadblocks were in his own head. In fact, the only thing he had going for him was his body. You're talking about when All Might was in training? Izuku couldn't help but tune in with interest at that. He hadn't ever thought much about his dad's training. Izuku thought maybe he should ask him, after he got home, if he was still confused. We did nothing but spar until he was almost sick. Izuku winced slightly. That explained the reaction to Gran Torino wanting to take him in. I couldn't half-but his training. He was entrusted to me by a dear friend. A dear friend? All Might's predecessor had already passed on by then? Izuku asked, slowly. Yeah. Their conversation was interrupted by a DLV, a replacement microwave, apparently. and from there Gran Torino had Izuku start heating up taiyaki. For the record, Izuku still wasn't sure that was really a good breakfast food, but who was he to argue? Izuku watched the plate turn absently, making one for all as natural as breathing, thinking realistically I have to catch up to the others. And they've had 15 years to figure out their quirks. And time's not waiting for me. But to draw on more than 5% of my power, it could take years before my body is ready for that. His thoughts were interrupted by the timer on the microwave going off. But my time is limited, what do I do? The thought train had returned by the time Izuku set the taiyaki down on the table for the older pro. Why the long face? Just sit down and enjoy some hot dash. The hero had gone to bite into one of the pieces and found it was still cold. Cold? No way. I was sure I heated them on defrost mode. You crammed them on a plate that's too big. They can't spin if the plate's too big. Only one part gets heated up that way. Haven't you ever used a microwave? Oh, the type we have at home doesn't rotate. Izuku explained sheepishly. Sorry about that. He started to work on making it right. And then something clicked into place. Wait, I've got it. Suddenly, Gran Torino. This taiyaki is me. Holding up one of the still partially frozen pieces. Gran Torino looked almost concerned. No, it's not. What's wrong with you? No, wait. Izuku frowned, and then got ready to explain. I figured it out. Up until now I've been focusing on just using one for all, when or where I needed it. Like some kind of on-off switch. So the second or third time I'd go to use it, my reaction would always be delayed. From the start, I should have been turning it on everywhere. The heat was only reaching part of me. I need to picture it spreading around evenly. So my whole body is continuously at my 5% limit. He was rambling again a little. But as the pieces fell into place, Izuku couldn't really help it. It was something to work with, more than he'd had before. It was hopefully progress. Green lightning crackled around him as the power spread through his form. It took some concentration to hold it that way, and it wasn't easy. But Izuku thought it probably wow'll get easier if he did it more often. Can you even move like that? I'm not sure. Izuku admitted. He hadn't tried yet. It felt sort of like he might explode if he wasn't careful. And yet, this was what he needed to learn to control, to maintain. Why don't we find out? Sure thing. Gran Torino observed him for a moment. He'd flooded his whole body with power, but could he move without losing it? Let's give it 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Before time is up, try to land a single hit on me. Gran Torino explained the rest of the exercise. Izuku avoided the first few strikes, and then lost the energy flowing through himself. What a shame. If you can't even react to this, how can you ever hope to save those who need it? Anyone hoping to be praised as the symbol of peace had better be ready to overcome this much. It was going to take him a minute to get the power flowing again. He hadn't mastered it yet, and he couldn't possibly pull it off while still being attacked at every turn. The strikes weren't all that damaging, they were just disruptive. And of course, too quick for Izuku to track. He scampered under a small couch. It wasn't going to be much, but it was enough. As Gran Torino descended, still talking, Izuku exploded upward, having gotten one for all active again properly. Gran Torino avoided the strike however narrowly, and Izuku dove towards him again, this time going above him and coming down from above. Gran Torino still got out of the way, however narrowly. And then Gran Torino hit him hard enough to send him flying backwards, and the timer went. Preserving that state is really hard. I'm not there yet. Izuku was slightly frustrated by that fact, honestly. Nah. Gran Torino shook his head, analyzing and predicting to find openings. Your judgment is good. You seem like the type that's always thinking ahead. After just one sparring session, you've gotten much better. They paused there to eat something, but training would continue after that. And with enough practice and repetition, perhaps Izuku would make enough progress to do something worthwhile. Izuku had spent the whole second day, and most of the third sparring off and on with Gran Torino and working on maintaining full cowling for longer and longer PRDS while also fighting. He was doing rather well, Izuku thought. It wasn't the extreme breakthrough he'd been hoping for. but it was more than he'd had on the first day. And it was with that information that Gran Torino decided they should go on a patrol for the first time. The older hero was concerned that he'd develop bad habits if he kept training only with him. Which made sense to Izuku, except for the fact that he still wasn't doing very well overall. Still, he found himself sitting in a seat next to Gran Torino. He'd texted Ida because they were going to pass through Hosu, and it made him want to see how the other was doing. The message had been read, but Ida did not respond. Izuku hoped it wasn't a sign of something bad happening, but at the same time, he couldn't shake the feeling that that was precisely what it was, a sign of bad things to come. After all, Ida usually responded within a few minutes of viewing a message. Izuku didn't have to worry about it long though, unfortunately. Suddenly the train came to a halt where they were, somewhere in Hosu. There was screaming and some general chaos outside. And then a man and one of those engineered things slammed through the wall of the train car. And Nomu? Izuku began to stand as he spoke, but Gran Torino put out a hand to stop him. Stay here. It was an order as the pro-hero rushed off. Despite that, Izuku followed him out onto the street a moment later. He didn't know where Gran Torino had gone, but in the end it didn't matter. Ida was out here somewhere and Nomu were attacking the city. Nomu meant the League Prof. Izuku moved through the streets, carefully avoiding getting in the way. At least, until he came to a group of several pro-heroes trying to deal with several Nomu. And overheard Manuel, Ida's mentor, talking about how he'd gone missing at a bad time. Ida, that wasn't like him at all. Izuku frowned, and when one of the pros told him to get out of the way he nodded and left as if to join the group of civilians being evacuated. But instead he slipped down one of the side streets. The only explanation he could come to was that Ida was trying to find Stain, and it made sense that perhaps Stain would strike during this sort of chaos when he wasn't likely to be noticed. Was he working with the League? The Nomu seemed to indicate probably. That was a terrifying thought, honestly. The League and Stain working together to kill even more heroes. And a full-scale attack here in Hosu, innocent people were going to get caught up in this, and there was no real way for Izuku to prevent it. Izuku didn't have any proof, but while the heroes were doing their best to protect the civilians, the boy hoped he could find Ida and maybe even Stain in an attempt to ease off some of the burden. Just that much would be helpful. Just that much was perhaps more than he could actually do, but he was going to try. Izuku kept moving, checking down alleyways. It made sense. Stain's victims had all been found in places that were less commonly passed through. Side streets and back alleys. Places criminals liked to lurk, and so heroes often patrolled through. Places heroes often were alone with no witnesses except those who would do them harm. It made sense, so really he just had to comb through them one by one until he found what he was looking for. Izuku paid attention to street names, if only because he may need to call for backup. Not that Izuku could really count on backup given he wasn't supposed to be here, and as far as he knew, none of his classmates other than Ida were either. Someone stood over Ida's fallen form. Izuku imagined it could only be the hero killer. Certainly his description matched what Izuku had heard in the reports. The boy activated full cowling and darted forward, slamming into the hero killer at full force. It was only 5% of his power, but it was enough to send the villain backwards a little. Midoriya? He heard Ida from behind him. I'm here to save you. Izuku responded, his tone a little grim. But his expression was calm, and there was a smile, if strained, on his face. Can you move? Make for the main road and get some pros to come help us. I can't move. Ida stated. He cut me. That's likely his quirk. They were talking about that. So he needs to cut you to get it to work. Izuku noticed native against the wall at that moment. Pro-hero down, Ida down. If it had just been Ida, he probably could have just carried him and run off, but Izuku wasn't going to leave the pro-hero to his fate. Midoriya. Don't interfere. This has nothing to do with you. Didn't it? Ida was his friend, and was in danger. That was what heroes did. They helped other people. What are you saying? Midoriya retorted. But Stain wasn't finished, of course. A friend shows up and says, I'm here to save you, a good line for sure. But it's my duty to kill these two, and if we're forced to fight, naturally the weaker of us will be culled. So, what now? This guy wasn't like the attackers at U.S.J. This guy was completely different. And there was something about the intensity of the way the hero killer bore down on him, even with his eyes alone, that sent a slight shiver down Izuku's spine. He remembered what All Might had said to Shigaraki about idealistic criminals having a special sort of fire in their eyes. Izuku couldn't help but wonder if what he was seeing in Stain was precisely what he'd meant. Even with just a hunch, he should have persuaded a pro or two to follow him, just in case. But it was too late now. So what he needed to do was protect the two who were down and try to buy some time. If he had to, maybe he could drive off the hero killer, but Izuku wasn't banking on that. Izuku held his phone behind his back, and by memory alone he had it send his location to the class group chat. Maybe one of his class mates would understand what he needed and maybe, just maybe, get a pro to act as backup. Izuku put his phone away and shifted his stance, signaling that he had no intention of retreating. "No. I told you to run," Ida yelled from where he lay. "This is none of your business." "That again? What's a hero supposed to do when you say crap like that?" Izuku snapped back. "I've got a lot to say to you, but it'll have to come later." Grim, but come. But it's like All Might said, giving help that isn't asked for is what makes a true hero. It was strange, really, having the hero killer just stand there, observing the interaction. Not once did he move to attack Izuku where he stood. But there was something in that expression. It had shifted when he'd mentioned his father's name. How strange. Izuku tried not to think about it, and darted forward as he activated full cowling again. He had one chance to close the gap between them before the hero killer could really use that long blade. Trying to close the gap against my long blade, good judgment. Watch out. If he cuts you dash, Ida sounded upset. Izuku tried not to listen. No, it was fine. This was fine. Perfect even. Izuku evaded the strike with surprising ease, and shot upward and then bore down on the hero killer. It was working, Izuku realized. He hadn't even felt it when the jagged blade had nicked his cheek. Still, as the hero killer liked the blade, it was enough for Izuku to lose the ability to move his limbs. He hit the ground. This was similar to the paralysis brought on by Maboroshi-san's quirk, he thought. And yet, hers was much more restricted. She had to actually touch what she was trying to paralyze, to an extent, where Izuku still didn't know where he had been cut. Blood. There was blood on the blade's edge. That was what he was liking. That was what caused the paralysis? It wasn't the act of cutting, but the ingestion of the blood itself. You lack power. The hero killer was speaking. But you did track my movements. You exploited my blind spot and planned to bring me down. That's how you moved. So many fools out there are nothing but talk. But you are worth keeping alive, unlike these others. Izuku wasn't sure how he felt, being declared worthy by the hero killer's standards. In a sense, it made his skin crawl that someone like this, someone with so much blood on his hands, might acknowledge him. On the other hand, no, Izuku thought the first part probably outweighed any pride he felt at being acknowledged. All Might had acknowledged him, his father, the man he'd looked up to all his life. That was an honor. This man, Stain, was just a killer who thought he wanted to change the world, without any concern for the damage done in the process. Sheet. No, don't. Stain wasn't looking at him anymore, he was walking towards Ida. A burst of flames from the mouth of the alley stopped Stain's forward motion. One after another, Stain muttered. So many interruptions today. Midoriya-san, learn to write more specific directions. Todoroki chided slightly. I was almost too late. Izuku was relieved to see his classmate, even if it was with a mild reprimand. He was slightly surprised it was Todoroki who had chosen to come, and yet it was probably for the best. If any of his classmates were going to be a good option in this fight, Todoroki with his ice and fire attacks was it. After all, he could fight from a distance. Todoroki, you too? Ida seemed surprised to see him. But how'd you? And your left? Izuku was happy to see him using his left. How? That's my line. Todoroki retorted. It took me a few seconds to figure it out, that text to everyone with nothing but your location. But he had thought about it, Izuku realized. But because sending out a totally useless message isn't your style, I realized it must have meant that you were in trouble. Izuku was pleased that Todoroki had managed to figure it out, glad someone had. Don't worry. In just a few more minutes, the pros will be here. Todoroki's voice was reasonably confident as he spoke. Stain lunged forward and Todoroki was forced to defend himself. It's just like the report said, but you're not killing these guys today, hero killer. Todoroki sounded confident in himself. As he spoke, the ice and fire wielder used his quirk to move the 3 injured parties to a place in the alley that he could defend more easily, ensuring they were behind him. This would be better. Don't let him cut you. When he ingests your blood, his quirk kicks in and paralyzes you. That's how he got us. And sharing that information was important at the moment. The last thing Izuku wanted was for Todoroki to get hurt because of him, given he was the one who had asked for help on his admittedly dangerous path. That explains the blades. So I've just got to keep my distance, Todoroki said, sounding almost thoughtful. Izuku knew it wouldn't be that simple, but he also trusted his classmate to be as careful as he could be to avoid unnecessary harm coming to him. On the other hand, battle was battle. You've got some good friends, Ingenium. Stain's voice came as he threw a knife at Todoroki. The half-and-half wielder dodged the first blade but was grazed by the second one. Stain closed the distance between them faster than Izuku might have thought possible, obviously going in to lick the blood directly from Todoroki's face. Flames ignited on his left side, driving the hero killer back. Close one. Todoroki muttered more to himself than anything. Every attack set his opponent up for multiple attacks at once. He was strong, and Todoroki could clearly see why so many had had trouble with the hero killer before. One-on-one this would be hard to beat, if not impossible. Why? Both of you just stop it. Ida was not quite ready to accept that they had made this their fight too, it seemed. I've inherited my brother's name. I have to do this. He's mine to... Inherited his name? Todoroki echoed Ida quietly. That's weird, because the Ingenium I know never made faces like that. Guess your family also has a dark side to it. Todoroki seemed to have no interest in listening to Ida's tirade about honor or revenge or whatever it was this time. Izuku couldn't exactly blame him. Todoroki, Ida seemed irritated. Izuku realized in that moment he could move, albeit just his fingers at the moment. Already? Not that Izuku was complaining, but it was something of a surprise. Obstructing your own vision when up against an opponent faster than yourself? Poor strategy. Indeed. Stain did not approve of Todoroki's ice wall. Still, Izuku was surprised when the hero killer cut through the ice like it wasn't there at all. You'd like to think so, Todoroki began, only to cut himself off as a set of thrown knives from Stain managed to embed themselves in his arm. Hadn't seen those coming. You're not bad either. Stain was still focused on Todoroki, which meant that he didn't notice Izuku managing to get his feet under him. Nor did he notice Izuku launching himself into the air to bear down on him again. Midoriya. Todoroki, it seemed, had not noticed him getting up and moving either. Somehow I can move just fine. Izuku called back by way of explanation. So it has a time limit? Todoroki asked. No, he was the last of us to get hit. And I still can't move. Native refuted that particular explanation, but still there were only so many options that could explain it. This kid must be O. Stain muttered aloud as he evaded Izuku's attack. Stain's counter-attack threw him off balance but didn't break skin. Todoroki used an arc of ice to cover him slightly. Get back, Midoriya. So he tasted our blood and paralyzed us. But I was the first to break free somehow. Izuku began, obviously fixated on figuring out how the hero killer's quirk worked. I can think of 3 possible explanations. Todoroki offered as the pair of them eyed the hero killer. Either the effect is weaker the more people he uses it on, or it's about how much blood he gets, or its effectiveness depends on blood type. Blood type? I'm B. Native offered. And I'm A, Ida added. Blood type. That's right. Stain confirmed. Though it's not like knowing that will really help us. Izuku mumbled. No, we need to hurry and get these 2 out of here. He's quick enough to react to both my fire and ice. So I'm not seeing an opening. Todoroki shook his head. Until the pros get here, our best hope is to keep him at bay and keep dodging. But could they do that? Izuku had to wonder. Then again, with both of them up and moving, they may have better luck than they did before, merely because of the fact that Stain would have more targets and would have to defend against them both at the same time. You've got too much exposed blood, Todoroki. Izuku began quietly. I'll draw his attention while you provide rear support. Pretty risky plan, but yeah. The two of us will protect them. Todoroki agreed to the plan. It was the best they had, really. Izuku taking the heat and Todoroki attacking from a distance. With both of them, maybe they could last long enough for the promised backup to arrive. But man, Izuku hoped it was on the way. 2-on-1 HM? At least you aren't naive. The fight wore on. True to his word, Izuku kept full cowling up and worked in relatively close quarters with the hero killer, evading with a level of dexterity that only full cowling allowed him to have and focusing on staying on the move. He attacked when he could, but often it was all Izuku could do to keep evading, keep dodging. Todoroki aimed around him, and when he could, Izuku moved out of the way. It wasn't easy. The hero killer moved blindingly fast, considering his quirk had nothing to do with it. That kind of training and those reflexes, Izuku wasn't sure he'd ever seen anything like it. A blade tore into Izuku's leg. That startled a sound of pain from him. Stop it. Ida started again. I can't take this. Izuku hit the ground again as the hero killer liked at the blood he'd drawn from Izuku's shin. Sorry, Todoroki. If you want to stop this, then stand up. Because I've got just one thing to say to you, Ida-san. Never forget what you want to become. With Izuku down again, the hero killer bore down on Todoroki full force, bringing the fight back into close quarters in no time at all. Fire and ice. The hero killer began again, suddenly way too close to Todoroki for comfort. Hasn't anyone ever told you that relying too heavily on your quirk makes you sloppy? Stain made to slice through Todoroki's left arm as Ida managed to become free of the paralysis. Narrowly, too narrowly, he managed to activate his quirk and knock the blade off target with a kick. Ida! Midoriya sounded relieved. It wore off. This guy's quirk isn't so great after all. Todoroki observed. Which was true, really. At least in a group like this it was true, because it meant it was wearing off of someone, or close to it, almost every time someone managed to be downed again. In a one-on-one match it would be deadly, but against multiple opponents, it explained why Hero Killer acted more like an assassin than a warrior. This had nothing to do with either of you. So I'm sorry. Not that again. Midoriya cut in. I won't let the two of you lose any more blood here. It's no use pretending. Stain chided. A person's true nature is not so easily changed. You're a fake who prioritized his own selfish desires. A cancer on society warped by heroes. Someone needs to correct the system. So you're a fundamentalist? Todoroki was practically rolling his eyes. Get with the times. Ida, don't even think of listening to his so-called reasoning. No, he's right. I have no right to call myself hero. Still, I won't let him break me. Because if I break, then Ingenium is really dead. You're hopeless. Stain tisked. Idiot. The hero killer's after me and the dude in the white armor. Forget fighting back. Just get out of here. Native, it seemed, had a clear enough head to try and give that order. It was too late for that, Izuku thought. I don't think he'll let us. Todoroki voiced it before he could. He went through a clear change a minute ago. He's too fired up. That made sense, really. The hero killer felt he had some kind of mission to carry out here, and they were in the way of it. And of course, Stain wasn't going to withdraw just because they wanted to get in the way. Never mind the fact that neither he nor Todoroki would ever agree to abandon the two injured here. Todoroki and Ida exchanged words even as they tried to keep the hero killer back. Blades embedded in Ida's arm, and for a moment he lost his footing. Todoroki froze the engines as requested. And Izuku's paralysis wore off again. The hero killer was getting desperate. Izuku rose to his feet and made a snap decision based on the layout of the still remaining ice. Todoroki drove upward with ice. Izuku sprang from one side, activating one for all as he did so, and Ida came in from the other. Izuku's punch and Ida's kick struck at the same time, essentially trapping the hero killer between them with nowhere to avoid their attacks. They were successful for the moment. They had definitely hit him. Izuku's arm throbbed warningly. He'd overdone it and managed to surpass his 5% limit. He'd likely pay for it later. It took a second round of Ida kicking him and Todoroki's ice to actually knock Stain unconscious for the moment. But it was enough. They had managed to do just that. They found rope and tied up the hero killer, and then removed as many of his weapons as they could find. Even in a 3-on-1 fight, we just barely won because he made a mistake. Todoroki shook his head. It was almost pure luck to manage to pin him so he couldn't react in time. No kidding, Izuku muttered, holding still on Native's back. He probably didn't need to be carried, but the pro hero was somewhat insistent and he had done some damage to his leg jumping like that after having it sliced open. It was easier not to argue in the longer run. It was, of course, that moment that the pro heroes finally began to show up. First Gran Torino, who reacted, predictably, very badly to Izuku's presence. And then a host of others that Endeavor had sent their way. Both of you were terribly wounded because of me. I'm sorry. Ida bowed deeply. The battle had only lasted perhaps 10 minutes, Izuku knew. But it had felt like much, much longer. Get down. Izuku heard the command, but he was too slow to respond to it as the winged Nomu grabbed him and lifted him up off the ground and continued forward in its flight path, holding him in its talons. There was something deeply terrifying about the fact that it was the hero killer who reacted before any of the pros could do so. Somehow Stain freed his own hands with a knife they'd missed, liked the Nomu's blood splatter from the female pro hero's face, and then managed to catch up to them in the blink of an eye. The knife was buried into the Nomu's brain almost before Izuku could process what was happening. And then he turned slightly towards the pro heroes gathered on the other side. Both this sham-filled society and the criminals who wield their power in the name of petty mischief are the targets of my purge. All for the sake of a better society. The hero killer remained where he was, one hand resting on Izuku's back. The wind had been knocked out of the boy, and he couldn't struggle much as close as Stain was. Endeavor arrived on the scene, and made to attack only for Gran Torino to stop him because of Izuku's placement. You fake, Stain growled, rising and allowing his mask to flutter to the ground. If I don't fix it, if someone isn't stained with blood, if I don't reclaim my hero status. Come on, just try me, you fakes. The only one allowed to kill me is All Might, a true hero. The hero killer had continued forward steadily as he spoke, but he froze then abruptly and stopped speaking. It seemed he had lost consciousness. Izuku didn't think he was ever going to forget that night, not for as long as he lived. It was unsettling, Izuku thought, realizing that the hero killer had essentially left him alive, left them alive, even. That he'd chosen to kill the Nomu and leave Izuku unharmed. That the three of them had stood against the villain who had killed 17 and injured 23 others. They had stood against him and, if not won exactly, had exacted a draw from the situation. They had survived. They managed to hold on long enough for the pros to arrive, and if it hadn't been for the Nomu, perhaps the pros would only have had to process the ending and deal with the aftermath. Idealistic villains. Izuku shivered slightly and pushed the scenes of Stain's ranting out of his mind for the moment. They'd agreed, ultimately, to allow Endeavor to take the credit for taking down the hero killer. They'd had no choice, really. In the end, their only choice had been to allow Endeavor to take the credit, because otherwise their punishment would have been severe and it was possible it could ruin their chances of ever actually becoming heroes. Todoroki. I wanted to say thank you. For coming, just asking put you in a lot of danger and it was risky for any of us to do what we did, but if you hadn't come I don't know what would have happened back there. Probably nothing good. If nothing else, Ida and perhaps Native would have died before Izuku could have freed himself from the paralysis. Whether Stain would have left him alive or not was up in the air, and completely not the point. Losing Ida and yet another pro-hero would have been devastating. Bicolored eyes studied him for a moment. Of course I came. Like I said, it wasn't like you to send something like that without reason. I wasn't going to leave it at that without knowing. Still, you would have done the same. Todoroki pointed out mildly. It was true enough, Izuku had to admit to himself. He ducked his head a bit, looking sheepish. I'll, see you when we get back to school. Todoroki nodded once and turned on his heel to leave. It's fine, I'm fine, Dad. Izuku sat quietly outside of Gran Torino's home, so that their conversation didn't disturb the older pro. Honestly, I'm going to be fine. The worst of it was a minor stress fracture. Which was not great, Izuku had to admit, but it was much better than it could have been. Better than he'd received multiple other times he'd fought. Well, I won't be able to do much more heavy work in terms of training, but they did let me leave with Gran Torino today. After spending 3 days in the hospital. And I'll be home sometime tomorrow evening. Yeah, we can talk more when I get home. I love you too, Dad. Tell Mom I said hi and I love her. In spite of himself, Izuku smiled as he hung up the phone, turning it in his hands for a moment. He'd fielded more than a few calls and texts over the last few days. Assuring his parents he'd be fine, letting his classmates know that things were all right, and thanking them for passing along the message if they had. Most of them couldn't know what the three of them had done that night in the alleyway. Most of them would never know because the story told on the news was all that Izuku would confirm. Izuku tried not to think about that night, but it was hard to avoid while fielding questions. It would die down soon. Ida had gone home, having sustained possibly permanent nerve damage to his left hand, and having refused the nerve transplant until he met his own standards of being a hero. Todoroki had returned to his father's agency. Izuku wasn't sure he liked that his classmate had chosen to go to the source of his issues with being a hero for an entire week, but that wasn't his call to make. Todoroki had said something about wanting to see what made Endeavor the number 2 hero. Izuku supposed it made some sense in that capacity. Still, he hoped everything turned out okay. It may have been brief, but I appreciate everything. Izuku stood quietly, preparing to leave finally. I don't feel I did much for you. And that all happened while you were out training on the job. Gran Torino's response. No, really. Izuku insisted. It was thanks to your inspiring talk and all our sparring that I was able to hold my own against the hero killer, even a little. That did not get him out of the lecture by Gran Torino, sharply reminding him that he still overdid things when he got nervous. He'd still lost control of One for All, and that was what fractured his arm. Not as badly as he usually did, but it had still happened. But that was all right. Izuku did still have a lot to learn. He just hoped that he had enough time to learn it in. At the moment, it didn't seem as if time was on his side. You said you have information for us? Shigaraki was doing the talking, but the call to Sensei was active in the background. An ever-present reminder of the real threat of lying. I do. Well, what is it? Shigaraki sounded impatient. Then again, he always did. The boy you asked for information on, Midoriya Izuku, he's All Might's biological son, not just some chosen protege. A nod. I don't want to do this anymore. Tiesuke, you remember our deal, don't you? Shigaraki drawled. But I did what you asked. Your task isn't done until the symbol of peace is in the ground. Shigaraki responded with an air of finality. And remember the price for any disobedience. The words hung heavy in the air between them. Getting home was something of a relief, really. Though it took some time to get his mom to finally calm down and stop clinging to him. Izuku couldn't really blame her. He had, of course, been injured again. But he was whole and he was okay. He'd made it home and he was going to be just fine. Inko didn't like this path of his. And he couldn't blame her, really. To be fair, the internship wasn't supposed to be particularly dangerous. They were really only supposed to observe normal day-to-day actions of a hero. Instead, the three of them had seen a lot more than most their age, and had put themselves in a great deal more danger than was generally considered acceptable. It was no surprise his mother was upset. On the other hand, Izuku had always known that the life of a hero was not a particularly easy or safe one. Heroes protected everyone else, after all, and sometimes that was at the cost of their own safety. It had to be hard, though, having the two most important people in her life both choose the same self-sacrificing path. Izuku was sitting quietly in his room, texting with Uraraka about her internship when his dad tapped on the door frame and wandered in. Given the door was partially open, that was standard. Izuku looked up and smiled at him slightly, setting his phone down as he did so. He patted the edge of his bed, shifting into a cross-legged position as he did so. Toshinori settled on one end of the bed, leaned against the headboard slightly to support his back while Izuku sat towards the middle, turned towards him. It was a little odd that his dad had closed the door behind him. Usually he only did that at school, when there was a chance they'd be overheard, which seemed to say to Izuku that perhaps this was something he didn't want Izuku's mom to overhear or worry about. "Why don't you tell me about what really happened that night?" Toshinori encouraged mildly. It was a place to start, a discussion that should be had because Izuku was far too prone to keeping things to himself, and sometimes the boy forgot that he shouldn't be shouldering all these things himself. Izuku talked at length about what happened that night, from the moment the train was attacked by the Nomu moving forward. It was sort of like a weightlifting, being able to talk about it with his dad, at least. Being able to admit the way he'd felt, and take a moment to examine the visceral discomfort at being faced with someone like Stain. Someone with such powerful convictions. It wasn't enough to completely remove Stain from his mind, of course. But it was enough to allow him to begin to step back from it a little and begin to put enough distance there to examine the situation more objectively and with fewer emotions attached to it. After that, though, they circled back to what Toshinori had wanted to talk about to begin with. About One for All and how it had come to be the way it was now. It was, as it turned out, quite the long story. Izuku listened intently to it, though there were parts that didn't make perfect sense, of course. For example, how someone with as much power as All for One had managed to say so clearly under the radar that they never showed up in history, despite the fact that supposedly it was the same person as it had always been. And yet, his dad had no reason to lie about something like this. A quirk that could steal quirks. And that was how One for All had been created, by fusing it with the quirk of the first holder. That reminded him, a little, of what the woman in his dream had said, about his alleged quirk mixing with One for All. He still didn't really know who she was, except that she was probably a former holder of the quirk, and he didn't really know what she meant either. All for One. The person who had hurt Toshinori to the point that he was no longer able to be a hero for more than a brief PRD in a day's time. And they had reasons to believe that the Nomu were partially because of him. Which meant the League was likely being backed by All Might's antithesis. And one day, there was every chance Izuku would have to face him as well. One day that was likely to come to pass. Izuku only hoped it was far enough in the future that he had a chance to begin to prepare himself for it first. He could use so little of One for All's power yet, and if All Might at his prime hadn't been able to stand against him without serious damage, Izuku had no hope of doing so. Not now, at least. He'd only die. He tried to put it out of his mind. It would come when it came, and there was no point in worrying about it yet. That night Izuku went to bed with many, many things on his mind. He dreamt of the beautiful smiling woman again. She didn't speak this time. Instead, Izuku found himself watching her and another person, her mentor, perhaps, talking, though he couldn't understand their words. If these dreams kept up, he was going to have to tell his dad about them. Preparations for their final exams passed in a blur. And honestly, the exams themselves did too. Being forced to work alongside Bakugo to fight All Might had been a rather difficult task, as Bakugo had wanted basically nothing to do with him. They had succeeding in passing despite the exam being rigged against them, so to speak. On the other hand, most of their class had passed. Izuku was proud of them, really. The only ones who had failed in the practical portions. Shiro, Ashido, Kaminari, Sato, and Kirishima. Despite Aizawa's threat, because they failed the physical portion, they were allowed to go to the summer training camp that was planned for them all. Though they would have to attend extra classes in the process. They weren't to go on any trips that would take them very far away for very long. Izuku wondered after that restriction for a while before realizing it was probably an attempt to keep them close enough to home to protect. After all, 1A seemed to be walking targets these days. It was unfortunate, but perhaps that was simply the way things would be until the League was properly brought to justice. Izuku was glad that most of the chatter about the hero killer had died down after the first few days. Listening to people whisper about the video, which Izuku had watched, hadn't been much fun, even when they were trying to be respectful of the three of them that had been faced with the hero killer. Their first semester was basically over. They'd survived it. But things were still only just beginning. Izuku knew. Shudo had declined to join the rest of them at the mall, citing that he was busy on days they didn't have class. It made sense to Izuku at least. It was nice to hear that the other was visiting his family now, and perhaps repairing some of the bridges broken by his childhood. Still, once they made it to the mall, they realized that each of them had different things that they needed to find, and decided to break apart and meet back together later in the day. That was, of course, how Izuku found himself alone among a crowd of strangers in the main part of the mall. Something was off. He didn't know what, he didn't know why. It made his skin crawl. And then someone wrapped an arm around his shoulders and grabbed him by the throat. 4 fingers only, the middle finger hovered in the air above his windpipe. Izuku found himself staring at Shigaraki. "If you make a scene, I'll kill you." Shigaraki's voice was surprisingly light. "I just want to talk. Act naturally." Panic didn't really begin to describe how Izuku felt. But he did allow himself to be led off to one side so they could sit together and talk, as Shigaraki put it. If nothing else, Shigaraki was right, he could likely hurt a lot of civilians before help could arrive, even if Izuku could break free of him. "What do you want to talk about?" "I hate pretty much everyone and everything," Shigaraki began, "but right now what really grinds my gears is the hero killer." The hero killer's face flashed in Izuku's mind, along with the ominous statement about the targets of his perch. Beside him, Shigaraki growled slightly. "Wasn't he working with you?" Izuku managed to ask after a moment, freeing himself from the thought. "I never really agreed to that, even if society seems to think so. And that's my problem. Everyone's got their eye on the DadMight hero killer. Our attack on you, the Nomu I unleashed on Hosu, it's all been overshadowed by him. No one's noticing me. He can grandstand all he wants, but in the end all he's doing is destroying what he hates. So what makes us different, Midoriya?" It seemed, to Izuku, an odd question to ask one's enemy. "What makes you different?" Izuku repeated slowly, thoughtfully, sort of attempting to buy time while he thought. "I can't accept what you do, and I don't understand it. The hero killer, although I can't accept his actions either, I do understand him. For both me and the hero killer, it all started with All Might. Back then, he left me alive on purpose." The hero killer crouched over his form, one hand resting too heavily on his back. The Nomu's blood pooling around his own prone form. He couldn't move lest he upset the hero killer where he stood. Izuku shook his head slightly, forcing the memory away again. "So at the very least, he's destructive, but he's doing it for a reason. It's not just for fun, not at all. His methods may be wrong, but he is at least trying to live by his ideals, twisted though they may be." Shigaraki was looking at him very strangely, and for a moment Izuku wasn't sure what to make of it. The expression faded from confusion to a mixture of anger and understanding. "It's all clear now. Feels like I've connected the dots." Shigaraki mused. "About why the hero killer sees me off so much, and why you're so DadMight annoying. I think I get it now. It's all because of All Might." Huh. Izuku was confused. Right? That's the conclusion here. Man, what was I so hung up on anyway? The reason these fools can smile and live their lives is because All Might's always got that grin on his face. Izuku felt Shigaraki's grasp tighten on his throat, smiling wide as if to say, "There's no one he can't save." "Ah, I'm glad we had this chat. Thanks, Midoriya." He was smiling, albeit in a manner that Izuku found entirely unsettling. "I'm headed down the right path for me. Hey, no squirming. Do you want to die? Are you saying you want some of these fine people to die?" Izuku froze in place instantly. Uraraka came back then, and Shigaraki released him, seeming almost apologetic for a second. "Well, I'm off," he began. "You know what happens if you follow me." "Wait, Shigaraki." Izuku managed to choke out, pulling slightly away from Uraraka's grasp on his arm as he moved towards the villain. "All for one, what is he after?" "Dunno." A pause, and then, "What you should worry about is meeting me again. Because when that happens it will be because I've decided to kill you. He'd answered the questions he wanted to know the answer to, with the smallest of nudges from the brat. The brat that happened to be All Might's son. Shigaraki wasn't sure why he'd left him alive, except that it would be troublesome to try to escape from the mall with so many witnesses watching him kill a boy on the premises. Something strange had happened amid that conversation though, beyond Midoriya Izuku happening to have the key to unlock the puzzle. Shigaraki couldn't quite put a finger on it. He'd watched the attack on Hosu, had seen parts of the final standoff with the hero killer, and yet, for his brief conversation with Midoriya, he'd almost relived those moments that he saw from afar, from a completely different angle. Shigaraki pushed it from his mind for the moment. Slipping through the crowd was surprisingly easy. No one even looked at him as he disappeared among them and ultimately escaped beyond where the police would manage to track him down. All that mattered was preparing for his next move, and for right now, that next move was simple: use the ashes of the hero killer's ideals as leverage to build a stronger support for himself. Sensei would be proud of him for choosing a direction at last. Well, UA has a training camp planned for first-year hero class. Does it now? Shigaraki sounded intrigued. Yes, that's what the class was at the mall for earlier this week. There was a slight pause before they continued. I know what they told us so far about it, but it's not much. There was a rustle of paper as they set down the paper with the information on it, intended to be given to their parents. If I hear anything else, I'll tell you. You do that. Plans had already begun to form in his mind. I can't say I'm thrilled at the idea of Izuku going out in the woods with so little in the way of chaperoning. Inko was frowning, watching Toshinori. Not after his internship went so poorly. The idea is to avoid drawing attention to where they're going. I get that, Inko admitted lowly. But I still don't like it. If these villains figure it out anyway, they'll have hardly any protection. They'll be safer than it seems like they might be, Toshinori soothed. The team of pro heroes they've got assisting with the camp this year have a great track record. Nothing more than very minor training injuries have ever occurred at the summer camp. That seemed to soothe Inko somewhat, and she settled down against his side carefully, her head resting against his shoulder. I just worry, she admitted quietly. I know. And I can't pretend you haven't been given cause to worry. No, admittedly, Toshinori couldn't ignore the fact that there had been many situations already that year that should never have happened. And many of them could likely be attributed to his presence directly. He hated that. One arm snaked around her and pulled her closer, tighter against him. Close enough to feel her breathing against his skin. It was extremely pleasant after spending so much of so many years away from home. But I do trust everyone going to that camp explicitly. And Izuku is getting better at controlling his quirk so that he doesn't cause himself damage as well. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. It was what they had at the moment. It was very early that morning when they assembled at the school to be taken to the training camp location. His dad wasn't coming, didn't even know where the camp was going to be held. Izuku had found out. It was a security measure, only those going and the principal knew exactly where it was. None of the students knew precisely where they were going either. Izuku could understand why, really. But it still seemed concerning that they felt the need to keep such secrets. Was there real concern of some kind of information leak from within? It was an unsettling thought that Izuku hadn't given a voice to. It was something he didn't want to even think about. Izuku ended up sitting beside Ida on the bus, with Shudo directly across the aisle. It was loud, and everyone was excited. Izuku wasn't surprised by any means, but he did sort of wish he could disappear into his seat and not emerge until they were no longer crammed into such a small space. It wasn't that Izuku minded small spaces, but the 20 of them all held in one place got a little rowdy at the best of times, and everyone was so excited about the training camp. He did end up chattering with Ida a little, at least when the class rep wasn't insistently attempting to keep their fellow students under control. They stopped in an odd shoulder on the main road, but it wasn't really a rest stop so much as a place to park. And there they met two of the pussycats, who would be working with them throughout the training camp. It would seem that training was to begin earlier than expected. And to that end, The 20 of them were dropped into the woods from where they were on the side of the road with only the note that they were free to use their quirks to work their way through the forest and make it to the camp that was pointed out to them. By noon was the goal, though Izuku was almost certain that it wasn't attainable. The fight through the forest was nothing short of hellish, even with 20 of them working together and able to alternate in and out of combat in order to rest at least a little. The down times weren't long enough, and they were often assaulted by more than one of the earthen beasts at a time. Even teamwork didn't let them move at any significant pace, and the beasts made it difficult for any one of them to actually strike out alone and perhaps get further that way. It was sunset by the time they made it to the camp. They'd all worn themselves down to nearly nothing, using and overusing their quirks and wearing down their endurance against their opponents. But they all made it, and they made it together. Izuku hadn't injured himself, and had managed to use full cowling in combat again. It was a start. More than that, it was progress. The more he used full cowling and got comfortable with the power lacing through his body, the easier it became to call upon it whenever he wanted to. Izuku was exhausted, but the act of sleep eluded him. It wasn't unusual in the last few weeks, since the stain incident, and since meeting Shigaraki at the mall. These things weighed down on his mind and made it difficult to turn it off enough to sleep, even when he was tired enough that Izuku should have been asleep almost before his head hit the pillow. He'd regret it in the morning, if he didn't go to bed soon. And he'd pay for it dearly, because Aizawa-sensei was not going to go easy on him when training started tomorrow. After all that, you're still awake? Shudo seemed almost surprised to find Izuku standing outside in the moonlight. The green-haired boy huffed slightly, narrowly managing to avoid snapping into a defensive position at the sound of his approach. I could say the same about you. Izuku pointed out mildly without turning his gaze from the stars above. His breathing evened out quickly after he'd identified the voice as a classmate and not a stranger or enemy. Ursa Minor is really visible tonight. He pointed out the constellation easily. You enjoy stargazing. Sometimes. I wouldn't have guessed that. Izuku laughed softly. Most people wouldn't. A pause and then, why did you come out anyway? Despite deflecting with the comment about Ursa Minor earlier, Izuku brought the conversation back to where they'd started, more or less. I noticed you weren't in your sleeping bag. Oh. Izuku looked sheepish. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dash. It isn't as if you asked me to. No, he hadn't. Which did leave Izuku wondering why exactly Shudo had chosen to come out to check on him. On the other hand, Izuku was relatively certain he would have done the same if he'd noticed that he hadn't gone to bed with the others, so there was that. Then again, Izuku thought of Shudo as a friend, and Shudo kept insisting that he didn't want friends. Privately, Izuku had to wonder if he kept saying that because he didn't know what to do with friends, and that only made him want to work harder to show him. Morning will come early, Izuku said finally, instead of continuing his original statement. We should probably at least try to get some sleep. Shudo nodded once and turned to go back inside. Izuku followed him. He still wasn't certain he'd be able to sleep, but at least trying was a good idea. Izuku had fallen asleep faster than expected, but his dreams were not particularly kind. The first few blurred into a bloody haze that the boy never would have been able to explain to anyone else, before he found some awareness in the oppressive darkness that held the shapes of the previous holders of One for All. The woman was the most defined of them at the moment, standing out clearly among the shadows of the others, and his father was still the faintest. Izuku could only imagine that was because he was still alive, unlike the rest of them. Each holder had fought, and had fallen, to the same great evil that had robbed All Might of a great deal of his strength. And one day, Izuku would have to fight that same great evil. All for one. And Shigaraki was working with him. The shadows faded, leaving only the woman standing there, studying him thoughtfully. You know, you do a surprisingly fine job of blocking us really out. Her tone was light, not accusatory despite the words. But, I know that Toshinori finally told you about the first holder. Do you know what I meant before now? Blocking them out? He hadn't done anything of the sort. Had he? I know what you meant. Izuku found himself saying. But I don't really understand how it applies to me. The woman sighed and shook her head slightly. She looked like she was going to say something, but then her form seemed to blur slightly and then faded into a sickly-looking figure with long hair that obscured his face, before he too melted, leaving Izuku alone in the dark space. Haunting images of the hulking figure he now knew as All for One invaded the peaceful darkness, painting his dreams with blood and horror all over again. It was no surprise that he woke up the next morning groggy and exhausted, as if he hadn't had a chance to really sleep at all. It was not a great morning. Izuku existed in a groggy haze as he followed the rest of his classmates out to meet the adults who were to oversee their training. By the time they reached the training area, Izuku had schooled his expression into something a little less hazy and more focused. As he'd reminded himself the day before, being worn down would only make Aizawa want to push them harder. Besides that, having a poor night's sleep wasn't a good excuse to give less than his best in training. This was important after all. Getting stronger was important, and as he'd noted during his internship, he didn't have much time to waste, and that was still true. Considering the meeting at the mall, maybe it was even more true now than it had been before. There was no time to waste for him, for his dad, for the quirk that he now held. Aizawa-sensei explained to them that the goal was to prepare them for the provisional license exam before they returned to school for the second half of the school year. It was early, Izuku knew. They normally wouldn't test until their second year. But then again, there had been so many issues with villains that maybe it wasn't surprising that UA wanted its hero corps students to be able to protect themselves better. After all, 3 of them had nearly been blacklisted thanks to their choice to attempt to protect each other and handle the hero killer. Only one of them had acted out of anything other than a sense of crisis, a sense of wanting to save someone already in danger. With their provisionals, they would have been admonished, but would not have had to entirely conceal their involvement in the fight. In the end though, what mattered is that they'd all made it through, Izuku supposed. They'd been broken up for training, some sparred, but most had very individual training in order to expand their quirk's capabilities. Izuku was mildly concerned about some of the choices, but he kept that to himself. The pros wouldn't do anything to put them in real danger. Today's training was specifically designed to strengthen their quirks and lessen the drawbacks that they suffered. It didn't take long before Izuku was too engrossed in his own training to think about his classmates, focusing in on keeping full cowling going constantly and getting combat practice in. Hitting harder, withstanding more, moving faster. The young hero in training fully expected to end the day with a new collection of bruises, but it would be worth it if he could get the hang of withstanding full cowling for longer and with more power behind it. It was also a chance to continue to work on analyzing mid-combat without freezing up. Maintaining his field of awareness was important too. Knowing who and what was close by, and what he could use as cover or as an impromptu weapon. Making the environment work for him instead of seeing it only as obstacles would be helpful. Assuming, of course, Tora didn't manage to pound Izuku into mincemeat by the end of the day. The good news was that he was measuring his injuries in bruises and not broken bones at this point. It was progress. Izuku had to remind himself of that. Progress was still progress, even if it wasn't as fast as he wanted things to go. They worked together to cook dinner that night, as a whole. It was an interesting experience, really, having 40 people work together on different tasks as part of a whole to create something that was not just edible, but actually good. Some of them had more practice than others, but the exhaustion of the day's training definitely had some bonus toward leveling the playing field. For Izuku, it was especially interesting to watch how some of them used their quirks for utility. Some were obvious, like Momo creating something to light a fire with, or Todoroki lighting a fire directly with his quirk. But for Izuku, who had never seen any of them really use their quirks outside of combat, it began to open up new possibilities. Ida had taken charge as expected, and seemed quite excited for the exercise. Something about how it was something they may have to do during a larger crisis to feed civilians, and also because it was a basic life skill that some of them may have been lacking in. Izuku had to admire Ida's ability to see a higher reason in every task set by their instructors. As they were finishing making the curry, Izuku noticed that Koda, the little boy that had been around the camp since everything started, had disappeared. Izuku remembered the night before, when he'd ended up speaking with Mandalay about the boy after Koda's fall. Izuku had to admit a bit of concern for the kid, and though it wasn't wanted, he was sure, the hero in training found himself taking a bowl of curry up the path where he noticed Koda's footsteps. The conversation went predictably well, that is, not at all, but Izuku did leave Koda with dinner and withdrew back to the other students. Izuku settled down with a bowl of food and engaged himself in the conversation around him, at least at first. Eventually he went a little quieter as he finished his meal and then began to help gather dishes to wash them. The pussycats, as it turned out, had not been kidding when they'd said on the first night that they would be taking care of everything themselves from then on. Something on your mind? Todoroki had come up on his right side and decided to join him in washing dishes, it seemed. Izuku shifted slightly to one side to make more space at the sink he was working in for the fire and ice wielder. Just trying to puzzle out what Dad would have said differently to Koda. It was the truth, though Izuku wasn't entirely certain why he told Todoroki that so casually. On the other hand, the other teen had asked and lying was kind of pointless over something so shallow. You know, Todoroki began thoughtfully. Sometimes there isn't anything you can say. Sometimes only actions are going to make a difference. And you have a tendency to try and crash through other people's problems. The other paused there, shooting Izuku something of an unreadable look, but sometimes there really isn't anything you can do. Izuku looked down into the soapy water he was working in, frowning a bit. Todoroki had a point, of course. Words didn't necessarily mean much when they weren't backed up by actions. On the other hand, Izuku hated the idea of leaving things as they were, but maybe there really wasn't anything he could do. That sat wrong, it really did. There are always people you aren't going to be able to reach, Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked down again, hands stilling in the water for a moment, his expression quiet. Thanks for the reminder, Todoroki-kun. His voice was light and airy, and he let the topic go, continuing to wash methodically. There would always be those he could not reach. That was something that had been said to him twice now, once by his idol, and once by his friend. The sentiment still sat poorly with Izuku, and yet, it was the truth, whether he liked it or not. I'm bored. The girl whined. When do we get to have fun? It isn't time yet, Toga. The scarred man retorted in a chilly tone. Soon though. We're almost all here. It was almost time to show those false heroes the true power of what they were up against, to purge those who spoke as if they were great but did terrible things in the shadows. The last would arrive by morning, hopefully. And tomorrow night. Well, tomorrow night they would make their move. Izuku slept a little better that night, which was a welcome change from the last few days. By the time training started that morning, the green-haired boy had mostly pushed the events from the night before from his mind. Sparring with Tora was still a daunting prospect, but Izuku threw himself into the task with vigor. After all, the harder he trained, and the faster he rose, the sooner he could begin to take some of the weight from All Might's shoulders. And, of course, the fewer people who would be out of reach. It was that thought that carried him through training that day, along with the promise of a fun class versus class event that would take place after dinner. After dinner, the students who hadn't passed the physical portion of the finals were taken away by Aizawa-sensei, and the rest of the classes were left with the pussycats. Class 1B was going to scatter into the wood to prepare to scare the rest of them using their quirks in various ways. Class 1A was split into pairs by drawing lots and then released into the woods one pair at a time. If only they had known was about to happen. If only they had known they weren't alone in the woods that night. But that was not to be. Most of the class had disappeared into the woods before there was even the faintest sign that there was anything wrong. That faint sign came in the form of the smell of smoke on the wind. A deep-seated dread bubbled up in Izuku's stomach at the smell of it. Something wasn't right. Villains? Here of all places? Dread shifted and deepened, leaving the boy just slightly sick to his stomach as two unknown figures emerged from the trees and introduced themselves before being engaged by Tora and Mandalay. The order given was to return to the main part of the camp, to go to where Vlad and Aizawa-sensei were giving extra lessons to their fellow classmates. That was the instruction that he should have obeyed. But even knowing that was what he should do, Izuku didn't, instead darting off into the darkness without much consideration for his own safety. Koda was not accounted for, and the only place Izuku could think of that he might be was that path. Partway up the mountainside. And so that was where the green-haired boy went, disregarding the command, disregarding how much trouble he could get into for doing this. None of that mattered. What mattered was that there was a chance that Koda was in danger because he was alone and there were villains all over the camp, and they had no way of knowing just how many there were or where they were all located. It didn't take long for Izuku to reach the end of the path that he sought. And once he was there, Izuku found precisely what he had been afraid that he would. "Leave him alone!" Izuku shouted, relying on his unexpected presence to draw attention away from the child. The teen landed in a crouch between the villain and his prey, lowering himself slightly toward the ground and giving himself some more stability than he might have otherwise not had. "Koda, run." "Oh, well, what do we have here?" The hulking shadow of a man turned his attention on Izuku, and the boy realized that he recognized the villain before him. Muscular, the villain responsible for the deaths of Koda's parents. This was far worse than he'd originally thought. Izuku shivered slightly, and then forced himself to harden. He couldn't waver now, he was the only thing standing between Koda and this monster. His expression twisted into a slightly grim smile as he widened his stance a little more. The child hadn't budged from behind him despite Izuku's urging. That was unfortunate. It meant he would have to be careful while fighting. Izuku and the villain seemed to study each other for a moment, and Muscular ultimately made the first move. Izuku narrowly avoided the blow, sneakers sliding a little on the rocky terrain. The teen struck back, the force of his first blow sending a lance of pain up his own arm. He didn't cross what he was capable of without hurting himself, but the villain seemed completely unfazed. Izuku had no way of avoiding the second strike. Even braced as he was, he could feel his bones threatening to crack as Muscular slammed against his attempt at guarding. Izuku stumbled back several paces, but managed not to crumble. "What? By the way, tell me, where's the kid called Bakugo?" Izuku's expression darkened for a heartbeat. Kaken? Why did he want to know? He couldn't think about that now. He had to stop Muscular here. He had to protect Koda. Then he could warn the others that Kaken was in danger. The pair continued to exchange blows, Izuku coming off worse for the wear in each pass. The next strike from Muscular sent Izuku slamming into the cliff face. The teen forced himself back up onto his feet. He could feel blood running from a cut on his cheek. The entire left side of his body throbbed, and he was quite certain he was going to have some spectacular bruising to show for what happened here. That was fine. It was fine as long as Koda was okay. Izuku activated One for All again and moved on to the offensive. "Is this your quirk? Is this the best you can do?" Muscular teased. "You're fast but not nearly strong enough." The villain laughed. The next attack sent Izuku sliding back again, tasting blood as he clenched his jaw to stop the cry of pain. What he could do for now, what he could manage without causing himself further injury wasn't enough. It wasn't near enough. It was not a surprising realization, but it was a distressing one. A slight glance over his shoulder told him that Koda was still there, a little ways back on the trail. The kid had made no attempt to run. Izuku couldn't exactly fathom why, except it looked like he may well be frozen in fear. There wasn't time to consider it deeply. He couldn't outrun this villain, so he had little choice but to continue his stand. There was too much space between here and the camp to try to lead him to the pros. Way too many things could go wrong along the way. Izuku reached this realization with a stunning clarity. It was fine, he decided. He could take care of this. He'd have to push harder. Heroes risked their lives all the time, and sometimes he couldn't play it safe. Izuku allowed One for All to ramp up exponentially in his arm, and he slammed into Muscular with the full force of All Might's, no, of his quirk. The bones in his lower arm shattered. Izuku felt some of the shards slide against each other in a sickening manner. Muscular only took Izuku's ramping up as an invitation to fight harder, and utilized his own quirk to an extended level. Izuku wasn't sure how long they'd been fighting when he found himself half-crushed beneath Muscular's form. And he wasn't sure how long he struggled against the villain where he lay before the quiet realization that he couldn't win this set in. The realization that he had failed and he'd never graduate and he'd never really be a hero. "I'm sorry." Izuku felt disconnected from the situation. The vicious urgency he had felt was smothered by a calm detachment as he, for just a moment, accepted that he couldn't win and that he wasn't strong enough. Reality seemed to slow down and fade, blurring and breaking apart until the only thing Izuku was really aware of was the pain of broken bones and the crushing weight pressing down on him. The teen was jarred back to reality as water splattered across his face. Water? Oh. Koda. Koda was still in danger. If Izuku failed here, Koda would probably die. He couldn't give up here. He couldn't fail. Koda was counting on him. Koda needed him, and the boy still hadn't gone to safety. Izuku didn't know where he found the strength to force Muscular off of him. Didn't know where he found the strength to stand even. It didn't matter, and he didn't try and figure it out. 100% of his power hadn't been enough. Or at least 100% of the power he'd ever managed to use. Izuku called up One for All again in desperation, allowing it to flow through him. Just a little more. Izuku pleaded, mentally. He had to get through just a little more. He had to push past all reasonable limits and past perhaps even the limits of One for All as a quirk. Izuku demanded more from himself than he ever had before. And for a moment, just a moment, he could see the shadows of the previous wielders again. The boy unleashed the pent-up power that he called forth, and for a moment it felt like they were all with him. Like he wasn't fighting alone. That attack dwarfed anything Izuku had ever released before. Granted, the backlash from it was similarly beyond anything Izuku had ever done to himself. He wasn't certain there were bones left in the arm he'd used for the final hit against Muscular. But he was certain that the villain wasn't going to move for a while. Come on, it's okay, Izuku said, turning to Koda finally, crouching slightly as he did so. We need to get back to camp now. Why would you go so far? That's what heroes do. Izuku responded quietly. They'd been doing well, keeping together and working their way back towards camp. Izuku had not, however, planned for a villain who would be able to vanish Bakugo and Tokoyami right out from under them, practically. All he'd wanted was to get Kaken and the rest of his friends back to relative safety. Even with the order having been given to allow them to defend themselves, that wasn't enough. There were still an unknown number of villains who wanted to do who knew. How had the villains known to come here? Izuku tried not to think about it. There would be time to think about it later, maybe? For now, Kaken was in danger and Izuku didn't like that. He didn't know what the villains wanted with his friend, and he didn't dare risk leaving the blonde in danger. The cluster of students chased the villain through the woods, occasionally making passes at attacking but mostly just trying to keep up. Eventually they reached a different area of the woods, where the remaining villains were waiting. If asked, Izuku wouldn't have been able to recall much of what happened that night. They fought hard. Their first attempt at retrieval was merely a trick. They ended up with ice instead of their friends. The second attempt, one of the two marbles was caught by Shoji. The second, Shudoda 4. He was close, so very close. Just a tiny bit more reach or just a little faster, and he would have caught the second marble. Instead, the scarred figure closed his fingers around it first. How sad, Shudo, Dabi drawled, expression twisting into a slightly sinister smile. Mr. Compress released the use of his quirk then, and the two marbles turned into their classmates. Bakugo was being held by the throat and Tokoyami was the one that Shoji had managed to recover. Don't come, Deku. Bakugo growled as he was pulled into the warp gate that had appeared just behind the villain. Izuku launched forward anyway, but it was too late. The gate disappeared. Screaming. There was screaming. It took Izuku a moment to realize that the scream was his own, and the realization only came because of the feeling of it ripping from his throat. Izuku hit the ground just past where the gate had been, tears blurring his already spotty vision past any hope of really knowing what was going around him. He sobbed brokenly where he lay. It didn't matter, the villains had gotten what they wanted. They were gone. Izuku felt a quiet, gentle pressure against his back. A hand, moving in slow, hesitant circles. A voice he couldn't quite place telling him it would be okay, somehow. Telling him that they'd get Bakugo back. That was the last thing Izuku remembered, that quiet and familiar but confident voice. That quiet voice, and the gentle hand on his back, they were the last things that faded away as pain and darkness finally engulfed him completely. Toshinori jerked awake suddenly with a searing pain in his side warning him that he'd moved the wrong way. The old pro shifted positions in bed, trying to discern what it was that had woken him up, exactly. The vague impression of a forest and Izuku's horrified screaming came back to him unbidden. He pushed away the nightmare, telling himself Inko's anxiety was getting to him. The students were in a safe place and they had pros with them. Everything was just fine. Despite reminding himself of that several times, Toshinori found himself quietly slipping out of bed and into the main part of the house. Something to drink and maybe a bit of fresh air to clear his head, then he'd go back to bed. That was the plan at least. He only made it to the doorway of the kitchen before his phone vibrated on the coffee table. The telltale buzz gave Toshinori pause. After a certain hour his phone went into Do Not Disturb mode, and it was set so only a few people could get a message through during those hours that he was supposed to be asleep. Any of that handful trying to get through to him at nearly 2 a.m. Toshinori crossed the space as quickly as he could manage with his still twinging side, unlocking the phone to display the text that he'd received. From Aizawa. Dread settled into his chest as he opened the message. They weren't exactly friends and Aizawa was at the campsite with the students. There was an attack at the camp. Several students were injured, Izuku critically so. The text cut straight to the point, and it made Toshi's blood run cold. How injured was critically so, given everything Izuku had done to himself this year? The pro sent a quick message requesting which hospital Izuku was being taken to, fully intending to go as soon as he reasonably could manage. That dream of his... Toshinori ended up chalking it up to the link between them thanks to One for All. It made some sense to him, at least, that there would be some lingering connection between them. It took some work to calm himself down and trust the pros already on scene. But the twisting in his heart reminded him that he had told Inko that everything would be just fine, that no serious injuries had ever happened at the camp. But of course that wouldn't be true this year. Over half of the students had been affected by some kind of poisonous gas. At least 2 of those were rendered unconscious. Izuku had nearly destroyed himself. 1 student and 1 pro missing. Only 12 of the 40 students had come away completely unscathed. 12. It felt like a crushing failure. 1 student missing, 1 they wouldn't know the real repercussions of until later when the doctors had had time to really examine him. 1 pro from a team of 4 missing. How did the villains know where to attack? The question left a bitter taste in Toshinori's mouth, because he couldn't answer it. The sound of shattering glass was what ultimately brought Toshinori back to himself. Water splattered onto the floor, along with the pieces of glass that he released immediately. Oops. He hadn't managed to break anything in his hands on accident in a very long time. It was telling, Toshinori suspected, that it happened now. Toshi, are you okay? Inko's voice sounded sleepy from the doorway of their bedroom in the hall. Toshinori wished he could say that he was. It wasn't the woman Izuku had gotten used to, this time. In the misty dark place stood a man with long hair that hung in his face. The first holder. Izuku knew with a sudden clarity. Images unfolded around them that didn't make much sense to Izuku, and the figure didn't speak, he just watched the teen. Izuku realized what he was seeing finally, slowly. The first older and all for one. Izuku shivered. The scenes continued around him, and the boy tried to pay attention, he really did. Finally the images stopped and he remained in darkness with the figure who continued to regard him thoughtfully for several moments. So you're the 9th. The voice from the images they just watched pass by began, watching Izuku with an odd intensity. Izuku couldn't describe his expression if he wanted to. I wanted to show you a little bit more, but it seems you aren't quite able to handle it now. That's all right, it will come in time. Izuku couldn't help but feel like there was something unspoken there, as if the one speaking wasn't sure if they had that time. Then again, Izuku wasn't sure either. What if it's not soon enough? He asked softly. The other regarded him for a moment longer, but didn't answer that directly. We've long since passed the point of singularity. But don't worry, you're not alone. Izuku had the impression of many voices at once as the first older said those last words. The first holder took a step back, and the shadowy figures formed all around him. Only the first holder and the woman Izuku knew had to be his dad's master were clear. The first holder's gaze was still intense but unreadable. The woman's, though, her gaze was gentle, almost sad-looking. You're not alone. Her voice repeated without the echoing effect of what must have been the other holders' voices, but it had sad traces to it. And then Izuku was alone and there was oblivion. Everything hurt, that was what Izuku became aware of first. A dull throbbing in his head that seemed to pulse down both arms. He wasn't aware of much at first. And Izuku wasn't sure how long he slipped into and out of oblivion. Occasionally he heard flickers of conversation from nurses, from his parents, from some of his friends. None of those conversations really sank in. Finally consciousness came back to Izuku, and the darkness let him go for the most part. Green eyes opened and blinked several times, trying to focus on the ceiling above him. Right, the hospital. Kaken, he whispered, voice breaking. Oh, you're awake. Izuku turned his head immediately to one side, and was surprised to see Todoroki sitting there in the chair beside his bed. Todoroki-kun? It's okay. Shudo's tone was gentle, an obvious attempt at keeping Izuku from becoming too distressed. Was it? No, it wasn't. Kaken was gone. He hadn't been able to save his friend. He'd been right there and he hadn't been able to reach him. No, it's not okay. Izuku ground out. It's not okay because he's gone and he was right there and I should have been able to save him. He had known. He'd had warning. And he still couldn't fix it. Bakugo was right. In the end he was still Deku who couldn't do anything. Todoroki sighed, visibly at a loss for what to say or do. We'll get him back, was what Todoroki finally said. Bakugo is strong, it's going to be okay. It wasn't enough, but well. Sometimes words just weren't ever going to be enough. Izuku caught on the wording now that the breathless distress faded a little. We implied that the students were going to have something to do with it. Yaoyorozu left a tracking device on the Nomu that was part of the attack, Todoroki began quietly. Kirishima and I plan to try and get a copy of the device that can track it and go after Bakugo. Izuku stared at Todoroki for several seconds, processing what he'd said, and processing how incredibly dangerous that was. Never mind how much trouble they would be in. They should leave it to the pros. It would be better to leave it to the pros. Certainly Yaoyorozu had told the pros about the tracker. And Izuku still didn't know how much damage he'd taken, not really. All he knew was that he was in a lot less pain than he expected to be at the moment. On the other hand, Izuku did want to do something and if they could save Bakugo he certainly wanted to. Todoroki-kun. You don't have to come if you don't want to, but I thought I should tell you. I appreciate it. Was what he said quietly. If you decide you do want to come, Kirishima and I are meeting with Momo outside of the hospital after dark. Izuku nodded quietly. I'll think about it. He promised quietly. Shortly thereafter, Shudo left him alone with one of the doctors who wanted to discuss his injuries. It was somehow both worse than Izuku thought and not so bad as it could have been. He was fine, he'd been healed of his injuries. But there was a very real risk. If he continued to injure himself, if he continued on the path that he was currently racing down, then Izuku was going to lose the use of his arms. The thought was terrifying and Izuku wasn't sure what to do except for try and be more careful and maybe brace his arms. Something to think about later. Izuku spent some time talking to his classmates as they dropped by to visit him. Jiru was still unconscious, as was Hagakure. Izuku worried about them both. Once the other students were mostly gone, Izuku called his mom and talked to her for a little while. She'd had to go home before he'd woken up, wanting to make sure Mitsuki was going to be okay. Izuku didn't blame her. He did gently reassure her half a dozen times that he was going to be okay, and he apologized many more for worrying her. Ultimately Izuku promised Inko that he would be home tomorrow sometime, citing that the doctors wanted to run a few more tests, and told her that he loved her. Izuku spoke to his dad on the phone too, though the conversation was shorter. Tashinori did most of the apologizing for not being there when Izuku woke up, and for not being at the camp when they had needed help. Izuku let him, not because he thought his dad needed to apologize but because arguing about it was somewhat pointless. Izuku assured him that he'd be okay, too, and bid him goodbye. They'd see each other tomorrow at home too, of course. Not once did he indicate to anyone he came into contact with that there were several students with a reckless plan up their sleeves. He probably should have told them. Sure, the three of them wouldn't be allowed to go, but it would keep his friends safe. Izuku didn't tell. No, instead at some point he'd made the decision to go along with the mission. They were going to rescue Bakugo. They'd face the consequences later, if they had to. And so Izuku joined Kirishima and Todoroki outside. He was wearing jeans and a t-shirt, clothing that his mother had left him. Convincing her not to come back to the hospital to take him home had actually been harder than expected. But she'd finally relented. In their second conversation, Inko had let it slip that his dad was going to be working that night, but she hadn't shared anything else. Izuku didn't ask either. It wasn't long later that Momo joined them outside on the stairs. I still think you should leave this to the pros. Momo began, sounding stern. All three of you could be expelled and I could be too, just for helping you. This is dangerous and far beyond the scope of using our quirks to defend ourselves in a crisis. We have to do something, Yaoyorozu-san. Izuku spoke quietly. We'll be as careful as we can be. That's not good enough. She retorted instantly. Using your quirks dash. We don't intend to fight. Todoroki offered calmly. We don't intend to directly engage the villains. Just find Bakugo, retrieve him, and leave. Her expression was incredulous, and for good reason, Izuku supposed. How did Todoroki think they would manage to do that without fighting the villains? Izuku didn't argue with the dual ice and fire wielder though. The two of them had fought Stain together, they knew the risks of what they were doing. They knew the chances of them getting in trouble were quite high. They were going to do it anyway. I'll give this to you, Yaoyorozu began, holding up the tracking device in one hand, on the condition that you allow me to come and ensure you make good on your promise not to break the law. Deal. Todoroki said it evenly. It'll be the four of us then. We should go. And so they did. It wasn't long before the four of them ended up together in a train compartment, heading for Kamino Ward. It would take some time to get there, but Izuku wasn't complaining about the chance to rest a little more. The four of them didn't say much. There wasn't much to discuss as far as plans went because they didn't know what they were going to find. They just sat together in a cold silence and waited. Eventually they arrived. The first order of business was to buy disguises so they were at least a little less recognizable, since the sports festival had meant that they were visible to much of the world. After that, they took to the streets, beginning to make their way towards the location that the tracker showed. Along the way they ended up distracted momentarily by a large screen displaying a press conference. Vlad King and Eraserhead were the voices of UA. After only a short while of listening, the cluster of them continued moving. The public was looking for someone to blame for the attack, so their teachers were bearing the brunt of that. It was natural, Izuku supposed, to seek someone to blame. But to move that upon their teachers, the ones who fought so hard to protect them time and time again. Izuku tried to shrug it off. It wouldn't help now. All that mattered now was finding Bakugo and managing to get all of them back home and safe. I think it's that building, Izuku said quietly, tilting his head towards what appeared to be a warehouse. This way then. Kirishima nodded slightly towards a narrow alleyway. Izuku nodded and followed the red-haired teen into the alley. Eventually they ended up outside of a window. Here. Kirishima handed Izuku a pair of goggles. They should help see into the darkened building. Whoa, these are like really expensive. Izuku mumbled, staring at them. Don't think about it too much. Kirishima insisted. Do you need someone to boost you up to see? Izuku frowned and looked up at the wall for a moment before nodding. I can balance on the edge of it, but there's not enough space for me to climb it easily. Not with all of them in this alleyway at least. Kirishima took that as permission to lift Izuku until he could shift up onto the ledge created by the top of the wall. And then, Izuku peered inside. Of course, what he saw made his blood run cold. Midoriya? It was Shudo who seemed to sense that something was wrong. Izuku slid off the wall, landing in a crouch, horror still evident on his face. It's like some kind of Nomu factory in there. I didn't see anything else but vats of chemicals and those things. The four of them exchanged looks, but before any of them could speak again something happened out front. It didn't take them long to realize that this was some kind of pro-hero raid. They'd moved the same night that the pros chose to, it would seem. Now they had two things to avoid being caught by, the villains and the heroes. It was going well, Izuku thought. The pros seemed to have no trouble capturing the Nomu. In fact, the Nomu seemed to put up no resistance at all. It was unsettling. Why was this going so easily? The man in the suit and what looked like a respirator appeared between one moment and the next. Izuku's blood ran cold. See? Izuku hissed instantly, cutting Todoroki off before he could say anything else. Izuku's hand twisted into a sign they'd fashioned during a training exercise. It was a hand sign that had stuck because it was useful. Something's wrong. That was all the hand sign meant. Still, it was enough for Todoroki to understand. Something was wrong, and the risk of being caught was too high for Izuku to say anything else. Usually they used it during rescue exercises where they knew that there was a villain in the form of one or a group of their classmates. The aura emanating from the well-dressed figure who approached the pros felt wrong. And Izuku. Izuku recognized the figure from his dreams. Sure, he hadn't worn the mask in those dreams, but he was still almost certain of it. The pros engaged and best genist was knocked aside with a terrifying ease. Quickly, it happened so quickly, all for one fighting the pros off despite his obvious handicaps. Izuku shifted his weight, and Momo, it seemed, was taking no chances. One hand wrapped around his wrist, with long, well-kept nails biting into the skin for a second before Izuku looked at her and shook his head just a hair. She seemed to trust that gesture and let go of him. They were all pressed close together, huddled as the weight of what could only be some kind of quirk overcame them. Some sort of empathic projection of despair. Izuku wondered if that sort of thing worked on pros, but then, again, they were still human. Izuku swallowed convulsively as the bloody imagery of a dozen historical battles flooded his mind. Every holder of One for All had fought this man. Every one of them. And every holder had died by his hand. What kind of quirk was that? Todoroki hissed in a whisper. What? Momo whispered back. The fight was far enough away that much was probably safe. The images of heroes fighting that guy and dying. Yaoyorozu was frowning. I felt that crushing despair, but I didn't see anything, Todoroki-kun. Neither did I. Kirishima whispered too. Izuku said nothing, though his expression turned confused. Todoroki had seen, but how? There wasn't time to think about it, not really. There wasn't time to wonder why Todoroki had seen something that Izuku had seen in dreams before. He'd worry about it later. Izuku pulled his hand away from where it had ended up against Todoroki's wrist when they huddled together, peering cautiously towards the fight again. The pros on the scene had been defeated, and in between one moment and the next a thick black slime-like substance had appeared in midair and then seemed to spit out various members of the League of Villains in several spots around the area. Izuku's skin crawled as they all solidified, Bakugo among them. Thankfully unharmed, the teen noted. They couldn't hear what was being said, but it was clear that All for One was talking to the kidnapped boy. And then All Might appeared, descending from the sky like some kind of avenging angel. Immediately he was engaged in combat with the villain who had started all this. The League was still going to pose a problem to getting Bakugo to safety, it would seem. The teen with the explosion quirk found himself engaged in combat with the League in turn as he tried to get away from the bulk of the fight. All Might exchanged blows with All for One, and came off worse for the wear. Izuku wasn't sure if that was because he was holding back for fear of hurting Bakugo or because he just couldn't keep up with this villain. And frankly, he was afraid of finding out the answer. Izuku flinched as All for One sent All Might slamming back into a building some distance away. He felt Todoroki nudge his shoulders slightly, obviously intending to offer support. "We need to get Bakugo out of there," Izuku said finally, sounding grim. "He's surrounded by villains, there's no way we can do that without engaging." Yaoyorozu responded immediately. "Absolutely not. I have a plan." Izuku responded firmly, before launching into an explanation of what he wanted to do. Can you even manage to get us airborne on just your quirk alone for that long?" Yaoyorozu sounded uncertain. "He just has to manage long enough for me to shift from ice to fire," Todoroki pointed out after a few moments of consideration. "It's a little risky, but there aren't any fundamental issues with it. Unless you have a better idea?" It was a genuine question, but the girl shook her head slightly. "Unfortunately, are you sure it should be all of us?" I could dash. We're not leaving anyone behind. I'm sure you could get to where the pros are evacuating just fine, but Izuku shook his head. We came together, we can end this together. Kirishima nodded, a slight grin exposing shark-like teeth. Let's do it then. While they discussed the plan, Bakugo had managed to put a good bit of distance between himself and the closest of the League members. Izuku watched for a bit longer. I think this is going to be the best we get. There was a quiet murmur of assent around him. Now! A ramp of ice formed in front of them, and Izuku darted forward, pulling the rest of the group upward before reaching the top of the ramp and leaping. It was enough. They were airborne. Todoroki's flames assisted in keeping them aloft after only a second or two. It was, perhaps, the most stressful few seconds of Izuku's life. Bakugo! Kirishima called out as they sailed over the blonde. There was no hesitation before Kaken released a burst of explosions and joined them in the air, taking Kirishima's outstretched hand. Izuku released a tiny breath of relief. Emilady ended up stopping Magna from continuing her pursuit of the cluster of students, despite a reproving look that served as a reminder that they really weren't supposed to be doing what they were doing. But they hadn't broken that law. They hadn't engaged in combat. They had used their quirks in public, but that was at least a comparatively minor charge, if it was enforced on them. No one had been hurt by them, which would work in their favor, Izuku knew. Their teachers, on the other hand, well, they'd deal with that when it came. The cluster ended up landing some distance away, rather more heavily than Izuku might have hoped. Eventually they joined one of the clusters of evacuated civilians near one of the large screens that was displaying the fight. All Might wasn't doing much better, but the entirety of the League appeared to have gone away. So it was just the two proverbial titans now. Izuku couldn't tear his eyes away from the screen, finding himself watching intently as the two battled it out, wincing occasionally when All Might took a blow that looked like it might knock him off of his feet. But they fight wore on, and Izuku felt one for all burning under his skin. It wore on, and he wondered if this would end like so many other battles with this monstrosity. The idea was terrifying, and it made his chest hurt until Izuku wasn't sure he could draw a full breath. And then something happened amid the fight, and All Might lost his muscular form, leaving only his smaller, fragile one visible to the entire country. Izuku heard the surprised gasps of his fellow students, but Izuku made a quiet, almost strangled sound. Todoroki nudged his shoulder again, hesitantly. It's going to be okay. Was it? Izuku appreciated Todoroki trying to comfort him, really he did. Izuku sniffled, but said nothing, keeping his attention on the screen ahead. So it's true then, you DMN nerd? It was Bakugo who broke the silence. His voice was somewhat gentle considering the words that the teen said. Yaoyorozu made a reproving noise, but didn't call him down. Izuku frowned. Is what true, Kaken? That All Might is your dad? Oh. Soft, uncomfortable. Yeah, it's true. Izuku admitted without looking up, without looking at him. He heard Yaoyorozu murmur in surprise, and Kirishima's exclamation was attention-catching. But the crowd around them was too focused on what was going on to pay any mind to the kids in their midst. You never told me. I wasn't allowed. That half-and-half jerk didn't seem surprised. Bakugo snarled back. You said it yourself, Izuku hissed back. We aren't friends. Bakugo looked taken aback. You're the one who keeps insisting we are. We've been on truce since our fight, and I'm glad for that, but I haven't wanted to risk it breaking apart. So I didn't tell you. Izuku continued quietly. I wanted to. But, he paused and shook his head slightly. Can we please talk about this later? Bakugo glared at him for a moment longer before giving a single stiff nod. Izuku returned his attention to the screen. Amid their conversations, some of the other pros had arrived on the scene. And while they couldn't really help All Might fight all for one, they did work to pull the stray civilians out of harm's way and seemed to offer some support to the wavering hero. Eventually All for One was beaten, and All Might stood in triumph with one hand raised in the air. A moment later the pro hero looked into the camera, pointing directly towards it. You're next. The group of students parted ways at the police station. Bakugo and Kirishima went inside together, to ensure the authorities knew that Kaken was okay. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, and Izuku continued on to the train station together. Izu knew that he'd have to face Bakugo later and that the conversation was far from over, but he was glad for the reprieve. This wasn't the way he'd hoped for the blonde to find out, but on the other hand, he'd meant what he said. There was a reason he didn't single out Bakugo and tell him, and a lot of it had to do with his reaction to Izuku telling him that his quirk was something he'd gotten from someone else. When the three of them reached the train station, Yaoyorozu went her own way because the train to get to the part of town she lived in was different. Izuku and Shudo would have to part ways soon enough too, but he had to admit that he was glad it wasn't yet. The area of the train they settled down in was almost empty at this hour, a nice relief from the crush of bodies as they'd stood watching the fight unfold. There was silence between the pair of them for some time. Izuku couldn't say that he minded it. And yet, he still wondered about what Todoroki had seen during the fight. The teen found himself remembering what the woman had said in his dream, about him being like the first holder, about how he wasn't really quirkless, just that it ran deep within. Was this what she meant? Was Todoroki seeing those visions somehow tied to this quirk that he shouldn't have had at all? You're mumbling again, Midoriya. There was no malice or irritation in Todoroki's voice, just a calm statement of fact. Is there something on your mind? Izuku was struck by the fact that it was clear, in that moment, that Todoroki been listening to him. That he'd been paying attention at some point and began to learn at least a few of Izuku's tics. It was strange, but also sort of sweet coming from the guy who kept claiming he wasn't there to make friends. A lot really. There always is. Izuku said, forcing a laugh. Todoroki didn't ask, he didn't push. The door had been opened, so to speak, but he wasn't going to make any attempt at dragging his classmate through it, for certain. I'm a little worried, I guess. Izuku supposed there was no harm in talking about what he knew, exactly. Todoroki knew that All Might was his dad, and now the whole world knew that he was badly injured. An era had ended that night, now the whole world knows about Dad's smaller form. Everyone saw him struggling to continue that fight. Villains aren't likely to take it easy when they know there's blood in the water. There were other heroes, of course. And maybe that would be enough. But it didn't really ease Izuku's concerns. We'll just have to trust the other pros. Todoroki shrugged slightly. But I do understand, I think. It was a big deal. It was a big deal that All Might was probably going to have to retire, and it was a big deal to Izuku that the fight had happened at all. Izuku didn't really feel better, but he had to admit that it was nice to be able to speak somewhat freely. It was a weight off his shoulders, just like revealing the first secret had been. It was one less thing he had to keep close to his heart and allow to weigh him down. Thank you, by the way. Izuku murmured into the quiet space between them. For being there when I woke up. And for being the very last thing Izuku remembered before blacking out too. The green-haired boy wouldn't pretend to know exactly when they got to be close enough that Todoroki chose to do those things, but he could appreciate that closeness. Todoroki understood in a way that maybe only Ida also did, what it was like to come up in a larger-than-life shadow. Izuku had it from a different angle, the weight of not being allowed to tell anyone who he really was, whereas they grew up in that shadow. But in a way it was no less bad because if and when it came out on a more public front, Izuku would have to work just as hard as they would to be his own hero and emerge from his father's shadow. Todoroki snorted ineloquently. You would have done the same. He pointed out mildly. It was only right to make sure you weren't alone. Todoroki had been there when they'd lost Bakugo. He would never forget the broken way that Izuku reacted to the loss. Silence stretched between them again, companionable this time, instead of tinged with unsaid words. Izuku thought it was safe to address this possible quirk of his later. It wasn't like it changed anything now. And maybe he should discuss the possibility with his dad first. But that would involve talking about the dreams, and Izuku wasn't sure. Later. He'd worry about it later. Izuku braced himself as he entered the small apartment he shared with his parents, uncertain of what was waiting for him. Only his mom was there. Inko hugged him tightly immediately, all but crushing him in a hug. I'm so glad you're safe, she whispered, obviously crying. Izuku shifted his weight uncomfortably for a moment before hugging her back and murmuring something about he was okay, really. The teen hadn't gained any new injuries during their escapade last night at least, so there was nothing new for her to worry about. Still, he had worried her. Izuku knew, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry, Mom," he said finally when they broke apart. "For worrying you, but I'm okay really." This time, Izuku shrank into himself. Just slightly at that. She was right this time. Last time he hadn't been, and if he pushed himself too far he could cripple himself with another injury like the one he'd received from camp. Still, Koda's letter hovered in the back of his mind, a reminder that he'd been a hero to someone at the camp, even if he'd been unsuccessful at avoiding injuries. This had been the worst so far after all. Izuku couldn't argue with that fact. And rushing into danger like that so soon. Inko verged on hysterical for a moment before seeming to mentally step back from the edge. "But I'll leave that conversation for your father." Izuku grimaced at the reminder that eventually he was going to have to face his dad and Aizawa-sensei for what he'd done last night. "I'm sorry," he repeated, though Izuku wasn't sure the word had any real meaning at that stage. Not when they both knew there was every chance he'd do it again given half a chance. Izuku just needed to find a way to fight that wouldn't be so dangerous for his arms. The teen didn't really have any ideas yet, but eventually something would come. Eventually he left his mother and retreated to his room. Izuku drifted off into a fitful doze, the frenetic energy of last night having faded to leave him exhausted. The boy wasn't sure how long he'd been asleep when there was a tap on his bedroom door. It woke him immediately and he called out an invitation for them to enter before he'd even entirely finished sitting up. Izuku found himself staring at his father, currently still bandaged from the confrontation of the night before. Well, that shouldn't have been surprising. Izuku finished sitting up and drew back on his bed, leaving space for Toshinori to have a seat on the end of it. The taller man didn't move from the doorway for a moment, blue eyes locked on the green-haired boy. Izuku couldn't help but shrink fractionally under the intensity of it, at the combination of emotions in his dad's face that the teen couldn't quite put words to. Izu squirmed slightly on the bed, but didn't look away. Finally Toshinori approached and took a seat in the empty space that had been left for him. "You just can't listen, can you?" Izuku flinched slightly at the words, but said nothing. Rushing straight back into danger like that after those injuries, you could have been killed. Or worse. Toshinori knew full well there were worse things than death. Especially with all for one involved. Izuku shifted again, uncomfortably. "I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't have No, you shouldn't have." Toshinori agreed immediately. "But Toshinori began after a moment or two of silence between them. "I'm also very proud of you, because you came into a very dangerous situation, and you managed to get all 5 of you out of it with no injuries." There was another slight pause. "Kumri." Izuku slid closer to his dad and allowed himself to be enveloped in his second hug of the day. The teen sniffled and clung to Toshinori while the former pro rubbed his back quietly and just held him. And for a moment, that was enough. Just being close to each other was enough after the stress of the night before. Eventually Izuku calmed down, but didn't let go, remaining curled against Toshinori's side, though he was very careful not to put weight on the scar between them. "This is probably not the best time, but I've been putting it off and maybe this is something we should talk about." Izuku began, sounding a little nervous. "You can always talk to me, my boy." Izuku knew that, of course. But his dad was always so busy and there had been so much going on and it just seemed like an unnecessary thing to go on about. But maybe he was wrong about that. Maybe he should have talked about this when the dreams first started happening. Better late than never though? I've been having these dreams. Izuku started, stumbling slightly over the words. And at first they were just these vague, indistinct things that I forgot almost as soon as I woke up. That was true. He'd woken up many times with this feeling that something was important, but he'd not been able to recall those dreams until more recently. And now, you said before that what I saw that day during the sports festival were just echoes of the past holders. That they couldn't communicate with me or affect me in any way. Right. Toshinori agreed, sounding reasonably confident of the statement. Though he did look perhaps a little confused about what this might have to do with the discussion they were having. "That doesn't seem to be true for me," Izuku began, and then continued despite the look of surprise on his dad's face. In these dreams the past holders. Well, sometimes I see things they lived through, most often interactions with all for one. And two of them have actually spoken with me. One of them is this woman with a bright smile and a presence a lot like yours. Izuku saw recognition in his dad's face. She's the one I dream of most often. The first time we talked she said something about me being like the first holder with a quirk that ran deep under the surface. I didn't know what she meant. And he hadn't believed her either. The other one that has spoken to me so far is this young man with long hair. Based on what he showed me, I think he must have been the first holder. Toshinori was regarding him with a clouded expression. Finally his expression smoothed out. You said you didn't know what she meant, do you now? I think so. Izuku paused slightly and then took a deep breath. May I? He asked quietly. Toshinori nodded a little, and Izuku deliberately placed one hand on the bare skin of his dad's arm, concentrating. A short flicker of the woman laughing surfaced in his mind, and he held on to it for a moment, watching his dad's expression. Toshinori sputtered, moving quickly to cover his mouth with one hand as he coughed in surprise. I'm sorry, Dash. Izuku apologized instantly, sitting up and helping his dad into a more upright position. He repeated the apology several times before Toshinori finally waved him off. It's fine. It's fine, my boy. I should have picked something else. Izuku mumbled. I had guessed you must know her. The way she talks about you. So you share memories then? I think so. I've only really just figured out I could do it at all. I shared something with Todoroki-kun on accident, but he didn't realize that's what happened. Izuku only had because he'd recognized what his friend was talking about. That was the first time I've tried to do it on purpose. Izuku hadn't even been sure it would work. But it did. It was hard to say if that was all it did or if he'd even been able to do it before inheriting one for all. After all, it was incredibly rare for a child to not discover their quirk, given most had the urge to do whatever it was would trigger it. They talked for a while longer that evening, and Izuku felt more at peace with things than he had in a very long time. You want to what? Inko's incredulous words cut across Toshinori's explanation of the situation. After what happened at that camp? Toshi, you can't be serious. You can't possibly be considering this. Inko. Toshinori's voice was quiet, but Izuku could still hear him from where he leaned against his door listening. No, you said the camp was safe. You said he would be fine. Inko retorted. Did he actually tell you what the doctors said? Another injury like that could completely cripple his arms. He's not even 16, Toshinori. He hasn't even been going to that school for a year yet. And all year it's been one injury after another. And now you want to let them put him in a dorm and trust them with his safety? They've done a lousy job with it so far. Izuku couldn't hear what his dad said that time, and the boy withdrew from the door, feeling a little guilty for eavesdropping even though the result of their argument would affect him ultimately. He resolved to not listen to any more of the argument and instead wait until they involved him in the conversation, or just told him what they decided. In the meantime, Izuku set the letter he'd received from Koda on his bedside table and settled in to check into the class group chat to see how everyone was doing in the wake of what had happened at camp. It wasn't what he wanted to be doing, but it was all he could do for now. Izuku still wasn't sure exactly how his mother had been brought around to being willing to allow him to go to the dorms, and of course, Izuku couldn't ask without admitting that he'd been listening in on a conversation he wasn't supposed to hear in the first place. So, it seemed he'd just remain in the dark about that. In the end, that wasn't the end of the world though, because he didn't really need to know. Izuku spent some time deciding what he wanted to take with him to the school. Items he used all the time, of course, and a few things to decorate the empty dorm room. He did try to minimize the amount of stray hero merchandise that he brought along, but there was definitely a good bit of it. The downsides of being a hero fanboy for so long, or something like that. The day of the move to the dorms was almost surreal. Izuku hugged his mother and told her he loved her again and again. He promised he'd stay in touch, promised he'd be more careful and listen to his teachers. Promised, and truly intended to keep that promise, because he knew that the cost of failing to do so may well be losing the ability to continue down this path at all. Arriving at the dorms was something else entirely. Izuku had never been away from home for long. The summer camp had been the longest stretch in a row up until now, and the idea of living at the school permanently was admittedly strange. But worth it, he thought. It was worth it in order to continue rising upward. While they were gathered there before the dorms, apparently named Heights Alliance, Aizawa-sensei addressed them all about general dorm rules and advised them of the rules posted in the main room of the commons for them all to view and obey. And then his gaze turned to those who had been involved in the rescue in turn. There are 4 of you, you each know who you are, the 4 of you have greatly disappointed me. You've broken my trust in acting without permission and putting yourselves in grave danger. I considered expelling all 4 of you, and if any of you step out of line again, I will. That stated, Aizawa assigned them their rooms and dismissed them to unpack with the promise of training continuing the next day. Izuku had to wonder why Aizawa-sensei had changed his mind. He was not, of course, going to ask. That might really change his mind into actually going through with expelling them. In the end, Aizu ended up on the bottom floor with Todoroki to one side of him and Aoyama to the other. The green-haired boy tried to ignore the stares of his classmates as they broke up to settle into the dorms properly. The next several days consisted of Class 1A meeting in one of the gym areas of the school with several of the heroics department teachers overseeing their training. They each concentrated on super moves and on strengthening their quirks. Some of them made changes to their costumes. Izuku was among them. Compression braces for his arms and metal additions to his shoes to make kicks more effective for him to use. His training for the remainder of the week was geared towards effectively using his legs in place of his arms with the intent of reducing the strain on his own body. Legs were stronger and could generally take more abuse, never mind the sheer fact that he hadn't already injured them dozens of times. Combined with generally being more careful about his limits, it seemed to be the most reasonable course of action to move forward. In fact, it was sort of embarrassing that it had taken him this long to come to that realization. But, here he was, and Izuku supposed it was better late than never. At least this would allow him to keep going forward while reducing the chances that he would have a career-ending injury before he ever even graduated. Izuku wasn't prepared for the explosion from Kaken that sent a large rock plummeting towards Toshinori. The teen sprang without thinking, his body twisting in midair as he kicked out. His foot made solid contact with the rubble, and the release of energy broke the rock into several smaller pieces that fell harmlessly. Izuku landed in a crouch not far from his father. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked, green eyes sweeping the taller figure. Toshinori looked rather taken aback for a moment before nodding. "I'm fine, my boy." Aizawa called Toshinori over, back away from where the kids were practicing, and Izuku nodded a little, his expression promising that they'd talk later. Shoot style was far from perfect yet. It really was just kind of a filler for what he hoped he would be able to do in the future. But maybe, hopefully it was enough to get him through the provisional license exam. That was all he needed at this stage. There would be time for refining it all later. "Oh, Midoriya, you're awake." Ida accosted him almost as soon as he awoke that morning, in the hall outside of his own room. Before Izuku really had a chance to consider what was going on, he'd been herded back into his dorm room, and Ida began discussing what they knew of the exam coming up in the next few days. Some corner of Izuku's mind was free enough to wonder what had gotten into his friend because the behavior was strange. He didn't ask, assuming Ida would eventually get to it. Instead, Ida kept him distracted for a solid hour with various things, making excuses to keep Izuku from leaving the room. By the end of the hour, Izuku was suspicious to say the least. "Let's go down to the common room now," Ida declared suddenly. The taller boy grabbed his arm and half-dragged him out of the room and towards the elevator before Izuku could respond. It was in the confines of the elevator that Izuku remembered it was his birthday. "But I didn't tell anyone that." Being fair about it though, he hadn't, but there were people, his dad, Kaken, who did at least know and may well have spread it. Though Izuku couldn't really fathom why. Kaken at least wouldn't have, Izuku didn't think, but his dad might have. Despite his thoughts, Izuku wasn't expecting much of anything when the elevator doors opened and was quite caught off guard by the presence of his whole class gathered in the commons. Even Kaken, glaring, irritated Kaken, was sitting to one side, talking with Kirishima. "Wow guys, you really didn't need to do all this." "Of course we didn't." Ochako responded, grinning. But we wanted to. Thanks guys. Izuku still sounded half-shocked, and he was a little embarrassed to admit that he had to quickly wipe a few tears away. The teen was rather immediately pulled into conversations with his friends. They played several small games and watched a movie before lunch. After lunch came the cake that Sato baked. Normally Izuku may have been slightly unhappy about his design being compared to a green bunny, again, but the cake was cute and the gesture was really quite sweet. After the cake the party did start to break up some. Kaken shoved a folded piece of paper into his hand before declaring that he'd wasted enough of his morning and was going to go train. Kirishima looked torn but ultimately went with him. Some of the others left shortly thereafter, and Izuku waved them off slightly with grace. It was nice that they'd done this at all, and certainly he understood that they were still preparing for the provisional exam that was only 2 days away now. The group had broken up until it was really only his closest friends, Ida and Ochako, Todoroki, and a few of the others. The note was a demand for Izuku to talk to him later that night, which reminded Izuku that he had promised to talk to Kaken about his quirk and about All Might. Happy birthday, Midoriya-kun. Todoroki looked maybe a hair nervous as he handed Izuku a gift bag that had been sitting on a side table along with a few other small boxes. Izuku hadn't noticed the things on this particular table until that moment. Wow, you guys a gift too? Izuku shifted his weight a little, looking almost like he might cry again. Thank you. He looked down towards the gift bag, carefully removing the object covered in tissue paper and then removing the tissue from around it to reveal a small All Might plushie. Some might have been annoyed by the childish gift, but Izuku couldn't help smiling at the reminder that Todoroki had been paying attention to him. Also, it was probably one of the cutest things he'd ever seen when it came to hero merchandise. Thank you, Todoroki-kun. He managed after a moment with a shallow bow, still grinning. This is perfect. You can call me Shudo, if you want to. If anything, Midoriya's smile glowed even brighter. Okay, Shudo-kun. He seemed to be testing out the name, the way it rolled off of his tongue. It was pleasant. You can call me Izuku. After everything they'd been through together, it was almost a shock that they hadn't been calling each other that long before now, but here they were. Shudo's smile was small, tugging slightly at the corners of his lips. He didn't say anything else, but maybe it was for the best, given the way their classmates were watching. That evening Izuku waited until most everyone had settled into their dorm rooms before ghosting through the halls to reach Kaken's room. He tapped lightly on the frame in a familiar pattern, and then waited. Kaken's voice came from within, telling him to enter, and Izuku did. Once he was within the room he shut the door and turned to face his childhood friend squarely. Izuku's gaze remained steady on the blonde as he put his back against the door, making no effort to move any closer than he already was. This was close enough, this was enough. Scarlet eyes regarded him with an expression Izuku had never seen before. He recognized the disgust, the resentment within those eyes, but there was something else there too. After a moment or two, Izu realized it was regret. You wanted to talk to me. Izuku said it simply, calmly, without allowing himself to dwell on what they were going to talk about for very much longer. You're the one that wanted to wait. Kaken spat back. Izuku's muscles tensed, but he didn't flinch more than that. The teen took a slow breath. I wanted to tell you. I didn't want to keep secrets from you. I always did consider you to be my friend. I looked up to you. Izuku's green eyes didn't quite focus on the blonde, instead focusing on a spot on the wall behind him. I wanted you to see me. I followed you because I wanted to be like you. But at some point, Kaken, I had to grow up and realize never wanted anything to do with me. That you didn't like me, and that you'd never relent and go back to being the friend I'd had when we were young. You dash, Kaken growled, before stopping himself and then nodding for Izuku to continue, visibly restraining his own reaction. All Might is my father, and the school rumor mill isn't really the way I wanted you to learn that, but it is what it is. I guess now you know why I got so angry when you insulted my dad. He never left us, not really. He was always supporting us and he visited whenever he could. He just, Izuku shrugged, thought it was better if the world didn't know. The media is cruel after all. And All Might, of all people, had enemies. All those villains he'd taken care of, eventually one was bound to trance back to his family. It made sense to keep them a secret, to keep his private life completely private. That would be the only way to be sure they were safe. You looked up to me? What the? You were always so strong and confident. Kaken looked like his entire worldview had been thrown onto its side. You always looked down on me, insisting on trying to help and making me look weak. Kaken. Izuku's voice trailed off slightly, green eyes conflicted. Even All Might needs help sometimes. He pointed out quietly. I wasn't trying to make you think I didn't believe you could do it. But that was who he was. Izuku always wanted to be a hero who saved people like his dad. I just wanted to help you because that's the kind of person I am. The two of them had always seen each other in such a fundamentally flawed way, it seemed. Izuku wondered if that understanding might lead to them finally becoming something that might resemble actually being friends. You still lied about being quirkless. No, I didn't. Don't you remember that you said your quirk was given to you by someone else, right? He gave it to you? There was a realization in that tone, but also confusion. Quirks didn't work that way. They weren't passed down that way. Izuku nodded once, slightly. The injury wasn't made public before, but you've noticed his weakened form by now. The whole world has. So I guess there's no harm in sharing now. That villain he fought that night in Kamino, Dad fought him before. He lost a lung and his stomach from the first encounter. That was do you remember when All Might and Sir Night Eye stopped working together? Izuku waited for the blonde to nod. Right before that, that's when the fight happened. Kaken looked uncomfortable, and Izuku felt a little guilty for telling him perhaps more than he really had to. But Izuku didn't want anything to come up later, and Kaken to feel like Izuku had still been lying to him, had still been keeping secrets from him. When he came home, he was looking for someone to pass his quirk on to because he couldn't use it well anymore. What happened that night was always going to happen, we just hoped it wouldn't be so publicly. Silence stretched between them for several moments. Izuku took a slow breath and released it. Morning will come early. He mentioned hesitantly. Maybe it would be best if they both took the time to consider this and came back to it later. The blonde nodded slightly. This wasn't over, but it was a start. Night UDMN nerd. Good luck on provisionals, Kaken. The blonde scoffed. I don't need luck. No, you never did. Still. Izuku smiled, just a fraction. Good night, Kaken. Izuku heard the blonde scoff again as he slipped out into the darkened hallway, feeling lighter than he had since Kamino. The day of the provisional license exam came and went. All but 2 members of their class were successful in receiving their licenses. The 2 who failed were surprising, to Izuku at least. Shidokuen and Kaken would be attending a remedial course, at the completion of which they would hopefully gain theirs. In the meantime, they were supposed to be only using their licenses when they had to in an emergency, not looking for trouble. Then again, Izuku rarely did go looking for trouble, it just found him an awfully high percentage of the time. Granted, the 2 largest incidents he'd been faced with Izu had been looking for danger. Or at least very aware that his actions would lead him straight into it. Class 1A had a few days after the exam that Aizawa let them have as pure downtime to recover from their training and exertion over the summer. So, the days between the exam and the first day of school were predictably filled with some light training and discussing what they expected to face during the next semester at school. Izuku went to bed early the night before classes started back up, wanting to be well rested as they returned to training on a more intense regimen. After all, Aizawa had made it clear that their reprieve was temporary. His dreams that night were bloody and fragmented. The scene changed rapidly and often, wildly swinging from things that had happened to things that might have happened. They gave the teen little reprieve. A figure cloaked in red, white, blue, and yellow lay twisted and broken. Blood, so much blood, stained the fabric and spread to pool on the cement beneath the figure. Injuries making his features unrecognizable despite the fact that Izuku knew in his heart. Aizawa-sensei laying in a pool of his own blood, skin disintegrated from his elbow, and his goggles shattered beside him. Tamura's hand reaching for Tsuyu-chan's face and making contact, and his friend dissolving away to dust instead of being saved. The scent of burning flesh and what could have been at the camp with the wielder of blue flames at the head of the attack. Izuku jerked awake, choking. One hand clenched around the fabric of his shirt as he struggled to take deeper breaths. Eventually the boy flopped back against his pillows, curling into a ball as he calmed himself. One hand snaked out from under the covers and grabbed the All Might plushie that was sitting on the bedside table, pulling it against his chest. Childish? But comforting. And at the moment that was all that Izuku cared about, that it brought him comfort. Eventually the teen fell back to sleep, but the restfulness of the evening had been ruined. By morning Izuku was at least able to dismiss the worst of the images haunting him. That was good, because it allowed him to focus on dressing for class and eating breakfast. The first day of the second semester passed in a flurry of activity. There was an assembly that all the students attended, listening to Nedzu speak as well as the counselor Hound Dog. I'd like to remind you all that the provisional licenses that you received are only for use in emergencies. His tone was stern. And that gaining them is only the first step. You all have a long road ahead of you. I would also like to remind you all that you're still young, and that the time will come where you carry the weight of the world on your shoulders as a pro-hero, if you continue down this path, but now is not that time. If you're in trouble, if you're struggling to deal with something that has happened, tell the adults in your life. That's part of our job, teaching you how to cope. There were more than a few confused glances exchanged between the students. No one asked any direct questions though, and Aizawa continued on as if he hadn't said something wildly out of character for himself. Then again, Izuku wondered if it really was so out of character. It wasn't normal for Aizawa-sensei to say it, perhaps, but he was struck by the memory of how hard Aizawa had worked repeatedly to protect them all. How much danger the Erasure hero had put himself in during those attacks that forced him to protect the lot of them. Today we have a few guests who are going to come in and discuss internships with you all. It hasn't been decided yet if we're going to allow you to take part in them this semester, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared. Aizawa gestured slightly as he finished speaking, and 3 older students filed into the room. Izuku recognized them as the big 3 almost immediately. The dark-haired boy, Amajiki Tamaki, seemed too anxious to speak. He eventually managed to get out his name, but then turned to face the wall and seemed to give up. Izuku had to feel bad for the guy. After all, it was hard being put on the spot like that. Izuku wasn't sure he could do much better. The girl spoke up next. Heido Nijire, she introduced herself as. We're here to discuss work-study internships with you today. They're a good opportunity to work on areas of weakness and learn what real day-to-day work as a hero is like. The girl was studying the class as she spoke, and while watching her, Izuku could see the precise moment in which she became distracted by the variation of the students in front of her. Why do you wear a mask all the time? She asked Shoji, but before he could answer she moved on to playing with Ishido's horns and exclaiming that they were cute. How did you get that scar? Clearly to Shudo. What was it like being raised by the symbol of peace? Izuku exchanged a look with Shudo as Nijire moved on to Tokoyami and Tsuyu. Eventually the blonde boy called Nijire back, seeming to have realized that she wasn't going to come back on task on her own. He then introduced himself as Togata Mirio. Izuku wasn't sure what to think of him either. So like Nijire said, we're here to talk to you about the work-study program. Mirio went on a bit about the technicalities of the program, explaining that they would be working with hero agencies, but unlike in their internships because they were provisionally licensed already, they could do far more in the way of helping out, which opened a lot of options in agencies that they hadn't had before. Eventually Mirio declared that the best way to understand what the work-study program would offer them was to be shown. And he decided the best way to do that was for the class to fight him. Aizawa-sensei seemed unbothered by the suggestion and gave him the go-ahead. Izuku wasn't really sure what to expect when they reached the gym that they were going to use for this particular training fight. He didn't remember much of Mirio's quirk despite having watched him in the sports festival previously. The fight did not go well. For one, Mirio single-handedly took out a large number of students with a single, extremely precise punch to the kidney before seeming to disappear out of reach like some sort of badly coded video game enemy. After paying some attention though, Izuku realized that it wasn't as he'd originally believed that it was. And he thought he could predict where the blonde was going to appear next, based on the tactics that he'd used so far. The team tried and half succeeded. Izuku was in the right place, but his attack still phased through the older student. Izuku saw stars as Mirio's attack landed solidly. Good plan, poor execution, Izuku chided himself as he looked around at the rest of his classmates. The last few of the fight participants were put down in short order, and Izuku had to admit he was rather impressed by Mirio's quirk. Someone commented about it being an extremely strong quirk, and that led to the three upperclassmen talking about it more in-depth. It didn't take much to understand that Mirio's quirk actually had huge drawbacks that he'd had to work hard to overcome. And that was the point of these work-study programs, Izuku realized with sudden clarity. To force them to recognize and correct for their drawbacks under the watchful gaze of someone with far more experience than they had. Never mind the fact that situations in a class environment would never really match the frenetic pace of a real crisis. In the time they'd lived in the dorms, the students had developed something of a system. Lunches were still served by lunch rush in the cafeteria, but mostly they handled their own meals at other times in the dorms. That night was a stir-fry night, and after they ate, the students clustered together in small groups and worked on their homework from the classes of the day. Well, most of them worked on the homework. Kaminari and Mina seemed to be wrapped up in a discussion about a movie the two had gone to see. So, if the teachers give us the go-ahead to do this work-study program, do you have a pro in mind, Deku? Uraraka asked. Yeah, actually. Izuku admitted, ducking his head slightly. I want to see if I can work with Sir Night-Eye. What about you? Oh, I'm not sure yet. She admitted. Well, there's still plenty of time to figure it out. Ida chimed in. I'd like you to introduce me to Sir Night-Eye. Izuku said it casually, as his green eyes met the blue ones of his father. They'd been discussing One for All and the changes in his style, but as the conversation wound down, the teen had seen no reason to put off asking. All Might sputtered for a moment and then shook his head. I'm sorry, my boy, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why not? Izuku fired back, seeming mostly undeterred by his dad's initial refusal. For several reasons, Toshinori began. First, because I am among those currently against the first-year classes taking part in the work-study program. Izuku looked slightly surprised at that admission, but All Might continued. Second, because we do not currently have a good working relationship. That part was less surprising, given he knew that All Might and Sir Night-Eye had abruptly stopped working together, and finally because Sir Night-Eye does not, as a rule, take on interns. Izuku seemed to consider the answer given for a moment before he nodded slightly. Okay. He accepted after that. After all, there wasn't much room to argue there, and maybe that was okay. Either he would manage another way, or he would figure out another pro to work with. It wasn't as if there was a shortage of them in the area. Neither option was really the worst thing that could happen here. Besides, as much as he thought that having his dad vouch for him would be helpful, maybe it was cheating in a way. Izuku should be trying to rise on his own merit, not taking shortcuts under recommendation of the former #1 hero. Especially if Sir didn't normally take on students. Night-Eye's agency was a small one, but Izuku still hoped to work with him at some point. The teen had his reasons. The fact that Sir had once been All Might's sidekick was only one of them. Toshinori didn't look like he really believed that Izuku was accepting it that easily. But the former pro didn't push, instead allowing the conversation to be pulled in another direction by the green-haired boy. Izuku was not expecting the answer to his predicament to end up coming to him though. So when Togata-senpai sought him out to discuss trying to introduce him to Sir Night-Eye, Izuku was really looking for some kind of a catch to be involved. Only, he couldn't find one. Izuku still wasn't sure what Togata-san was getting out of the equation, but he was glad for the assistance either way. Since apparently Togata-senpai was the one intern that Sir Night-Eye had taken, it seemed he was likely to be helpful at getting a foot in the door. After that though, it was up to Izuku. It was 2 days later when Togata-senpai took him off campus after classes ended for the day. Izuku was nervous, incredibly so, but tried not to show it. Mirio talked with him, encouraging him to just be himself and maybe try to crack a joke or two because Sir Night-Eye had quite a sense of humor, supposedly. They'd already gone inside and started heading towards Sir's office when Mirio got a thoughtful expression. Hey, so you can tell me to buzz off, the blonde started, laughing a little at his own statement. But I really was curious, what was it like being raised by All Might? The pair had come to a stop outside of one of the doors. And, for a moment, Izuku was tempted to tell him to leave that subject alone. But the reality was that Izuku knew that it was a question that was going to come up a lot, eventually. And maybe he should just get used to the idea and go ahead and answer it. Izuku was quiet for a moment, looking thoughtful. Hey, like I said, you don't have to dash. No, it's fine. Izuku shook his head. I'm just trying to figure out how to answer exactly. He sort of rubbed at the back of his neck, looking shy. Because I don't think, it wasn't anything special. He'd only seen All Might a few times a year up until recently and, well, he didn't want to cast All Might in a bad light, but he didn't want to be misleading either. What was it like watching him on TV? Izuku answered after a moment. Always looking up to him, wanting to be like him. Chasing a shadow of what you wanted to become. Even if your favorite hero wasn't All Might, you can get the idea. That's pretty much what it was like. Izuku admitted quietly. I saw him on important days, on holidays, on my birthday. And sometimes he'd just drop by because he could and he knew I'd enjoy the surprise. But that's what it was just visits. He didn't really raise me, my mom did. Mirio didn't look like he knew how to respond to that, so Izuku rushed to continue. Don't get me wrong, I love my dad, and he was a great dad. I wouldn't trade him for anything in the world. I wouldn't want anything to have been different than it is. He was just busy. The world needed All Might, the symbol of peace, a lot more than we needed Yagi Tashinori. Izuku shrugged. The boy knew full well that the things that he'd been through so far had shaped him. I can't imagine what it must have been like watching him in danger all the time. I never knew anything else. Izuku pointed out. It was hard, but the symbol of peace was important for everyone. The team could tell by the look in Togata-senpai's eyes that the blonde didn't necessarily agree with that assessment. Izuku wasn't sure how to defend it, so he just shrugged. Sometimes it's easy to forget just how much top heroes sacrifice, I guess. Was what Mirio finally said, and Izuku nodded in agreement. But this is Sir's office. You probably shouldn't keep him waiting. Sorry for distracting you with the question. It's okay. Automatically. I should probably get used to it anyway, since it's spread all over the school. Izuku turned to face the door solidly, and took a deep breath, centering himself, before knocking lightly on the frame. A voice from within summoned him inside, and Izuku entered the space without looking back at the blonde. Togata-senpai had gotten him this far, the rest was Izuku's to do, after all. The teen found himself standing opposite Sir Night-Eye, feeling incredibly nervous. The pro didn't appear to be impressed with him, Izuku noted. Some corner of his mind wondered why Sir agreed to meet with him if he was so displeased at the suggestion. Izuku did his best in their discussion, but his attempt at a joke fell flat and Sir outright told him that he didn't think Izuku was worthy of one for all. Izuku flinched. A part of him was angry. How dare Sir Night-Eye make that assumption without knowing anything about him, without knowing how hard he'd fought to stand where he was that day. Another part of him resonated with those words, taking them to heart because Sir was probably right. His anxiety whispered. He wasn't good enough. He still crippled himself when he tried to save others far too often. But All Might had chosen him, and it wasn't Sir's place to declare him unworthy. Izuku took a few slow breaths, and considered asking to know why Sir bothered to see him if he disliked him so much already. It wouldn't help matters, probably, but he found that the discussion so far seemed not to be getting anywhere fast anyway. I'm not really sure why you agreed to meet with me if you were going to reject me out of hand without knowing anything about me. Izuku said finally, a challenge in his green eyes. Sir Night-Eye regarded him for several moments, and Izuku wondered if the next thing out of the pro's mouth was going to be a demand that he left. If you want to intern here so badly, prove it. Take the stamp from me and mark the paper yourself. You have 5 minutes. That didn't really answer his question. But it did offer him an opening. Izuku mentally ran over what he knew about Sir Night-Eye's quirk. Izuku began to move, and the war began. Sir Night-Eye fended him off with a frustrating ease, thanks to his ability to know what Izuku was going to do. Izuku moved rapidly, avoiding slamming into any of the precious merchandise in the room. Eventually Izuku resorted to attempting to use the environment against Sir, but that failed too. At the end of 5 minutes, he stood defeated. Izuku prepared himself to simply leave without argument. He had, after all, failed Sir's challenge. But the pro regarded him for several moments, clearly weighing what he had seen. "Give me your paperwork." "But Dash." Sir Night-Eye raised an eyebrow slightly, and Izuku handed over the sheet of paper that functioned as a permission slip, essentially. "I never said I wouldn't stamp it. Merely that I expected you to prove you wouldn't be useless." Which, apparently Izuku had managed, somehow. The boy sort of wondered what had done it exactly, since he failed. Izuku decided not to push his luck by asking. Instead, he bowed quietly. "Thank you for giving me a chance." Over the next week, Izuku went on a few brief patrols with Togata-senpai after class ended for the day. Mostly these were uneventful patrols during which they discussed various topics. Izuku had been briefed somewhat on the fact that they were doing an investigation on a villain by the name of Overhaul, but hadn't been given many details. It made sense. Izuku was, after all, a first-year student. And while he may be of some use, he didn't have near the experience that Togata-senpai did. Today was a similar patrol, the two of them in costume out on the streets. Izuku was half listening to the older student, and half scanning the path ahead of them with a careful intensity. Despite that, the girl that rushed out of one of the alleyways caught him off guard. Pastel blue hair that was so light it was almost white and bright red eyes. She ducked behind him, clinging to his leg. Izuku reflexively crouched down and shifted so that he was looking at the little girl. "Hey, what's the matter?" he murmured. Togata-san had gotten a few steps ahead and then turned around to see what delayed Izuku. Green eyes swept down the girl's form. She seemed tiny to him, her wrists almost too thin. It looked like she'd been hurt, given there were bandages in several places. Izuku didn't like it. She seemed so young and so frightened. "Help me," she whispered. Izuku didn't have a chance to say anything before another person emerged from the alleyway that the girl had come out of. Something about him made the hair on the back of Izuku's neck stand up. "Eri, there you are." The man seemed relieved to see the girl. Something about this was still setting alarm bells off in his head. "Thank you for finding her." To Izuku, still sounding genuine. "Come on, it's time to go home." The girl hadn't let go of Izuku, and he didn't miss the fact that the fear in her eyes had intensified at the man's voice. She shook her head slightly, squeezing the fabric in her hands more tightly. "Who are you?" Izuku asked, one hand lightly resting on the girl's back in an attempt to be comforting. "I'm her father." The man sounded more than a little impatient now. Izuku glanced towards Mirio, hoping for some kind of support. Instead, the blonde shook his head very slightly. Izuku recognized what he meant without much effort. It's okay," the girl said quietly. Then, suddenly, she let him go and backed towards the man that made Izuku's skin crawl. Izuku let her go, feeling terribly unhappy about it. The man said nothing more, and the pair disappeared down the alleyway. Izuku said nothing to Togata-senpai until they were back at the agency. "I don't think we should have let him take her." Izuku sounded unhappy with the way things had transpired. "We were in no position to do anything but what we did." Togata's response was firm, but flat. That seemed to have caught Izuku off guard slightly, and green eyes narrowed. She was terrified of him. Came the immediate response. "I know, I saw." The blonde looked uncomfortable. "But that man was Overhaul, and he must not know that we're onto him at all. And we were in no position to fight him alone." There was a slight pause before Togata continued. "I don't like it either." Izuku's blood ran cold. No, of course the other student didn't like it. They were heroes in training. They didn't leave people in danger as a rule. Izuku almost asked what Overhaul was capable of, almost insisted on knowing why he was so dangerous that the two of them couldn't resist him taking a terrified child away with him, even if he did claim she was his daughter. But he didn't. Instead, he just looked down, away from the blonde's larger form. "I'm going to report to Sir. Wait here for me, we'll go back to the school together." The younger boy nodded and remained where he was. From there everything fell into a pattern. None of the students who were on internships were allowed to talk about their internships with the others. It was strange keeping secrets, but given the pros were obviously investigating real cases with their help, it made sense. There was a risk in information being spread around. It was just also very hard, because that meant that Izuku really couldn't talk about what happened that day. He just had to wear it close to his heart, the knowledge that he'd let a small child be taken by a villain and couldn't do anything to stop it, wasn't allowed to do anything to stop it. Sure, it was still being investigated, but she was in danger now. Classes continued and life moved on. But Izuku found it hard to focus from time to time. He found himself struggling to keep up as he ended up short of sleep. A lot of nights ended in him tossing and turning restlessly for half the night before dozing fitfully. Other nights ended in him jerking awake panting, images of blood and horror haunting his consciousness. On a particularly bad day, Aizawa-sensei pulled him aside after dismissing the other students. "Midoriya, if you can't handle the internship and your normal classes, I'm going to have to revoke permission for you to remain at Sir Nitai's agency." His voice was calm and firm. Izuku murmured his understanding, not meeting his teacher's gaze. "If there's something bothering you, problem child dash." "There isn't." Izuku said it firmly, looking up to meet the gaze of his teacher, finally. "I work harder, I'm sorry for not being up to standard." Aizawa didn't entirely look convinced, but didn't push. "Just remember that we're the adults, and that we can help you." "I will." Izuku sounded steady. "You can go now." Izuku bowed to his teacher and returned to the dorms without a word. "You look awfully tired," Shudo mentioned, raising an eyebrow slightly at Izuku, who was down in the common room with him and a few other students. They had been working on a project that Midnight set them previously, but it had slowly devolved into them just talking as most of them finished up their work. I guess I am, a little," Izuku admitted, looking sheepish. "I stayed up late last night finishing that essay for Present Mike." It was a lie, he'd finished that essay 3 days ago. Still, it was a safe enough lie. Shudo laughed a little. "It's unlike you to put one off that late." "I just lost track of time with class and patrols." "Yeah, I get it." It had happened to Shudo a time or two, what with the remedial course that he was in the middle of taking. Someone turned on a movie, and it drew Shudo and Izuku into it, at least up until about the halfway point, at which time Shudo realized Izuku had fallen asleep when the other teen sort of slumped towards him, ending up with Izuku's head resting against his shoulder. Shudo was glad that Momo had turned the lights down near the beginning of the movie, because the darkness hid the slight flush that spread across his cheeks. The half-and-half wielder made no effort to wake his classmate, instead trying to remain focused on the movie. He succeeded for the most part, and Shudo wouldn't have been able to tell anyone when the weight of the day began to press down on him. But by the time the movie ended, Shudo's head had slowly drifted to the side until his cheek rested against the thick green curls, and he'd fallen asleep as well. Morning found the two still on the couch together. Izuku jerked awake slightly and immediately began stammering apologies, and Shudo also began to awaken because of the movement. "Oh gosh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to fall asleep on you last night and dash." "Izuku, honestly. It's fine." Shudo responded. "I didn't really expect it, but then apparently I fell asleep too and they left us that way." Which was, he was going to try not to think about it too hard. "It's fine, really," he repeated after it became clear to him that Izuku didn't entirely believe what he'd said. "Okay." Izuku had turned scarlet and wasn't quite meeting Shudo's gaze anymore. I'm going to go get clothes and then take a shower," he blurted out before darting towards the elevator before Shudo could say anything else. But Izuku realized as he entered his bedroom he'd slept surprisingly well despite the slight crick in his neck from the strange positioning. He wasn't tired, and he'd clearly slept the night through instead of it being broken by nightmares. Unfortunate, really, that the circumstances that led to it were not ones he could repeat. Izuku made the mistake of checking on the class group chat before he left his room, and that was how he found out that pictures had been taken of the two of them asleep on each other, and posted for the rest of the class that hadn't been studying with them last night. For a moment the teen considered not leaving his room for at least the rest of the day. And then his dad texted him. Izuku read the message 3 times before turning his phone off. And that decided it. He was not leaving his room until he absolutely had to for patrols that evening. And he might die of embarrassment before then. There was actually far less teasing than Izuku expected from the pictures floating around. There was some sure, but mostly everyone continued on as normal. Izuku pushed himself harder in classes, and tried to rely on just being exhausted to avoid the nightmares. It was only marginally successful, but it was something. He just hoped they'd start to go away soon. If they didn't, maybe he'd have to at least mention that much to his dad. Even if he didn't talk about what set off the newest round, it would probably be better than suffering through it all alone. So, I was wondering if you'd like to come meet my brother and sister this Saturday evening. Izuku looked a bit like Shudo had backhanded him, for a moment. I wouldn't want to intrude. He sounded rather flustered. You wouldn't be. Fuyumi wanted to meet you anyway. Something about being glad I'm making friends. If you're sure. Izuku said slowly, then I'd love to. I'm sure. Shudo wouldn't have asked if he wasn't, but he was coming to understand that Izuku was just a nervous sort of person, and maybe that was okay. It had been easier than Izuku expected to get permission to go with Shudo to have dinner with the Todoroki siblings. He'd been assured by Shudo that Endeavor wouldn't be there, which in the longer run was probably for the best. Izuku still felt a flicker of rage whenever he thought about the flame hero who had been elevated to the #1 position in light of All Might's fall. Izuku wasn't sure he was ever going to get over what Shudo had told him during the sports festival. He hadn't shared with anyone. He didn't talk about it, but that didn't change that it was there, beneath the surface. It didn't change that he was carrying that knowledge on his shoulders, and sometimes it felt like a slap in the face. Izuku had always looked up to pros, Endeavor included. And to know that that kind of darkness existed at the height of hero society. He knew heroes were just people. But he'd always expected better. Izuku had always believed in the goodness that he'd always expected from pro heroes. Endeavor didn't embody what Izuku had always expected of pros, and it felt like a bit of a betrayal to realize that. And then for him to ultimately be rewarded for the way he treated his family by getting what he wanted. But the world wasn't black and white, and apparently that shade of gray just wasn't dark enough. Izuku forced himself to stop considering that train of thought, because it was a dangerous slope that cascaded down into the kind of thinking that Stain had exhibited. You ready? Shudo had met him in the common room. Yeah, I am. Izuku agreed with a nod, thankful for the intrusion on his thoughts. The teen wasn't really sure what to expect as he and Shudo settled into seats on a train and headed towards a part of the town that Izuku hadn't ever been into before. The station they got off at wasn't far, and then Shudo took the lead. Izuku stayed close to him, not wanting to get lost in the neighborhood. But Izuku couldn't help but notice it was far fancier than anywhere he'd ever been before. The teen sort of froze when Shudo turned into one of the walkways, prompting the other to pause and look at him. Having second thoughts? He looked concerned. No, I was just, wow. Shudo-kun, it's beautiful. It was Shudo's turn to look slightly embarrassed. Thanks. He sounded a little awkward. Izuku followed his friend inside, still sort of looking around in awe. The inside was only sparsely decorated, and overall the whole effect was extremely traditional. Izuku liked it. It seemed very right somehow. Shudo led the way down one hallway into a dining room with a low table. An older boy that Izuku assumed must be Natsuo was setting the table. Natsuo. Shudo greeted, confirming Izuku's suspicion. This is my friend, Midoriya Izuku, from school. He gestured slightly, and Izuku dipped into a shallow immediately. Natsuo let out a short laugh. No need to be so formal. He dismissed almost as quickly as Izuku had reacted. I'd like to say I've heard a lot about you, but actually Shudo's been pretty quiet about his classmates. Izuku shrugged a little. There's not a lot to talk about. He deflected mildly. Just another kid trying to become a hero. You do realize practically everyone saw your fight with him, right? One eyebrow arched slightly. That was a lot more insane than just some kid. Natsuo, don't badger him. Fuyumi's voice came through a door that must have led into the kitchen, just a moment before the woman herself appeared in the doorway. I'm not badgering, I just dash. Let it go. The sports festival was months ago now. It really had been months since then, Izuku realized. It didn't really seem like it had been that long ago, but they'd come a long way since then. It was actually kind of nice looking back on it and realizing just how far they'd come in such a short PRD of time. It's nice to meet you, Fuyumi-san. Again, Izuku bowed shallowly. The white-haired woman smiled in his direction. The conversation continued through dinner with surprisingly little effort from Izuku's part. He was thankful for that, because the teen was still rather nervous to be here, and some part of him wondered if it wouldn't have been better for him not to be here so that Shudo could spend time with his siblings. Despite that, he remained engaged in the chatter along with them and Shudo. Topics were mostly light, some amusing stories from Fuyumi's classroom and Natsuo's school, and then antics from the dorms to match. Nothing serious, no villains or stress or family problems. It was nice and light, even if it did feel a little strange to Izuku. After they finished eating, Natsuo and Fuyumi were discussing a play Fuyumi wanted to go and see. So, Izuku helped Shudo collected the dishes and they tag-teamed washing them despite Fuyumi insisting they didn't need to do that part way through. Shudo had waved his sister off and sent her back to finish talking with Natsuo, insisting they didn't mind. It was true enough though, Izuku didn't mind. Your siblings seem very nice. Izuku mentioned mildly as he started drying the small stack of clean plates. Most of the time. Shudo agreed mildly. They seem to really like you. I'm glad. Yes, because having them not like him would not have been great, given Izuku actually really liked Shudo, and while Endeavor wasn't on the list of people that Izuku cared for, the opinion of his siblings kind of might be, since Shudo liked them as far as Izuku could tell. He didn't figure the fire and ice wielder would have asked him to come tonight if he didn't at least sort of like them. Izuku's phone buzzed, breaking his train of thought. The teen pulled it out after setting the dish towel down, skimming the message with a thoughtful expression. Everything okay? Thanks. Izuku nodded slightly. Just my mom texting to ask if I could drop by before I head back to the dorms for the night. It wasn't really a strange request. Normally Inko didn't keep him long, usually just wanting a few words and a hug. Sometimes she sent him back to the dorms with food to share or tea or something small. Izuku sent a short confirmation to her phone along with a general bit about not knowing how long it would be, because he was still at dinner. And then he tucked his phone away. They had rejoined Fuyumi and Natsuo in the living room and spent a little longer half watching the end of a movie that was on and talking about Natsuo's plans to work in medicine after he graduated. Alright, unfortunately we have kind of an early start in the morning for training. Shudo mentioned. Izuku and I should probably head back to the dorms. Oh, of course. Fuyumi agreed. I have to work early tomorrow too. Being fair about it is. Thank you for having me. Izuku spoke up. It was very nice. It was lovely meeting one of Shudo's friends finally. Fuyumi responded easily. The pair slipped out into the night after that. So were you planning to go back to your home first? Shudo asked after a few moments of walking towards the train station in silence. Oh yeah. You don't have to come though. I don't mind going by myself. No offense, Izuku, but you're kind of a trouble magnet. I'd rather come and make sure you're okay. There was a slight pause in which the other teen seemed to realize that was a little pushy. Unless you really don't want me to come. Izuku looked a little offended at the insinuation that he couldn't stay out of trouble, but it was the sort of teasing indignance between friends. I mean, I don't really mind if you want to come, I just figured you'd actually want to get back so you could sleep since you're the one who brought it up. Shudo decided not to point out that he didn't think he'd be able to rest until he knew Izuku was back in the dorms safely. I'm fine to stay up a bit longer, was what he said. Lead the way. Izuku fidgeted a little. It's not nearly as grand as your place. He looked perhaps slightly self-conscious at that. Shudo frowned a hair, tilting his head slightly. It really doesn't matter what the house looks like, you know? It's the people inside. That was a sweet sentiment, but the teen wasn't really sure how to respond. Izuku didn't say anything else along those lines, instead continuing down the street towards the train station. It was a short ride to the part of the city where Izuku had lived his whole life. As they got off at the station closest to Izuku's apartment, the teen sent a quick text to Inko to let her know they were on the way. There was no immediate response, but that didn't concern Izuku. After all, she might have left her phone in one part. of the apartment while working in the other, or she may have just been enjoying a show. Still, as they approached the building, something felt wrong. It wasn't much to go on, nothing more than a slight prickle of what Izuku might have called instinct. The teen froze for a second, green eyes narrowing. What's wrong? Nothing. Rather, I'm not sure. Something doesn't feel right, but I can't figure out why. He admitted, gaze flicking up the building. Nothing looked out of place. I may just be paranoid. He was a little anxious still, maybe that was what was causing it? Izuku shook it off and led the way into the apartment building before Shudo could say anything else. The fire and ice wielder followed closely as Izuku navigated the space and led him to the right door. Izuku had another twinge of disquiet as he pushed the door open, but nothing appeared out of place in the entryway. Mom! He called out, loud enough for it to carry through the apartment as he nudged the door shut behind Shudo. He paused there to step out of his shoes and leave them on the small rack before continuing through the entrance hall. Shudo hesitated for a second before doing the same with his shoes, and then he followed Izuku. There was something eerily quiet about the apartment, considering the woman had asked Izuku to come. Hadn't she? Izuku made it halfway through the living room before he spotted Inko's form crumbled on the floor, half hidden by the couch and coffee table. Mom! The teen made to dart across the space, but froze at the feeling of a hand around his throat. Beside him, he felt Shudo do the same. 2 for the price of 1. Shigaraki drawled, practically speaking in Izuku's ear. Ah! The villain's fingers tightened slightly against his skin. Don't do anything rash now. I'm planning on taking you alive, but you could easily change my mind. This was the last time Izuku dismissed a bad feeling as his anxiety. Izuku still didn't know how he'd known from downstairs that something was wrong. But clearly his instincts had been right, and they should have stopped right there and asked for backup. If he survived the mistake this time, he was not going to make it again. Izuku glanced out of the corner of his eyes at Shudo. Take us alive? Shudo repeated slowly, narrowing his eyes slightly. He didn't move, he made no effort to resist the hand grasping his throat. For now. Izuku considered their options for a moment, green eyes focused on his mother's unmoving form. From this distance, he had no way of knowing how badly injured she was, or if she was even alive. There wasn't much he could do to resist. Shigaraki's quirk was incredibly dangerous, and if he did manage to break free, there was a chance he could kill Shudo before the other could manage to free himself. And there wasn't any way of coordinating just now. Not with Shigaraki holding them in his hands. Probably the only possible course of action was to go peacefully and hope they could escape or help would come. Shigaraki put some pressure on the both of them as he began to move backwards towards the portal opened behind him by Kurogiri.